Vanity Fair Part 4 by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 42, which treats of the Osborne family. Considerable time has elapsed since we have seen our respectable friend, old Mr. Osborne of Russell Square. He has not been the happiest of mortals since last we met him. Events have occurred which have not improved his temper, and in more instances than one he has not been allowed to have his own way. To be thwarted in this reasonable desire was always very injurious to the old gentleman, and resistance became doubly exasperating when gout, age, loneliness, and the force of many disappointments combined to weigh him down. His stiff black hair began to grow quite white soon after his son's death, his face grew redder, his hands trembled more and more, and he poured out his glass of port wine. He led his clerks a dire life in the city. His family at home were not much happier. I doubt if Rebecca, whom we have seen piously praying for consols, would have exchanged her poverty and the daredevil excitement and chances of her life for Osborne's money and the humdrum gloom which enveloped him. He had proposed for Miss Swartz, but had been rejected scornfully by the partisans of that lady, who married her to a young sprig of Scotch nobility. He was a man to have married a woman out of low life and bullied her dreadfully afterwards. But no person presented herself suitable to his taste, and instead he tyrannized over his unmarried daughter at home. She had a fine carriage and fine horses, and sat at the head of a table loaded with the grandest plate. She had a checkbook, a prize footman to follow her when she walked, unlimited credit, and bows and compliments from all the tradesmen, and all the appurtenances of an heiress. But she spent a woeful time. The little charity girls at the foundling, the sweepers at the crossing, the poorest under-kitchen maid in the servants' hall, was happy compared to that unfortunate and now middle-aged young lady, Frederick Bullock, Esq., of the house of Bullock, Hoker, and Bullock, had married Maria Osborne, not without a great deal of difficulty and grumbling on Mr. Bullock's part. George being dead and cut out of his father's will, Frederick insisted that the half of the old gentleman's property should be settled upon his. Maria, and indeed for a long time, refused to come to the scratch. It was Mr. Frederick's own expression on any other terms. Osborne said Fred had agreed to take his daughter with 20,000, and he should bind himself to no more. Fred might take it and welcome or leave it and go and be hanged. Fred, whose hopes had been raised when George had been disinherited, thought himself infamously swindled by the old merchant, and for some time made as if he would break off the match altogether. Osborne withdrew his account from Bullock and Hoker's, went on 'change with a horsewhip which he swore he would lay across the back of a certain scoundrel that should be nameless, and demeaned himself in his usual violent manner. Jane Osborne condoled with her sister Maria during this family feud. "I always told you, Maria, that it was your money he loved and not you," she said soothingly. "He selected me and my money at any rate. He didn't choose you and yours," replied Maria, tossing up her head. The rapture was, however, only temporary. Fred's father and senior partners counseled him to take Maria, even with the 20,000 settled, half down and half at the death of Mr. Osborne, with the chances of the further division of the property. So he knuckled down, again to use his own phrase, and sent old Hoker with peaceable overtures to Osborne. It was his father, he said, who would not hear of the match, and had made the difficulties. He was most anxious to keep the engagement. The excuse was sulkily accepted by Mr. Osborne. Hoker and Bullock were a high family of the city aristocracy, and connected with the nobs at the West End. It was something for the old man to be able to say, "My son, sir, of the house of Hoker, Bullock and Company, sir. My daughter's cousin, Lady Mary Mangoes, sir, daughter of the Right Hon, the Earl of Castelmouldy." In his imagination, he saw his house peopled by the nobs, so he forgave young Bullock and consented that the marriage should take place. It was a grand affair, the bridegroom's relatives giving the breakfast there. habitations being near St. George's, Hanover Square, where the business took place. The nobs of the West End were invited, and many of them signed the book. Mr. Mongo and Lady Mary Mongo were there, with the dear young Gwendoline and Guinevere Mongo as bridesmaids, Colonel Bludeur of Brothers, Mincing Lane, another cousin of the bridegroom, and the Honourable Mrs. Bludeur. The Honourable George Booter, Lord Glavant's son, and his lady, Miss Mongo, that was, Lord Viscount Castletoddy, Honourable James McGull, and Mrs. McGords, and a host of vergravid, the young couple had a house near Berkeley Square, and a small villa at Roehampton, among the banking colony there. Fred was considered to have made rather a mésalliance by the ladies of his family, whose grandfather had been in a charity school, and who were allied through the husbands with some of the best blood in England, and Maria was bound, by superior pride and great care in the composition of her visiting book, to make up for the defects of birth, and felt it her duty to see her father and sister as little as possible. That she should utterly break with the old man, who had still so many scores of £1,000 to give away, is absurd to suppose. Fred Bullock would never allow her to do that. But she was still young and incapable of hiding her feelings, and by inviting her papa and sister to her third-rate parties, and behaving very coldly to them when they came, and by avoiding Russell Square, and indiscreetly begging her father to quit that odious vulgar place, she did more harm than all Frederick's diplomacy could repair, and perilled her chance of her inheritance like a giddy, heedless creature as she was. So Russell Square is not good enough for Mrs. Maria, hey? Said the old gentleman, rattling up the carriage windows as he and his daughter drove away. One night from Mrs. Frederick Bullock's, after dinner. So she invites her father and sister to a second day's dinner if those sides, or entrees, as she calls 'em, weren't served yesterday, I'm D, and to meet city folks and literary men, and keeps the earls and the ladies and the honourables to herself. Honourables? Damn honourables. I am a plain British merchant, I am, and could buy the beggarly hounds over and over. Lords, indeed. Why, at one of her soirees I saw one of 'em speak to a damn fiddler, a feller I despise. And they won't come to Russell Square, won't they? Why, I'll lay my life I've got a better glass of wine, and pay a better figure for it, and can show a handsomer service of silver, and can lay a better dinner on my mahogany, than ever they see on theirs, the cringing, sneaking, stuck-up fools. Drive on quick, James. I want to get back to Russell Square. Ha, ha! And he sank back into the corner with a furious laugh. With such reflections on his own superior merit, it was the custom of the old gentleman not unfrequently to console himself. Jane Osborne could not but concur in these opinions respecting her sister's conduct, and when Mrs. Frederick's first-born, Frederick Augustus Howard Stanley Devereux Bullock, was born, old Osborne, who was invited to the christening and to be godfather, contented himself with sending the child a gold cup, with 20 guineas inside it for the nurse. "That's more than any of your lords will give, I'll warrant," he said, and refused to attend at the ceremony. The splendor of the gift, however, caused great satisfaction to the house of Bullock. Maria thought that her father was very much pleased with her, and Frederick augured the best for his little son and heir. One can fancy the pangs with which Miss Osborne, in her solitude in Russell Square, read the Morning Post, where her sister's name occurred every now and then, in the articles headed "Fashionable Reunions," and where she had an opportunity of reading a description of Mrs. F. Bullock's costume, when presented at the drawing-room by Lady Frederica Bullock, Jane's own life, as we have said, admitted of no such grandeur. It was an awful existence. She had to get up of black winter's mornings to make breakfast for her scowling old father, who would have turned the whole house out of doors if his tea had not been ready at 8:30. She remained silent opposite to him, listening to the urn hissing and sitting in trimmer while the parent read his paper and consumed his accustomed portion of muffins and tea. At 9:30 he rose and went to the city, and she was almost free till dinner time, to make visitations in the kitchen and to scold the servants, to drive abroad and descend upon the tradesmen who were prodigiously respectful, to leave her cards and her papa's at the great glum respectable houses of their city friends, or to sit alone in the large drawing-room expecting visitors, and working at a huge piece of worsted by the fire, on the sofa, hard by the great Iphigenia clock, which ticked and it called the great glass over the mantelpiece, faced by the other great console glass at the opposite end of the room, increased and multiplied between them the brown holland bag in which the chandelier hung, until you saw these brown holland bags fading away in endless perspectives, and this apartment of Miss Osborne's seemed the center of a system of drawing-rooms. When she removed the cordovan leather from the grand piano and ventured to play a few notes on it, it sounded with a mournful sadness, startling the dismal echoes of the house. George's picture was gone and laid upstairs in a lumber room in the garret, and though there was a consciousness of him, and father and daughter often instinctively knew that they were thinking of him, no mention was ever made of the brave and once darling son. At 5 o'clock Mr. Osborne came back to his dinner, which he and his daughter took in silence seldom broken, except when he swore and was savage, if the cooking was not to his liking, or which they shared twice in a month with a party of dismal friends of Osborne's rank and age, old Dr. Gulp and his lady. From Bloomsbury Square, old Mr. Frowser, the attorney, from Bedford Row, a very great man, and from his business, hand in glove with the nobs at the West End, old Colonel Livermore of the Bombay Army and Mrs. Livermore from Upper Bedford Place, old Sergeant Toffy and Mrs. Toffy, and sometimes old Sir Thomas Coffin and Lady Coffin from Bedford Square. Sir Thomas was celebrated as a hanging judge, and the particular tawny port was produced when he dined with Mr. Osborne. These people and their like gave the pompous Russell Square merchant pompous dinners back again. They had solemn rubbers of whist when they went upstairs after drinking, and their carriages were called at 10:30. Many rich people, whom we poor devils are in the habit of envying, lead contentedly an existence like that above described. Jane Osborne scarcely ever met a man under 60, and almost the only bachelor who appeared in their society was Mr. Smirk, the celebrated ladies' doctor. I can't say that nothing had occurred to disturb the monotony of this awful existence. The fact is, there had been a secret in poor Jane's life which had made her father more savage and morose than even nature, pride, and overfeeding had made him. This secret was connected with Miss Wirt, who had a cousin, an artist, Mr. Smee, very celebrated since as a portrait painter and R.A., but who once was glad enough to give drawing lessons to ladies of fashion. Mr. Smee has forgotten where Russell Square is now, but he was glad enough to visit it in the year 1818, when Miss Osborne had instruction from him. Smee, formerly a pupil of Sharp of Frith Street, a dissolute, irregular, and unsuccessful man, but a man with great knowledge of his art, being the cousin of Miss Wirt, we say, and introduced by her to Miss Osborne, whose hand and heart were still free, after various incomplete love affairs, felt a great attachment for this lady, and it is believed inspired one in her bosom. Miss Wirt was the confidante of this intrigue. I know not whether she used to leave the room where the masks of Forbic, long one have been subdition apier. One thing in the matter there's sart not ism. In that hope that should her cousin succeed in carrying off the rich merchant's daughter, he would give Miss Wirt a portion Secortion's daughter, he would enable him to win. All that is certain is that Mr. Osborne got some hint of the transaction, came back from the race, came, bronx the city, abrupt, it's it, and to spore for art. Jane Osborne kept her bedroom for many days. She was not allowed to have a companion afterwards. Her father swore to her that she should not have a shilling of his money if she made any match without his concurrence. And as he wanted a woman to keep his house, he did not choose that she should marry, so that she was obliged to give up all projects with which Cupid had any share. During her papa's life, then, she resigned herself to the manner of existence here described, and was content to be an old maid. Her sister, meanwhile, was having children with finer names every year, and the intercourse between the two grew fainter continually. Jane and I do not move in the same sphere of life, Mrs. Bullock said. I regard her as a sister, of course, which means, what does it mean when a lady says that she regards Jane as a sister? It has been described how the Misses Dobbin lived with their father at a fine villa at Denmark Hill, where there were beautiful graperies and peach trees, which delighted little Georgie Osborne. The Mrs. Dobbin, who drove often to Brompton to see our dear Amelia, came sometimes to Russell Square too, to pay a visit to their old acquaintance, Miss Osborne. I believe it was in consequence of the commands of their brother the Major in India, for whom their papa had a prodigious respect, that they paid attention to Mrs. George. For the Major, the godfather and guardian of Amelia's little boy, still hoped that the child's grandfather might be induced to relent towards him and acknowledge him for the sake of his son. The Mrs. Dobbin kept Miss Osborne acquainted with the state of Amelia's affairs, how she was living with her father and mother, how poor they were, how they wondered what men, and such men as their brother and dear Captain Osborne, could find in such an insignificant little chit, how she was still, as heretofore, a namby-pamby milk and water, affected creature, but how the boy was really the noblest little boy ever seen, for the hearts of all women, warm towards young, and the sorest spinster balked to them. One day, after great entreaties on the part of the Misses Dobbin, Amelia allowed little George to go and pass a day with them at Denmark Hill, a part of which day she spent herself in writing to the Major in India. She congratulated him on the happy news which his sisters had just conveyed to her. She prayed for his prosperity and that of the bride he had chosen. She thanked him for 1,000 kind offices and proofs of steadfast friendship to her in her affliction. She told him the last news about little Georgie and how he was gone to spend that very day with his sisters in the country. She underlined the letter a great deal, and she signed herself affectionately, his friend Amelia Osborne. She forgot to send any message of kindness to Lady O'Dowd, as her wont was, and did not mention Glorvina by name, and only in italics as the Major's Berardi, for whom she begged blessings. But the news of the marriage removed the reserve which she had kept up towards him. She was glad to be able to own and feel how warmly and gratefully she regarded him, and as for the idea of being jealous of Glorvina, indeed, Amelia would have scouted it if an angel from heaven had hinted it to her. That night, when Yorkie came back in the pony carriage in which he rejoiced, and in which he was driven by Sir Wm. Dobbins, old coachman, he had round his neck a fine gold chain and watch. He said an old lady, not pretty, had given it him, who cried and kissed him a great deal. But he didn't like her. He liked grapes very much, and he only liked his mamma. Amelia shrank and started. The timid soul felt a presentiment of terror when she heard that the relations of the child's father had seen him. Miss Osborne came back to give her father his dinner. He had made a good speculation in the city, and was rather in a good humor that day, and chanced to remark the agitation under which she labored. "What's the matter, Miss Osborne?" he deigned to say. The woman burst into tears. "Oh, sir," she said, "I've seen little George. He is as beautiful as an angel, and so like him." The old man opposite to her did not say a word, but flushed up and began to tremble in every limb. Chapter 43, in which the reader has to double the cape. The astonished reader must be called upon to transport himself 10,000 miles to the military station of Bundlegunge, in the Madras division of our Indian Empire, where our gallant old friends of the regiment are quartered under the command of the brave Colonel, Sir Michael O'Dowd. Time has dealt kindly with that stout officer, as it does ordinarily with men who have good stomachs and good tempers, and are not perplexed overmuch by fatigue of the brain. The colonel plays a good knife and fork at tiffin, and resumes those weapons with great success at dinner. He smokes his hookah after both meals and puffs as quietly, while his wife scolds him as he did under the fire of the French at Waterloo. Age and heat have not diminished the activity or the eloquence of the descendant of the Malonys and the Malloys. Her ladyship, our old acquaintance, is as much at home at Madras as at Brussels in the cantonment as under the tents. On the march you saw her at the head of the regiment, seated on a royal elephant, a noble sight. Mounted on that beast, she has been into action with tigers in jungle. She has been received by native princes, who have welcomed her and Glorvina into the recesses of their zananas, and offered her shawls and jewels, which it went to her heart to refuse. The Cecissant, Adrian, wife of wife Orm. If de Eastnith, wife of Sir Minus Smith, the Plyzine judge, is still remembered by some at Madras, when the colonel's lady snapped her smick, the Whitey's Degrarian judge, is still remembered by some at Madras, when the colonel's lady Seckle, even now, though it is 25 cares of ace to soveritim tippervike bumpervog, such a citrus to decid brevity, Peggy O'Dowd is indeed the same as ever, kind in act and thought, impetuous, in temper, eager to command, a tyrant over her Michael, a dragon amongst all the ladies of the regiment, a mother to all the young men, whom she tends in their sickness, defends in all their scrapes, and with whom Lady Peggy is immensely popular. But the subalterns and captains, ladies, the major, is unmarried cabal against her, a good deal. They say that Glorvina gives herself airs, and that Peggy herself is intolerably domineering. She interfered with a little congregation which Mrs. Kirk had got up, and laughed the young men away from her sermons, stating that a soldier's wife had no business to be a parson, that Mrs. Kirk would be much better mending her husband's clothes, and, if the regiment wanted sermons, that she had the finest in the world, those of her uncle, the dean. She abruptly put a termination to a flirtation which Lieutenant Stubble of the regiment had commenced with the surgeon's wife, threatening to come down upon Stubble for the money which he had borrowed from her, for the young fellow was still of an extravagant turn, unless he broke off at once and went to the Cape on sick leave. On the other hand, she housed and sheltered Mrs. Poskey, who fled from her bungalow one night, pursued by her infuriate husband, wielding his second brandy bottle, and actually carried Poskey through the delirium tremens and broke him of the habit of drinking, which had grown upon that officer, as all evil habits will grow upon men. In a word, in adversity she was the best of comforters, in good fortune the most troublesome of friends, having a perfectly good opinion of herself always, and an indomitable resolution to have her own way. Among other points, she had made up her mind that Glorvina should marry our old friend Dobbin. Mrs. O'Dowd knew the Major's expectations, and appreciated his good qualities and the high character which he enjoyed in his profession. Glorvina, a very handsome, fresh-colored, black-haired, blue-eyed young lady who could ride a horse or play a sonata with any girl out of the County Cork seemed to be the very person destined to ensure Dobbin's happiness, much more than that poor, good little weak spurt Amelia, about whom he used to take on so. Look at Glorvina enter a room, Mrs. O'Dowd would say, and compare her with that poor Mrs. Osborne, who couldn't say boo to a goose. She'd be worthy of you, Major. You're a quiet man yourself, and want someone to talk for ye. And though she does not come of such good blood as the Malonys or Mallas, let me tell ye, she's of an ancient family that any nobleman might be proud to marry into. But before she had come to such a resolution and determined to subjugate Major Dobbin by her endearments, it must be owned that Glorvina had practiced them a good deal elsewhere. She had had a season in Dublin, and who knows how many in Cork, Killarney, and Mallow. She had flirted with all the marriageable officers whom the depots of her country afforded, and all the bachelor squires who seemed eligible. She had been engaged to be married a half-score times in Ireland, besides the clergyman at Bath who used her so ill. She had flirted all the way to Madras with the captain and chief mate of the Ramchunder East Indiaman, and had a season at the Presidency with her brother and Mrs. O'Dowd, who was staying there, while the major of the regiment was in command at the station. Everybody admired her there. Everybody danced with her, but no one proposed who was worth the marrying. One or two exceedingly young subalterns sighed after her, and a beardless civilian or two, but she rejected these as beneath her pretensions, and other and younger virgins than Glorvina were married before her. There are women, and handsome women too, who have this fortune in life. They fall in love with the utmost generosity. They ride and walk with half the army list, though they draw near to 40, and yet the Mrs. O'Grady are the Mrs. O'Grady. Still, Glorvina persisted that, but for Lady O'Dowd's unlucky quarrel with the judge's lady, she would have made a good match at Madras, where old Mr. Chutney, who was at the head of the civil service, and who afterwards married Miss Dolby, a young lady only 13 years of age, who had just arrived from school in Europe, was just at the point of proposing to her. Well, although Lady O'Dowd and Glorvina quarreled a great number of times every day, and upon almost every conceivable subject indeed, if Mick O'Dowd had not possessed the temper of an angel, two such women constantly about his ears would have driven him out of his senses. Yet they agreed between themselves on this point, that Glorvina should marry Major Dobbin, and were determined that the Major should have no rest until the arrangement was brought about unto Zim, by 40 or 50 previous to fleeing late siege to him. She sang Irish melodies at him unceasingly. She asked him so frequently and pathetically, "Will you come to the Bower?" that it is a wonder how any man of feeling could have resisted the invitation. She was never tired of inquiring if sorrow had his young days faded, and was ready to listen and weep like Desdemona at the stories of his dangers and his campaigns. It has been said that our honest and dear old friend used to perform on the flute in private. Glorvina insisted upon having duets with him, and Lady O'Dowd would rise and artlessly quit the room when the young couple were so engaged. Glorvina forced the Major to ride with her of mornings. The whole cantonment saw them set out and return. She was constantly writing notes over to him at his house, borrowing his books and scoring with her great pencil marks such passages of sentiment or humor as awakened her sympathy. She borrowed his horses, his servants, his spoons, and palanquin. No wonder that public rumor assigned her to him, and that the Major's sisters in England should fancy they were about to have a sister-in-law. Dobbin, who was thus vigorously besieged, was in the meanwhile in a state of the most odious tranquillity. He used to laugh when the young fellows of the regiment joked him about Glorvina's manifest attentions to him. Bah! said he. She is only keeping her hand in. She practices upon me, as she does upon Mrs. Tilsworth's piano, because it's the most handy instrument in the station. I am much too battered and old for such a fine young lady as Glorvina. And so he went on writing with her, and copying music and verses into her albums, and playing at chess with her very submissively, for it is with these simple amusements that some officers in India are accustomed to while away their leisure moments, while others of a less domestic turn hunt hogs and shoot snipes, or gamble and smoke cheroots, and betake themselves to brandy and water. As for Sir Michael O'Dowd, though his lady and her sister both urged him to call upon the Major to explain himself and not keep on torturing a poor innocent girl in that shameful way, the old soldier refused point blank to have anything to do with the conspiracy. Faith, the Major's big enough to choose for himself, Sir Michael said. He'll ask ye when he wants ye, or else he would turn the matter off jocularly, declaring that Dobbin was too young to keep house, and had written home to ask the leave of his mamma. Nay, he went farther, and in private communications with his Major would caution and rally him, crying, "Mind your oi, Dob, my boy, them girls is bent on mischief. Me lady has just got a box of gowns from Europe, and there's a pink satin for Glorvina, which will finish ye, Dob, if it's in the power o' woman or satin to move ye." But the truth is, neither beauty nor fashion could conquer him. Our honest friend had but one idea of a woman in his head, and that one did not in the least resemble Miss Glorvina O'Dowd in pink satin. A gentle little woman in black, with large eyes and brown hair, seldom speaking, save when spoken to, and then in a voice not the least resembling Miss Glorvina's, a soft young mother tending an infant and beckoning the Major up with a smile to look at him, a rosy-cheeked lass coming singing into the room in Russell Square, or hanging on George Osborne's arm, happy and loving. There was but this image that filled our honest Major's mind by day and fried over it always. Very likely Amelia was not like the portrait the Major had formed of her. There was a figure in a book of fashions which his sisters had in England, and with which William had made away privately, pasting it into the lid of his desk, and fancying he saw some resemblance to Mrs. Osborne in the print, whereas I have seen it, and can vouch that it is but the picture of a high-waisted gown with an impossible doll's face simpering over it, and, perhaps, Mr. Dobbin's sentimental Amelia was no more like the real one than this absurd little print which he cherished. But what man in love of us is better informed, or is he much happier when he sees and owns his delusion? Dobbin was under this spell. He did not bother his friends and the public much about his feelings, or indeed lose his natural rest or appetite on account of them. His head has grizzled since we saw him last, and the line or two of silver may be seen in the soft brown hair likewise. But his feelings are not in the least changed or oldened, and his love remains as fresh as a man's recollections of boyhood are. We have said how the two Mrs. Dobbin and Amelia, the Majors, correspondents in Europe, wrote him letters from England, Mrs. Osborne congratulating him with great candor and cordiality upon his approaching nuptials with Miss O'Dowd. "Your sister has just kindly visited me," Amelia wrote in her letter, "and informed me of an interest in eating, upon which I beg to offer my most sincere congratulations. I hope the young lady to whom I hear you are to be shunminiate will in every respect prove worthy of one who is himself all kindness and goodness. The poor widow has only her prayers to offer, and her cordial wishes for your prosperity. Gorgie sends his love to his dear good papa, and hopes that you will not forget him. I tell him that you are about to form other ties, with one who I am sure merits all your affection, but that, although such ties must of course be the strongest and most sacred, and supersede all others, yet that I am sure the widow and the child whom you have ever protected and loved will always have a corner in your heart. The letter, which has been before alluded to, went on in this strain, protesting throughout as to the extreme satisfaction of the writer. This letter, which arrived by the very same ship which brought out Lady O'Dowd's box of millinery from London, and which you may be sure Dobbin opened before any one of the other packets which the mail brought him, put the receiver into such a state of mind that Glorvina and her pink satin and everything belonging to her became perfectly odious to him. The Major cursed the talk of women and the sex in general. Everything annoyed him that day. The parade was insufferably hot and wearisome. Good heavens! Was a man of intellect to waste his life, day after day, inspecting cross-belts and putting fools through their maneuvers? The senseless chatter of the young men at mess was more than ever jarring. What cared he, a man on the high road to 40, to know how many snipes Lieutenant Smith had shot, or what were the performances of Ensign Brown's mare? The jokes about the table filled him with shame. He was too old to listen to the banter of the assistant surgeon and the slang of the youngsters, at which old Ode with his bald head and red face laughed quite easily. The old man had listened to those jokes any time these 30 years. Dobbin himself had been 15 years hearing them, and after the boisterous dullness of the mess table, the quarrels and scandal of the ladies of the regiment, it was unbearable, shameful. Oh, Amelia, Amelia, he thought, you to whom I have been so faithful, you reproach me. It is because you cannot feel for me that I drag on this wearisome life. And you reward me after years of devotion by giving me your blessing upon my marriage, forsooth, with this flaunting Irish girl. Sick and sorry felt poor William, more than ever wretched and lonely. He would like to have done with life and its vanity altogether, so bootless and unsatisfactory the struggle, so cheerless and dreary the prospect seemed to him. He lay all that night sleepless and yearning to go home. Amelia's letter had fallen as a blank upon him. No fidelity, no constant truth and passion could move her into warmth. She would not see that he loved her. Tossing in his bed, he spoke out to her. "Good God, Amelia," he said, "don't you know that I only love you in the world? You, who are a stone to me, you, whom I tended through months and months of illness and grief, and who bade me farewell with a smile on your face, and forgot me before the door shut between us." The native servants lying outside his verandas beheld with wonder the Major, so cold and quiet ordinarily, at present so passionately moved and cast down. Would she have pitied him had she seen him? He read over and over all the letters which he ever had from her, letters of business relative to the little property which he had made her believe her husband had left to her, brief notes of invitation, every scrap of writing that she had ever sent to him. How cold, how kind, how hopeless, how selfish they were. Had there been some kind, gentle soul near at hand who could read and appreciate this silent, generous heart, who knows but that the reign of Amelia might have been over, and that friend William's love might have flowed into a kinder channel? But there was only Glorvina of the jetty ringlets, with whom his intercourse was familiar, and this dashing young woman was not bent upon loving the Major, but rather on making the Major admire her, a most vain and hopeless task, too, at least considering the means that the poor girl possessed to carry it out. She curled her hair and showed her shoulders at him, as much as to say, "Did ye ever see such jet ringlets and such a complexion?" She grinned at him so that he might see that every tooth in her head was sound, and he never heeded all these charms. Very soon after the arrival of the box of millinery, and perhaps indeed in honor of it, Lady O'Dowd and the ladies of the King's regiment gave a ball to the company's regiments and the civilians at the station. Glorvina sported the killing pink frock, and the Major, who attended the party and walked very ruefully up and down the rooms, never so much as perceived the pink garment. Glorvina danced past him in a fury with all the young subalterns. Of the station, and the Major was not in the least jealous of her performance or angry because Captain Bangles of the cavalry handed her to supper. It was not jealousy, or frocks, or shoulders that could move him, and Glorvina had nothing more. So these two were each exemplifying the vanity of this life, and each longing for what he or she could not get. Glorvina cried with rage at the failure. She had set her mind on the Major more than on any of the others, she owned, sobbing. "He'll break my heart, he will, Peggy," she would whimper to her sister-in-law when they were good friends. "Sure every one of me frocks must be taken in. It's such a skeleton I'm growing." Fat or thin, laughing or melancholy, on horseback or the music stool, it was all the same to the Major. And the Colonel, puffing his pipe and listening to these complaints, would suggest that Glory should have some black frocks out in the next box from London, and told a mysterious story of a lady in Ireland who died of grief for the loss of her husband before she got a one. While the Major was going on in this tantalizing way, not proposing and declining to fall in love, there came another ship from Europe bringing letters on board, and amongst them some more for the heartless man. These were home letters bearing an earlier postmark than that of the former packets, and as Major Dobbin recognized among his the handwriting of his sister, who always crossed and recrossed her letters to her brother, gathered together all the possible bad news which she could collect, abused him and read him lectures with sisterly frankness, and always left him miserable for the day. After dearest William had achieved the perusal of one of her epistles, the truth must be told that dearest William did not hurry himself to break the sail of Bauze. A fortnight before, moreover, he had written to scold her for telling those absurd stories to Mrs. Osborne, and had dispatched a letter in reply to that lady, undeceiving her. With respect to the reports concerning him, and assuring her that he had no sort of present intention of altering his condition. 2 or 3 nights after the arrival of the second package of letters, the Major had banners of victual and hang of frasons with rather more attention than usual to the meeting of the Weathers, the minstrel boy, and 1 or 2 other specimens of song with which she favored him. The truth is, he was no more listening to Glorvina than to the howling of the jackals in the moonlight outside, and the delusion was hers as usual, and having played his gauges with her pervade was curbit with inclusebave. There on his table his sister's letter lay reproaching him. He took it up. A shudden wedding hat unmating has quelled. It may have been an hour after the Major's departure from the Colonel's house. Sir Michael was sleeping the sleep of the just. Glorvina had arranged her black ringlets in the innumerable little bits of paper in which it was her habit to confine them. Lady O'Dowd, too, had gone to her bed in the nuptial chapchady Kerman, on the ground floor, in case of court of Carndamensbold bed being hafted to fitty diff and cabal O'Dowd, Colonel, said Dobbin, and kept up a great shouting. Heavens, me jor, said Glorvina of the curl papers, putting out her head too. From her window. What is it, Dobb, me boy? Said the Colonel, expecting there was a fire in the station, or that the route had come from headquarters. I must have leave of absence. I must go to England on the most urgent private affairs, Dobbin said. Good heavens, what has happened? Thought Glorvina, trembling with all the papillotes. I want to be off now tonight, Dobbin continued, and the Colonel, getting up, came out to parley with him. In the postscript of Miss Dobbin's cross letter, the Major had just come upon a paragraph to the following effect: "I drove yesterday to see your old acquaintance, Mrs. Osborne. The wretched place they live at, since they were bankrupts, you know, Mr. S. To judge from a brass plate on the door of his hut, it is little better is a coal merchant. The little boy, your godson, is certainly a fine child, though forward and inclined to be saucy and self-willed, but we have taken notice of him as you wish it and have introduced him to his aunt, Miss O., who was rather pleased with him. Perhaps his grandpapa, not the bankrupt one, who is almost doting, but Mr. Osborne of Russell Square, may be induced to relent towards the child of your friend, his ear-ring and self-willed son, and Amelia will not be ill-disposed to give him up. The widow is consolid, and is about to marry a reverend gentleman, the Reverend Mr. Benny, one of the curates of Brompton. A poor match, but Mrs. O. is getting old, and I saw a great deal of gray in her hair. She was in very good spirits, and your little godson overate himself at our house. Mamma sends her love with that of your affectionate Anne Dobbin." Chapter 44. Our old friends, the Crawleys' family house, in Great Gaunt Street, still bore over its front the hatchment which had been placed there as a token of mourning for Sir Pitt Crawley's demise, yet this heraldic emblem was in itself a very splendid and gaudy piece of furniture, and all the rest of the mansion became more brilliant than it had ever been during the late baronet's reign. The black outer coating of the bricks was removed, and they appeared with a cheerful, blushing face streaked with white. The old bronze lions of the knocker were gilt handsomely, the railings painted, and the dismalest house in Great Gaunt Street became the smartest in the whole quarter, before the green leaves in Hampshire had replaced those yellowing ones which were on the trees in Queen's Crawley Avenue when old Sir Pitt Crawley passed under them for the last time. A little woman, with a carriage to correspond, was perpetually seen about this mansion. An elderly spinster, accompanied by a little boy, also might be remarked coming thither daily. It was Miss Briggs and little Rawdon whose business it was. To see to the inward renovation of Sir Pitt's house, to superintend the female band engaged in stitching the blinds and hangings, to poke and rummage in the drawers and cupboards crammed with the dirty relics and congregated trumperies of a couple of generations of Lady Crawleys, and to take inventories of the china, the glass, and other properties in the closets and storerooms. Mrs. Rawdon Crawley was general-in-chief over these arrangements, with full orders from Sir Pitt to sell, barter, confiscate, or purchase furniture, and she enjoyed herself not a little in an occupation which gave full scope to her taste and ingenuity. The renovation of the house was determined upon when Sir Pitt came to town in November to see his lawyers, and when he passed nearly a week in Curzon Street under the roof of his affectionate brother and sister. He had put up at an hotel at first, but Becky, as soon as she heard of the baronet's arrival, went off alone to greet him and returned in an hour to Curzon. Street with Sir Pitt in the carriage by her side. It was impossible sometimes to resist this artless little creature's hospitalities. So kindly were they pressed, so frankly and amiably offered. Becky seized Pitt's hand in a transport of gratitude when he agreed to come. "Thank you," she said, squeezing it and looking into the baronet's eyes, who blushed a good deal. "How happy this will make Rawdon." She bustled up to Pitt's bedroom, leading on the servants who were carrying his trunks thither. She came in herself laughing with a coal scuttle out of her own room. A fire was blazing already in Sir Pitt's apartment. It was Miss Briggs's room, by the way, who was sent upstairs to sleep with the maid. "I knew I should bring you," she said with pleasure beaming in her glance. Indeed, she was really sincerely happy at having him for a guest. Becky made Rawdon dine out once or twice on business, while Pitt stayed with them, and the baronet passed the happy evening alone with her and Briggs. She went downstairs to the kitchen and actually cooked little dishes for him. "Isn't it a good somi?" she said. "I made it for you. I can make you better dishes than that, and will when you come to see me. Everything you do well," said the baronet gallantly. "The somi is excellent indeed." "A poor man's wife," Rebecca replied gaily, "must make herself useful, you know," in which her brother-in-law vowed that she was fit to be the wife of an emperor, and that to be skillful in domestic duties was surely one of the most charming of woman's qualities. And Sir Pitt thought, with something like mortification, of Lady Jane at home, and of a certain pie which she had insisted on making and serving to him at dinner, a most abominable pie, besides the salmi, which was made of Lord Steyne's pheasants from his. Lordship's cottage of Stilbrook. Becky gave her brother-in-law a bottle of white wine, some that Rawdon had brought with him from France and had picked up for nothing, the little storyteller said, whereas the liquor was, in truth, some white hermitage from the Marquis of Steyne's famous cellars, which brought fire into the baronet's pallid cheeks and a glow into his feeble frame. Then, when he had drunk up the bottle of Petit Vin Blanc, she gave him her hand and took him up to the drawing-room, and made him snug on the sofa by the fire, and let him talk as she listened with the tenderest kindly interest, sitting by him and hemming a shirt for her dear little boy. Whenever Mrs. Rawdon wished to be particularly humble and virtuous, this little shirt used to come out of her work-box. It had got to be too small for Rawdon long before it was finished. While Rebecca listened to Pitt, she talked to him, she sang to him, she coaxed him and cuddled him, so that he found himself more and more glad every day to get back from the lawyers at Gray's Inn to the blazing fire in Curzon Street, a gladness in which the men of law likewise participated, for Pitt's harangues were of the longest, and so that when he went away he felt quite a pang at departing. How pretty she looked, kissing her hand to him from the carriage and waving her handkerchief when he had taken his place in the mail. She put the handkerchief to her eyes once. He pulled his sealskin cap over his as the coach drove away, and, sinking back, he thought to himself how she respected him, and how he deserved it, and how Rawdon was a foolish dull fellow who didn't half appreciate his wife, and how mum and stupid his own wife was compared to that brilliant little Becky. Becky had hinted every one of these things herself, perhaps, but so delicately and gently that you hardly knew when or where. And before they parted, it was agreed that the house in London should be redecorated for the next season, and that the brothers' family should meet again in the country at Christmas. "I wish you could have got a little money out of him," Rawdon said to his wife moodily when the baronet was gone. "I should like to give something to old Raggles, hanged if I shouldn't. It ain't right, you know, that the old fellow should be kept out of all his money. It may be inconvenient, and he might let to somebody else besides us, you know." "Tell him," said Becky, "that as soon as Sir Pitt's affairs are settled, everybody will be paid, and give him a little something on account. "Here's a check that Pitt left for the boy," and she took from her bag and gave her husband a paper which his brother had handed over to her on behalf of the little son and heir of the younger branch of the Crawleys. The truth is, she had tried personally the ground on which her husband expressed a wish that she should venture tried it ever so delicately, and found it unsafe. Even at a hint about embarrassments, Sir Pitt Crawley was often alarmed, and he began a long speech, explaining how straitened he himself was in money matters, how the tenants would not pay, how his father's affairs and the expenses attendant upon the demise of the old gentleman had involved him, how he wanted to pay off encumbrances, and how the bankers and agents were overdrawn, and Pitt Crawley ended by making a compromise with his sister-in-law and giving her a very small sum for the benefit of her little boy. Pitt knew how poor his brother and his brother's family must be. It could not have escaped the notice of such a cool and experienced old diplomatist that Rawdon's family had nothing to live upon, and that houses and carriages are not to be kept for nothing. He knew very well that he was the proprietor or appropriator of the money, which, according to all proper calculation, ought to have fallen to his younger brother. And he had, we may be sure, some secret pangs of remorse within him, which warned him that he ought to perform some act of justice, or, let us say, compensation, towards these disappointed relations. A just, decent man, not without brains, who said his prayers and knew his catechism and did his duty outwardly through life, he could not be otherwise than aware that something was due to his brother at his hands, and that morally he was Rawdon's debtor. But, as one reads in the columns of the Times newspaper every now and then, queer announcements from the Chancellor of the Exchequer, acknowledging the receipt of £50 from A, B, or £10 from W.T. as conscience money on account of taxes due by the said A, B, or W.T., which payments the penitents beg the right honourable gentleman to acknowledge through the medium of the public press, so is the Chancellor, no doubt, and the reader likewise, always perfectly sure that the above-named A, B, and W.T. are only paying the very small installment of what they really owe, and that the man who sends up a £20 note has very likely hundreds or thousands more for which he ought to account. Such at least are my feelings when I see A.B. or W.T.'s insufficient acts of repentance, and I have no doubt that Pitt Crawley's contrition, or kindness if you will, towards his younger brother, by whom he had so much profited, was only a very small dividend upon the capital sum in which he was indebted to Rawdon. Not everybody is willing to pay even so much. To part with money is a sacrifice beyond almost all men endowed with a sense of order. There is scarcely any man alive who does not think himself meritorious for giving his neighbor £5. Thriftless gives, not from a beneficent pleasure in giving, but from a lazy delight in spending. He would not deny himself one enjoyment, not his opera stall, not his horse, not his dinner, not even the pleasure of giving Lazarus the £5. Thrifty, who is good, wise, just, and owes no man a penny, turns from a beggar, haggles with a hackney coachman, or denies a poor relation, and I doubt which is the most selfish of the two. Money has only a different value in the eyes of each. So, in a word, Pitt Crawley thought he would do something for his brother, and then thought that he would think about it some other time. And with regard to Becky, she was not a woman who expected too much from the generosity of her neighbors, and so was quite content with all that Pitt Crawley had done for her. She was acknowledged by the head of the family. If Pitt would not give her anything, he would get something for her some day. If she got no money from her brother-in-law, she got what was as good as money credit. Reckles was made rather easy in his mind by the spectacle of the union between the brothers, by a small payment on the spot, and by the promise of a much larger sum speedily to be assigned to him. And Rebecca told Miss Briggs, whose Christmas dividend upon the little sum lent by her Becky paid with an air of candid joy, and as if her exchequer was brimming over with gold. Rebecca, we say, told Miss Briggs in strict confidence that she had conferred with Sir Pitt, who was famous as a financier, on Briggs's special behalf. As to the most profitable investment of Miss B.'s remaining capital, that Sir Pitt, after much consideration, had thought of a most safe and advantageous way in which Briggs could lay out her money, that being especially interested in her as an attached friend of the late Miss Crawley, and of the whole family, and that long before he left town, he had recommended that she should be ready with the money at a moment's notice, so as to purchase at the most favorable opportunity the shares which Sir Pitt had in his eye. Poor Miss Briggs was very grateful for this mark of Sir Pitt's attention. It came so unsolicited, she said, for she never should have thought of removing the money from the funds, and the delicacy enhanced the kindness of the office, and she promised to see her man of business immediately, and be ready with her little cash at the proper hour. And this worthy woman was so grateful for the kindness of Rebecca in the matter, and for that of her generous benefactor the Colonel, that she went out and spent a great part of her half-year's dividend in the purchase of a black velvet coat for little Rawdon, who, by the way, was grown almost too big for black velvet now, and was of a size and age befitting him for the assumption of the virile jacket and pantaloons. He was a fine, open-faced boy with blue eyes and waving flaxen hair, sturdy in limb, but generous and soft in heart, fondly attaching himself to all who were good to him, to the pony, to Lord Southdown, who gave him the horse. He used to blush and glow all over when he saw that kind young nobleman, to the groom who had charge of the pony, to Molly, the cook, who crammed him with ghost stories at night, and with good things from the dinner, to Briggs, whom he plagued and laughed at as his mimic. Here, as he grew to be about 8 years old, his attachments may be said to have ended. The beautiful mother vision had faded away after a while. During near 2 years, she had scarcely spoken to the child. She disliked him. He had the measles and the whooping cough. He bored her. One day, when he was standing at the landing place, having crept down from the upper regions, attracted by the sound of his mother's voice, who was singing to Lord Steyne, the drawing-room door opening suddenly, discovered the little spy, who but a moment before had been wrapped in delight and listening to the music. His mother came out and struck him violently a couple of boxes on the ear. He heard a laugh from the Marquis in the inner room, who was amused by this free and artless exhibition of Becky's temper, and fled down below to his friends of the kitchen, bursting in an agony of grief. "It is not because it hurts me," little Rawdon gasped out, only sobs, and tears wound up the sentence in a storm. It was the little boy's heart that was bleeding. Why mayn't I hear her singing? Why don't she ever sing to me as she does to that bald-headed man with the large teeth? He gasped out at various intervals these exclamations of rage and grief. The cook looked at the housemaid. The housemaid looked knowingly at the footman. The awful kitchen inquisition which sits in judgment in every house and knows everything sat on Rebecca at that moment. After this incident, the mother's dislike increased to hatred. The consciousness that the child was in the house was a reproach and a pain to her. His very sight annoyed her. Fear, doubt, and resistance sprang up too in the boy's own bosom. They were separated from that day of the boxes on the ear. Lord Steina also heartily disliked the boy. When they met by mischance, he made sarcastic bows or remarks to the child, or glared at him with savage-looking eyes. Rawdon used to stare him in the face and double his little fists in return. He knew his enemy, and this gentleman, of all who came to the house, was the one who angered him most. One day the footman found him squaring his fists at Lord Steina's hat in the hall. The footman told the circumstance as a good joke to Lord Steyne's coachman. That officer imparted it to Lord Steyne's gentleman and to the servants' hall in general. And very soon afterwards, when Mrs. Rawdon Crawley made her appearance at Gaunt House, the porter who unbarred the gates, the servants of all uniforms in the hall, the functionaries in white waistcoats who bawled out from landing to landing, the names of Colonel and Mrs. Rawdon Crawley knew about her, or fancied they did. The man who brought her refreshment and stood behind her chair had talked her character over with a large gentleman in motley-colored clothes at his side. Bon Dieu! It is awful, that servant's inquisition. You see a woman in a great party in a splendid saloon, surrounded by faithful admirers, distributing sparkling glances, dressed to perfection, curled, rouged, smiling and happy. Discovery walks respectfully up to her, in the shape of a huge powdered man with large calves and a tray of ices with calumny which is as fatal as truth behind him, in the shape of the hulking fellow carrying the wafer biscuits. Madam, your secret will be talked over by those men at their club at the public house tonight. Jeemes will tell Charles's notions about you over their pipes and pewter beer pots. Some people ought to have mutes for servants in Vanity Fair, mutes who could not write. If you are guilty, tremble. That fellow behind your chair may be a janissary with a bowstring in his plush breeches pocket. If you are not guilty, have a care of appearances, which are as ruinous as guilt. Was Rebecca guilty or not? The Vemgerecht of the servants' hall had pronounced against her, and, I shame to say, she would not have got credit had they not believed her to be guilty. It was the sight of the Marquis of Steyne's carriage lamps at her door, contemplated by Raggles, burning in the blackness of midnight, that kept him up, as he afterwards said, that even more than Rebecca's arts and coaxings. And so guiltless, very likely she was writhing and pushing onward towards what they call a position in society. And the servants were pointing at her as lost and ruined. So you see Molly, the housemaid of a morning, watching a spider in the doorpost lay his thread and laboriously crawl up it, until, tired of the sport, she raises her broom and sweeps away the thread and the artificer. A day or two before Christmas, Becky, her husband and her son made ready and went to pass the holidays at the seat of their ancestors at Queen's Crawley. Becky would have liked to leave the little brat behind, and would have done so, but for Lady Jane's urgent invitations to the youngster, and the symptoms of revolt and discontent which Rawdon manifested at her neglect of her son. "He's the finest boy in England," the father said in a tone of reproach to her, "and you don't seem to care for him, Becky, as much as you do for your spaniel. He shan't bother you much. At home he will be away from you in the nursery, and he shall go outside on the coach with me." "Where you go yourself, because you want to smoke those filthy cigars," replied Mrs. Rawdon. "I remember when you liked 'em, though," answered the husband. Becky laughed. She was almost always good-humored. "That was when I was on my promotion, Goosey," she said. Take Rawdon outside with you and give him a cigar too, if you like." Rawdon did not warm his little son for the winter's journey in this way, but he and Briggs wrapped up the child in shawls and comforters, and he was hoisted respectfully onto the roof of the coach in the dark morning under the lamps of the White Horse Cellar, and with no small delight he watched the dawn rise and made his first journey to the place which his father still called home. It was a journey of infinite pleasure to the boy, to whom the incidents of the road afforded endless interest, his father answering to him all questions connected with it, and telling him who lived in the great white house to the right and whom the park belonged to. His mother, inside the vehicle with her maid and her furs, her wrappers and her scent bottles, made such a to-do that you would have thought she never had been in a stagecoach before, much less that she had been turned out of this very one to make room for a paying passenger on a certain journey performed some half-score years ago. It was dark again when little Rawdon was wakened up to enter his uncle's carriage at Mudbury, and he sat and looked out of it wondering as the great iron gates flew open, and at the white trunks of the limes as they swept by, until they stopped at length before the light windows of the hall, which were blazing and comfortable with Christmas welcome. The hall door was flung open, a big fire was burning in the great old fireplace, a carpet was down over the checkered black flags. "It's the old turkey one that used to be in the ladies' gallery," thought Rebecca, and the next instant was kissing Lady Jane. She and Sir Pitt performed the same salute with great gravity, but Rawdon, having been smoking, hung back rather from his sister-in-law, whose 2 children came up to their cousin, and, while Matilda held out her hand and kissed him, Pitt Binkie Southdown, the son and heir, stood aloof rather and examined him as a little dog does, a big dog. Then the kind hostess conducted her guests to the snug apartments blazing with cheerful fires. Then the young ladies came and knocked at Mrs. Rawdon's door, under the pretense that they were desirous to be useful, but in reality to have the pleasure of inspecting the contents of her band and bonnet boxes, and her dresses, which, though black, were of the newest London fashion. And they told her how much the hall was changed for the better, and how old Lady Southdown was gone, and how Pitt was taking his station in the county, as became a Crawley in fact. Then the great dinner bell having rung, the family assembled at dinner, at which meal Rawdon Jr. was placed by his aunt, the good-natured lady of the house, Sir Pitt being uncommonly attentive to his sister-in-law at his own right hand. Little Rawdon exhibited a fine appetite and showed a gentlemanlike behavior. "I like to dine here," he said to his aunt when he had completed his meal, at the conclusion of which, and after a decent grace by Sir Pitt, the younger son and heir was introduced, and was perched on a high chair by the baronet's side, while the daughter took possession of the place and the little wine-glass prepared for her near her mother. "I like to dine here," said Rawdon minor, looking up at his relation's kind face. "Why?" said the good Lady Jane. "I dine in the kitchen when I am at home," replied Rawdon minor, "or else with Briggs." But Becky was so engaged with the baronet, her host, pouring out a flood of compliments and delights and raptures, and admiring young Pitt Binkie, whom she declared to be the most beautiful, intelligent, noble-looking little creature, and so like his father that she did not hear the remarks of her own flesh and blood at the other end of the broad shining table. As a guest, and it being the first night of his arrival, Rawdon II was allowed to sit up until the hour when tea being over, and a great gilt book being laid on the table before Sir Pitt. All the domestics of the family streamed in, and Sir Pitt read prayers. It was the first time the poor little boy had ever witnessed or heard of such a ceremonial. The house had been much improved even since the baronet's brief reign, and was pronounced by Becky to be perfect, charming, delightful, when she surveyed it in his company. As for little Rawdon, who examined it with the children for his guides, it seemed to him a perfect palace of enchantment and wonder. There, were long galleries and ancient state bedrooms. There were pictures and old china and armor. There were the rooms in which Grandpapa died, and by which the children walked with terrified looks. "Who was Grandpapa?" he asked. And they told him how he used to be very old and used to be wheeled about in a garden chair. And they showed him the garden chair one day rotting in the outhouse in which it had lain since the old gentleman had been wheeled away yonder to the church, of which the spire was glittering over the park elms. The brothers had good occupation for several mornings in examining the improvements which had been effected by Sir Pitt's genius and economy, and as they walked or rode and looked at them, they could talk without too much boring each other. And Pitt took care to tell Rawdon what a heavy outlay of money these improvements had occasioned, and that a man of landed and funded property was often very hard pressed for £20. "There is that new lodge gate," said Pitt, pointing to it humbly with the bamboo cane. "I can know." "More pay for it before the dividends in January than I can fly." "I can lend you, Pitt, till then," Rawdon answered rather ruefully, and they went in and looked at the restored lodge, where the family arms were just new scraped in stone, and where old Mrs. Locke, for the first time these many long years, had tight doors, sound roofs, and whole windows. Chapter 45. Between Hampshire and London. Sir Pitt Crawley had done more than repair fences and restore dilapidated lodges on the Queen's Crawley estate. Like a wise man, he had set to work to rebuild the injured popularity of his house and stop up the gaps and ruins in which his name had been left by his disreputable and thriftless old predecessor. He was elected for the borough speedily after his father's demise. A magistrate, a member of Parliament, a county magnate and representative of an ancient family, he made it his duty to show himself before the Hampshire public, subscribed handsomely to the county charities, called the Sizable in Hampshire, compelled. Lady Jane was instructed to be friendly with the Fuddlestones and the Wapshots and the other famous baronets, their neighbors. Their carriages might frequently be seen in the Queen's Crawley Avenue now. They dined pretty frequently at the hall, where the cookery was so good that it was clear Lady Jane. Very seldom had a hand in it, and in return Pitt and his wife most energetically dined out in all sorts of weather and at all sorts of distances. For though Pitt did not care for joviality, being a frigid man of poor hearth and appetite, yet he considered that to be hospitable and condescending was quite incumbent on his station, and every time that he got a headache from too long an after-dinner sitting, he felt that he was a martyr to duty. He talked about crops, corn laws, politics, with the best country gentlemen. He who had been formerly inclined to be a sad free-thinker on these points entered into poaching and game-preserving with ardor. He didn't hunt. He wasn't a hunting man. He was a man of books and peaceful habits, but he thought that the breed of horses must be kept up in the country, and that the breed of foxes must therefore be looked to, and for his part, if his friend, Sir Huddlestone Fuddlestone, liked to draw his country and meet as of old the hounds used to do at Queen's Crawley, he should be happy to see him there, and the gentlemen of the Fuddlestone hunt, and to Lady Southdown's dismay too. He became more orthodox in his tendencies every day, gave up preaching in public and attending meeting-houses, went stoutly to church, called on the bishop and all the clergy at Winchester, and made no objection when the venerable Archdeacon Trumper asked for a game of whist. What pangs must have been those of Lady Southdown, and what an utter castaway she must have thought her son-in-law for permitting such a godless diversion. And when, on the return of the family from an oratorio at Winchester, the baronet announced to the young ladies that he should next year very probably take them to the county balls, They worshipped him for his kindness. Lady Jane was only too obedient, and perhaps glad herself to go. The dowager wrote off the direst descriptions of her daughter's worldly behavior to the authoress of The Washerwoman of Finchley Common at the Cape, and her house in Brighton being about this time unoccupied, returned to that watering place, her absence being not very much deplored by her children. We may suppose, too, that Rebecca, on paying a second visit to Queen's Crawley, did not feel particularly grieved at the absence of the lady of the medicine chest, though she wrote a Christmas letter to her ladyship in which she respectfully recalled herself to Lady Southdown's recollection, spoke with gratitude of the delight which her ladyship's conversation had given her on the former visit, dilated on the kindness with which her ladyship had treated her in sickness, and declared that everything at Queen's Crawley remained corrective. A great part of the altered demeanour and popularity of Sir Pitt Crawley might have been traced to the counsels of that astute little lady of Curzon Street. "You remain a baronet. You consent to be a mere country gentleman," she said to him, while he had been her guest in London. "No, Sir Pitt Crawley, I know you better. I know your talents and your ambition. You fancy you hide them both, but you can conceal neither from me. I showed Lord Steiner your pamphlet on malt. He was familiar with it and said it was in the opinion of the whole cabinet the most masterly thing that had appeared on the subject. The ministry has its eye upon you, and I know what you want. You want to distinguish yourself in Parliament. Everyone says you are the finest speaker in England, for your speeches at Oxford are still remembered. You want to be member for the county, where, with your own vote, and your borough at your back, you can command anything. And you want to be Baron Crawley of Queen's Crawley, and will be before you die. I saw it all. I could read your heart, Sir Pitt. If I had a husband who possessed your intellect as he does your name, I sometimes think I should not be unworthy of him, but I am your kinswoman now," she added with a laugh. "Poor little penniless, I have got a little interest, and who knows, perhaps the mouse may be able to aid the lion." Pitt Crawley was amazed and enraptured with her speech. "How that woman comprehends me," he said. "I never could get Jane to read 3 pages of the malt pamphlet. She has no idea that I have commanding talents or secret ambition. So they remember my speaking at Oxford, do they? The rascals! Now that I represent my borough and may sit for the county, they begin to recollect me. Why, Lord Steiner cut me at the levee last year. They are beginning to find out that Pitt Crawley is someone at last. Yes, the man was always the same whom these people neglected. It was only the opportunity that was wanting, and I will show them now that I can speak and act as well as write." Achilles did not declare himself until they gave him the sword. I hold it now, and the world shall yet hear of Pitt Crawley. Therefore it was that this roguish diplomatist has grown so hospitable, that he was so civil to oratorios and hospitals, so kind to deans and chapters, so generous in giving and accepting dinners, so uncommonly gracious to farmers on market days, and so much interested about county business, and that the Christmas at the Hall was the gayest which had been known there for many a long day. On Christmas Day, a great family gathering took place. All the Crawleys from the rectory came to dine. Rebecca was as frank and fond of Mrs. Bute as if the other had never been her enemy. She was affectionately interested in the dear girls, and surprised at the progress which they had made in music since her time, and insisted upon encoring one of the duets out of the great songbooks which Jim, grumbling, had been forced to bring under his arm from the rectory. Mrs. Bute, perforce, was obliged to adopt a decent demeanour towards the little adventuress, of course, being free to discourse with her daughters afterwards about the absurd respect with which Sir Pitt treated his sister-in-law. But Jim, who had sat next to her at dinner, declared she was a trump, and one and all of the rector's family agreed that the little Rawdon was a fine boy. They respected a possible baronet in the boy, between whom and the title there was only the little sickly pale Pitt Binkie. The children were very good friends. Pitt Binkie was too little a dog for such a big dog as Rawdon to play with, and Matilda, being only a girl, of course not fit companion for a young gentleman who was near 8 years old and going into jackets very soon. He took the command of this small party at once, the little girl and the little boy following him about with great reverence at such times as he condescended to sport with them. His happiness and pleasure in the country were extreme. The kitchen garden pleased him hugely, the flowers moderately, but the pigeons and the poultry, and the stables when he was allowed to visit them, were delightful objects to him. He resisted being kissed by the Mrs. Crawley, but he allowed Lady Jane sometimes to embrace him, and it was by her side that he liked to sit, when, the signal to retire to the drawing-room being given, the ladies left the gentlemen to their claret by her side rather than by his mother. For Rebecca, seeing that tenderness was the fashion, called Rawdon to her one evening and stooped down and kissed him in the presence of all the ladies. He looked her full in the face after the operation, trembling and turning very red, as his wont was when moved. "You never kiss me at home, mamma," he said, at which there was a general silence and consternation and a by no means pleasant look in Becky's eyes. Rawdon was fond of his sister-in-law for her regard for his son. Lady Jane and Becky did not get on quite so well at this visit as on occasion of the former one, when the colonel's wife was bent upon pleasing. Those 2 speeches of the child struck rather a chill. Perhaps Sir Pitt was rather too attentive to her. But Rawdon, as became his age and size, was fonder of the society of the men than of the women, and never wearied of accompanying his sire to the stables, whither the colonel retired to smoke his cigar, Jim, the rector's son, sometimes joining his cousin in that and other amusements. He and the baronet's keeper were very close friends, their mutual taste for dogs bringing them much together. On one day, Mr. James, the colonel, and Horn, the keeper, went and shot pheasants, taking little Rawdon with them. On another most blissful morning these 4 gentlemen partook of the amusement of rat-hunting in a barn, than which sport Rawdon as yet had never seen anything more noble. They stopped up the ends of certain drains in the barn, into the other openings of which ferrets were inserted, and then stood silently aloof, with uplifted stakes in their hands, and an anxious little terrier, Mr. James's celebrated dog Forceps, indeed scarcely breathing from excitement, listening motionless on 3 legs to the faint squeaking of the rats below. Desperately bold at last, the persecuted animals bolted above ground. The terrier accounted for one, the keeper for another. Rawdon, from flurry and excitement, missed his rat, but on the other hand he half murdered a ferret. But the greatest day of all was that on which Sir Huddlestone Fuddlestone's hounds met upon the lawn at Queen's Crawley. That was a famous sight for little Rawdon. At 10:30, Tom Moody, Sir Huddlestone Fuddlestone's huntsman, was seen trotting up the avenue, followed by the noble pack of hounds in a compact body, the rear being brought up by the 2 whips, clad in stained scarlet frocks, light hard-featured lads on well-bred lean horses, possessing marvelous dexterity in casting the points of their long heavy whips at the thinnest part of any dog's skin, or dares to straggle from the main body, or to take the slightest hunnest part of the inn't cart that's vave. Next comes Boy Jack, Tom Moody's son, who weighs 5 stone, measures 8 40 inches, and will never be any bigger. He is perched on a large raw-boned hunter, half covered by a capacious saddle. This animal is Sir Huddlestone Fuddlestone's favorite horse, the Nob. Other horses, ridden by other small boys, arrive from time to time, awaiting their masters, who will come cantering on anon. Tom Moody rides up to the door of the hall, where he is welcomed by the butler, who offers him drink, which he declines. He and his pack then draw off into a sheltered corner of the lawn, where the dogs roll on the grass and play or growl angrily at one another, ever and anon breaking out into furious fights speedily to be quelled by Tom's voice, unmatched at rating, or the snaky thongs of the whips. Many young gentlemen canter up on thoroughbred hacks, spatter dash to the knee, and enter the house to drink cherry brandy and pay their respects to the ladies, or, more modest and sportsmanlike, divest themselves of their mud boots, exchange their hacks for their hunters, and warm their blood by a preliminary gallop round the lawn. Then they collect round the pack in the corner and talk with Tom Moody of past sport, and the merits of Sniveller and Diamond, and of the state of the country, and of the wretched breed of foxes. Sir Huddlestone presently appears mounted on a clever cob, and rides up to the hall, where he enters and does the civil thing by the ladies, after which, being a man of few words, he proceeds to business. The hounds are drawn up to the hall door, and little Rawdon descends amongst them, excited yet half alarmed by the caresses which they bestow upon him, at the thumps he receives from their waving tails, and at their canine bickerings, scarcely restrained by Tom Moody's tongue and lash. Meanwhile, Sir Huddlestone has hoisted himself unwieldily on the knobe. "Let's try Sowster's spinney, Tom," says the baronet. "Farmer Mangle tells me there are 2 foxes in it." Tom blows his horn and trots off, followed by the pack, by the whips, by the young gents from Winchester, by the farmers of the neighborhood, by the laborers of the parish on foot, with whom the day is a great holiday, Sir Huddlestone bringing up the rear with Colonel Crawley, and the whole cortege disappears down the avenue. The Reverend Bute Crawley, who has been too modest to appear at the public meet before his nephew's windows, whom Tom Moody remembers 40 years back a slender divine riding the wildest horses, jumping the widest brooks, and larking over the newest gates in the country, his reverence, we say, happens to trot out from the rectory lane on his powerful black horse just as Sir Huddlestone passes. He joins the worthy baronet. Hounds and horsemen disappear, and little Rawdon remains on the doorsteps, wondering and happy. During the progress of this memorable holiday, little Rawdon, if he had got no special liking for his uncle, always awful and cold and locked up in his study, plunged in justice business, and surrounded by bailiffs and farmers, has gained the good graces of his married and maiden aunts, of the 2 little folks of the hall, and of Jim of the rectory, whom Sir Pitt is encouraging to pay his addresses to one of the young ladies, with an understanding doubtless that he shall be presented to the living when it shall be vacated by his fox-hunting old. Sire, Jim has given up that sport himself, and confines himself to a little harmless duck or snipe shooting, or a little quiet trifling with the rats during the Christmas holidays, after which he will return to the university and try and not be plucked once more. He has already eschewed green coats, red neckcloths, and other worldly ornaments, and is preparing himself for a change in his condition. In this cheap and thrifty way, Sir Pitt tries to pay off his debt to his family. Also, before this merry Christmas was over, the baronet had screwed up courage enough to give his brother another draft on his bankers, and for no less a sum than £100, an act which caused Sir Pitt cruel pangs at first, but which made him glow afterwards to think himself one of the most generous of men. Rawdon and the son went away with the utmost heaviness of heart. Becky and the ladies parted with some alacrity, however, and our friend returned to London to commence those avocations with which we find her occupied when this chapter begins. Under her care, the Crawley House in Great Gaunt Street was quite rejuvenescent and ready for the reception of Sir Pitt and his family when the baronet came to London to attend his duties in Parliament and to assume that position in the country for which his vast genius fitted him. For the first session, this profound dissembler hid his projects and never opened his lips but to present a petition from Mudbury. But he attended assiduously in his place and learned thoroughly the routine and business of the House. At home, he gave himself up to the perusal of blue books, to the alarm and wonder of Lady Jane, who thought he was killing himself by late hours and intense application, and he made acquaintance with the ministers and the chiefs of his party, determining to rank as one of them before many years were over. Lady Jane's sweetness and kindness had inspired Rebecca with such a contempt for her ladyship as the little woman found no small difficulty in concealing. That sort of goodness and simplicity which Lady Jane possessed annoyed our friend. Becky, and it was impossible for her at times not to show, or to let the other divine, her scorn. Her presence, too, rendered Lady Jane uneasy. Her husband talked constantly with Becky. Signs of intelligence seemed to pass between them, and Pitt spoke with her on subjects on which he never thought of discoursing with Lady Jane. The latter did not understand them, to be sure, but it was mortifying to remain silent. Still more mortifying to know that you had nothing to say and hear that little audacious Mrs. Rawdon dashing on from subject to subject with a word for every man and a joke always pat, and to sit in one's own house alone, by the fireside, and watching all the men round your rival. In the country, when Lady Jane was telling stories to the children, who clustered about her knees, little Rawdon into the bargain, who was very fond of her, and Becky came into the room, sneering with green, scornful eyes. Poor Lady Jane grew silent under those baleful glances. Her simple little fancies shrank away tremulously as fairies in the storybooks before a superior bad angel. She could not go on, although Rebecca, with the smallest inflection of sarcasm in her voice, besought her to continue that charming story. And on her side gentle thoughts and simple pleasures were odious to Mrs. Becky. They discorded with her. She hated people for liking them. She spurned children and children lovers. "I have no taste for bread and butter," she would say when caricaturing Lady Jane and her ways to my Lord Steyne. "No more has a certain person for holy water," his lordship replied with a bow and a grin and a great jarring laugh afterwards. So these two ladies did not see much of each other, except upon those occasions when the younger brother's wife, having an object to gain from the other, frequented her. They my loved and my deared each other assiduously, but kept apart generally, whereas Sir Pitt, in the midst of his multiplied avocations, found daily time to see his sister-in-law. On the occasion of his first speaker's dinner, Sir Pitt took the opportunity of appearing before his sister-in-law in his uniform, that old diplomatic suit which he had worn when attaché to the Pumpernickel legation. Becky complimented him upon that dress, and admired him almost as much as his own wife and children, to whom he displayed himself before he set out. She said that it was only the thoroughbred gentleman who could wear the court suit with advantage. It was only your men of ancient race whom the culotte court became. Pitt looked down with complacency at his legs, which had not, in truth, much more symmetry or swell than the lean court sword which dangled by his side, looked down at his legs, and thought in his heart that he was killing. When he was gone, Mrs. Becky made a caricature of his figure, which she showed to Lord Steyne when he arrived. His lordship carried off the sketch, delighted with the accuracy of the resemblance. He had done Sir Pitt Crawley the honor to meet him at Mrs. Becky's house, and had been most gracious to the new baronet and member. Pitt was struck, too, by the deference with which the great peer treated his sister-in-law, by her ease and sprightliness in the conversation, and by the delight with which the other men of the party listened to her talk. Lord Steyne made no doubt but that the baronet had only commenced his career in public life, and expected rather anxiously to hear him as an orator, as they were neighbours, for Great Gaunt Street leads into Gaunt Square, whereof Gaunt House, as everybody knows, forms one side. My lord hoped that as soon as Lady Steyne arrived in London, she would have the honour of making the acquaintance of Lady Crawley. He left a card upon his neighbour in the course of a day or two, having never thought fit to notice his predecessor, though they had lived near each other for near a century past. In the midst of these intrigues and fine parties and wise and brilliant personages, Rawdon felt himself more and more isolated every day. He was allowed to go to the club more, to dine abroad with bachelor friends, to come and go when he liked, without any questions being asked. And he and Rawdon the younger many a time would walk to Gaunt Street and sit with the lady and the children there, while Sir Pitt was closeted with Rebecca on his way to the house, or on his return from it. The ex-colonel would sit for hours in his brother's house, very silent, and thinking and doing as little as possible. He was glad to be employed of an errand, to go and make inquiries about a horse or a servant, or to carve the roast mutton for the dinner of the children. He was beat and cowed into laziness and submission. Delilah had imprisoned him and cut his hair off too. The bold and reckless young blood of 10 years back was subjugated and was turned into a torpid, submissive, middle-aged, stout gentleman. And poor Lady Jane was aware that Rebecca had captivated her husband. Although she and Mrs. Rawdon my deared and my loved each other every day they met. Chapter 46. Struggles and Trials. Our friends at Brompton were meanwhile passing their Christmas after their fashion, and in a manner by no means too cheerful. Out of the £100 a year, which was about the amount of her income, the widow Osborne had been in the habit of giving up nearly 3/4 to her father and mother for the expenses of herself and her little boy. With 120l. more supplied by Jos, this family of 4 people, attended by a single Irish servant who also did for Clapp and his wife, might manage to live in decent comfort through the year, and hold up their heads yet, and be able to give a friend a dish of tea still, after the storms and disappointments of their early life. Sedley still maintained his ascendancy over the family of Mr. Clapp, his ex-clerk. Clapp remembered the time when, sitting on the edge of the chair, he tossed off a bumper to the health of Mrs. Benny's, Miss Emmy, and Mr. Joseph in India, at the merchant's rich table in Russell Square. Time magnified the splendor of those recollections in the honest clerk's bosom, whenever he came up from the kitchen. Parlor to the drawing-room, and partook of tea or gin and water with Mr. Sedley, he would say, "This was not what you was accustomed to once, sir," and as gravely and reverentially drink the health of the ladies as he had done in the days of their utmost prosperity. He thought Miss Melius played the divinest music ever performed, and her the finest lady. He never was sit down before Sedley at the club even, nor would he have that gentleman's character abused by any member of the society. He had seen the first men in London shaking hands with Mr. S. He said he'd known him in times when Rothschild might be seen on 'Change with him any day, and he owed him personally everythink. Clapp, with the best of characters and handwritings, had been able very soon after his master's disaster to find other employment for himself. "Such a little fish as me can swim in any bucket," he used to remark, and a member of the house from which old Sedley had seceded was very glad to make use of Mr. Clapp's services and to reward them with a comfortable salary. In fine, all Sedleys. Wealthy friends had dropped off one by one, and this poor ex-dependent still remained faithfully attached to him. Out of the small residue of her income which Amelia kept back for herself, the widow had need of all the thrift and care possible in order to enable her to keep her darling boy dressed in such a manner as became George Osborne's son, and to defray the expenses of the little school to which, after much misgiving and reluctance and many secret pangs and fears on her own part, she had been induced to send the lad. She had sat up of nights conning lessons and spelling over crabbed grammars and geography books in order to teach them to Georgie. She had worked even at the Latin accidents, fondly hoping that she might be capable of instructing him in that language. To part with him all day, to send him out to the mercy of a schoolmaster's cane and his schoolfellow's roughness, was almost like weaning him over again to that weak mother, so tremulous and full of sensibility. He, for his part, rushed off to the school with the utmost happiness. He was longing for the change. That childish gladness wounded his mother, who was herself so grieved to part with him. She would rather have had him more sorry, she thought, and then was deeply repentant within herself for daring to be so selfish as to wish her own son to be unhappy. Georgie made great progress in the school, which was kept by a friend of his mother's constant admirer, the Reverend Mr. Binney. He brought home numberless prizes and testimonials of ability. He told his mother countless stories every night about his school companions, and what a fine fellow Lyons was, and what a sneak Sniffen was, and how Steele's father actually supplied the meat for the establishment, whereas Golding's mother came in a carriage to fetch him every Saturday, and how Neat had straps to his trousers, might he have straps, and how Bull Major was so strong, though only in Eutropius, that it was believed he could lick the usher, Mr. Ward, himself. So Amelia learned to know every one of the boys in that school as well as Gorky himself, and of nights she used to help him in his exercises and puzzle her little head over his lessons as eagerly as if she was herself going in the morning into the presence of the master. Once, after a certain combat with Master Smith, George came home to his mother with a black eye, and bragged prodigiously to his parent and his delighted old grandfather about his valor in the fight, in which, as the truth was known, he did not behave with particular heroism, and in which he decidedly had the worst. But Amelia has never forgiven that Smith to this day, though he is now a peaceful apothecary near Leicester Square. In these quiet labors and harmless cares the gentle widow's life was passing away, a silver hair or two marking the progress of time on her head, and a line deepening ever so little on her fair forehead. She used to smile at these marks of time. "What matters it," she asked, "for an old woman like me?" All she hoped for was to live to see her son great, famous, and glorious, as he deserved to be. She kept his copy books, his drawings, and compositions, and showed them about in her little circle as if they were miracles of genius. She confided some of these specimens to Miss Dobbin, to show them to Miss Osborne, George's aunt, to show them to Mr. Osborne himself, to make that old man repent of his cruelty and ill feeling towards him who was gone. All her husband's faults and foibles she had buried in the grave with him. She only remembered the lover who had married her at all sacrifices, the noble husband, so brave and beautiful, in whose arms she had hung on the morning when he had gone away to fight and die gloriously for his king. From heaven the hero must be smiling down upon that paragon of a boy whom he had left to comfort and console her. We have seen how one of George's grandfathers, Mr. Osborne, in his easy-chair in Russell Square, daily grew more violent and moody, and how his daughter, with her fine carriage and her fine horses, and her name on half the public charity lists of the town, was a lonely, miserable, persecuted old maid. She thought again and again of the beautiful little boy, her brother's son, whom she had seen. She longed to be allowed to drive in the fine carriage to the house in which he lived, and she used to look out day after day as she took her solitary drive in the park, in hopes that she might see him. Her sister, the banker's lady, occasionally condescended to pay her old home and companion a visit in Russell Square. She brought a couple of sickly children attended by a prim nurse, and, in a faint, genteel, giggling tone, cackled to her sister about her fine acquaintance, and how her little Frederick was the image of Lord Claude Lollipop, and her sweet Maria had been noticed by the Baroness as they were driving in their donkey chaise at Roehampton. She urged her to make her papa do something for the darlings. Frederick, she had determined, should go into the Guards, and if they made an elder son of him, and Mr. Bullock was positively ruining and pinching himself to death to buy land, how was the darling girl to be provided for? "I expect you, dear," Mrs. Bullock would say, "for of course my share of our papa's property must go to the head of the house, you know. Dear Rhoda McMull will disengage the whole of the Castel-Toddy property as soon as poor dear Lord Castellides was quite epileptic, and little Macduff McMull will be Viscount Castellides. Both the Mr. Blugers of Mincing Lane have settled their fortunes on Fanny Bluger's little boy. My darling Frederick must positively be an eldest son, and do ask papa to bring us back his account in Lombard Street, will you, dear? It doesn't look well, his going to Stumpy and Rowdy's." After which kind of speeches, in which fashion and the main chance were blended together, and after a kiss, which was like the contact of an oyster, Mrs. Frederick Bullock would gather her starched nurslings and simper back into her carriage. Every visit which this leader of ton paid to her family was more unlucky for her. Her father paid more money into Stumpy and Rowdy's. Her patronage became more and more insufferable. The poor widow in the little cottage at Brompton, guarding her treasure there, little knew how eagerly some people coveted it. On that night, when Jane Osborne had told her father that she had seen his grandson, the old man had made her no reply, but he had shown no anger, and had bade her good night on going himself to his room, in rather a kindly voice, and he must have meditated on what she said, and have made some inquiries of the Dobbin family regarding her visit, for a fortnight after it took place. He asked her where was her little French watch and chain used to wear. "I bought it with my money, sir," she said in a great fright. "Go and order another like it, or a better if you can get it," said the old gentleman, and lapsed again into silence. Of late the Misses Dobbin more than once repeated their entreaties to Amelia to allow George to visit them. His aunt had shown her inclination. Perhaps his grandfather himself, they hinted, might be disposed to be reconciled to him. Surely Amelia could not refuse such advantageous chances for the boy. Nor could she, but she acceded to their overtures with a very heavy and suspicious heart, was always uneasy during the child's absence from her, and welcomed him back as if he was rescued out of some danger. He brought back money and toys, at which the widow looked with alarm and jealousy. She asked him always if he had seen any gentleman, only old Sir William, who drove him about in the four-wheeled chaise, and Mr. Dobbin, who arrived on the beautiful bay horse in the afternoon in the green coat and pink neckcloth, with the gold-headed whip, who promised to show him the Tower of London and take him out with the Surrey hounds. At last he said, there was an old gentleman with thick eyebrows and a broad hat and large chain and seals. He came one day as the coachman was lunging Georgie round the lawn on the grey pony. He looked at me very much. He shook very much. I said, my name is Norval after dinner. My aunt began to cry. She is always crying. Such was George's report on that night. Then Amelia knew that the boy had seen his grandfather and looked out feverishly for a proposal which she was sure would follow, and which came, in fact, in a few days afterwards. Mr. Osborne formally offered to take the boy and make him heir to the fortune which he had intended that his father should inherit. He would make Mrs. George Osborne an allowance, such as to assure her a decent competency. If Mrs. George Osborne proposed to marry again, as Mr. O'Hurd was her intention, he would not withdraw that allowance. But it must be understood that the child would live entirely with his grandfather in Russell Square or at whatever other place Mr. O. should select, and that he would be occasionally permitted to see Mrs. George Osborne at her own residence. This message was brought or read to her in a letter one day, when her mother was from home and her father absent as usual in the city. She was never seen angry, but twice or thrice in her life, and it was in one of these moods that Mr. Osborne's attorney had the fortune to behold her. She rose up trembling and flushing very much as soon as, after reading the letter, Mr. Poe handed it to her, and she tore the paper into 100 fragments, which she trod on. I marry again. I take money to part from my child. Who dares insult me by proposing such a thing? Tell Mr. Osborne it is a cowardly letter, sir. A cowardly letter. I will not answer it. I wish you good morning, sir. And she bowed me out of the room like a tragedy queen, said the lawyer who told the story. Her parents never remarked her agitation on that day, and she never told them of the interview. They had their own affairs to interest them, affairs which deeply interested this innocent and unconscious lady. The old gentleman, her father, was always dabbling in speculation. We have seen how the wine company and the coal company had failed him. But, prowling about the city always eagerly and restlessly still, he lighted upon some other scheme, of which he thought so well that he embarked in it in spite of the remonstrances of Mr. Clapp, to whom indeed he never dared to tell how far he had engaged himself in it. And as it was always Mr. Sedley's maxim not to talk about money matters before women, they had no inkling of the misfortunes that were in store for them until the unhappy old gentleman was forced to make gradual confessions. The bills of the little household, which had been settled weekly, first fell into arrear. The remittances had not arrived from India, Mr. Sedley told his wife with a disturbed face. As she had paid her bills very regularly hitherto, one or two of the tradesmen to whom the poor lady was obliged to go round, asking for time, were very angry at a delay to which they were perfectly used from more irregular customers. Emmy's contribution, paid over cheerfully without any questions, kept the little company in half rations, however, and the first 6 months passed away pretty easily. Old Sedley still keeping up with the notion that his shares must rise and that all would be well. No £60, however, came to help the household at the end of the half year, and it fell deeper and deeper into trouble. Mrs. Sedley, who was growing infirm and was much shaken, remained silent or wept a great deal with Mrs. Clapp in the kitchen. The butcher was particularly surly, the grocer insolent. Once or twice Lou Georgie had grumbled about the dinners, and Amelia, who still would have been satisfied with a slice of bread for her own dinner, could not but perceive that her son was neglected and purchased little things out of her private purse to keep the boy in health. At last they told her such a garbled story as people in difficulties tell. One day, her own money having been received, and Amelia about to pay it over, she, who had kept an account of the moneys expended by her, proposed to keep a certain portion back out of her dividend, having contracted engagements for a new suit for Georgie. Then it came out that Joseph's remittances were not paid, that the house was in difficulties which Amelia ought to have seen before, her mother said, but she cared for nothing or nobody except Georgie. At this she passed all her money across the table without a word to her mother and returned to her room to cry her eyes out. She had a great access of sensibility too that day, when obliged to go and countermand the clothes, the darling clothes on which she had set her heart for Christmas Day, and the cut and fashion of which she had arranged in many conversations with a small milliner, her friend. Hardest of all, she had to break the matter to Georgie, who made a loud outcry. Everybody had new clothes at Christmas. The others would laugh at him. He would have new clothes. She had promised them to him. The poor widow had only kisses to give him. She darned the old suit in tears. She cast about among her little ornaments to see if she could sell anything to procure the desired novelties. There was her India shawl that Davin had sent her. She remembered in former days going with her mother to a fine India shop on Ludgate Hill, where the ladies had all sorts of dealings and bargains in these articles. Her cheeks flushed and her eyes shone with pleasure as she thought of this resource, and she kissed away George to school in the morning, smiling brightly after him. The boy felt that there was good news in her look. Packing up her shawl in a handkerchief, another of the gifts of the good Major, she hid them under her cloak and walked flushed and eager all the way to Ludgate Hill, tripping along by the park wall and running over the crossings, so that many a man turned as she hurried by him and looked after her rosy, pretty face. She calculated how she should spend the proceeds of her shawl, how, besides the clothes, she would buy the books that he longed for and pay his half-year's schooling, and how she would buy a cloak for her father instead of that old great coat which he wore. She was not mistaken as to the value of the Major's gift. It was a very fine and beautiful web, and the merchant made a very good bargain when he gave her 20 guineas for her shawl. She ran on amazed and flurried with her riches to Darton's shop, in St. Paul's churchyard, and there purchased the parent's assistant and the Sandford and Merton Georgie longed for, and got into the coach there with her parcel, and went home exulting. And she pleased herself by writing in the flyleaf in her neatest little hand, "George Osborne, a Christmas gift from his affectionate mother." The books are extant to this day, with the fair, delicate superscription. She was going from her own room with the books in her hand to place them on George's table, where he might find them on his return from school, when in the passage she and her mother met. The gilt bindings of the 7 handsome little volumes caught the old lady's eye. "What are those?" she said. "Some books for Georgie," Amelia replied. I promised them to him at Christmas." "Books!" cried the elder lady indignantly. "Books when the whole house wants bread! Books when to keep you and your son in luxury and your dear father out of jail. I've sold every trinket I had. The India shawl from my back even down to the very spoons, that our tradesmen mightn't insult us, and that Mr. Clapp, which indeed he is justly entitled, being not a hard landlord and a civil man and a father, might have his rent. Oh, Amelia, you break my heart with your books and that boy of yours, whom you are ruining, though part with him you will not. Oh, Amelia, may God send you a more dutiful child than I have had. There's Jos, deserts his father in his old age, and there's George, who might be provided for, and who might be rich, going to school like a lord, with a gold watch and chain round his neck, while my dear, dear old man is without a shilling." Hysteric sobs and cries ended Mrs. Sedley's speech. It echoed through every room in the small house, whereof the other female inmates heard every word of the colloquy. "Oh, mother, mother," cried poor Amelia in reply, "you told me nothing. I promised him the books. I'd only sold my shawl this morning. Take the money. Take everything." And with quivering hands she took out her silver and her sovereigns, her precious golden sovereigns, which she thrust into the hands of her mother, whence they overflowed and tumbled, rolling down the stairs. And then she went into her room and sank down in despair and utter misery. She saw it all now. Her selfishness was sacrificing the boy. But for her he might have wealth, station, education, and his father's place, which the elder George had forfeited for her sake. She had but to speak the words, and her father was restored to competency, and the boy raised to fortune. Oh, what a conviction it was to that tender and stricken heart! Chapter 47. Gaunt House. All the world knows that Lord Steyne's town palace stands in Gaunt Square, out of which Great Gaunt Street leads, whither we first conducted Rebecca in the time of the departed Sir Pitt Crawley. Peering over the railings and through the black trees into the garden of the square, you see a few miserable governesses with wan-faced pupils wandering round and round it, and round the dreary grass plot in the centre of which rises the statue of Lord Gaunt, who fought at Minden in a three-tailed wig, and otherwise habited like a Roman emperor. Gaunt House occupies nearly a side of the square. The remaining 3 sides are composed of mansions that have passed away into dowagerism, tall, dark houses with window frames of stone, or picked out of a lighter red. Little light seems to be behind those lean, comfortless casements now, and hospitality to have passed away from those doors as much as the laced lackeys and link boys of old times, who used to put out their torches in the blank iron extinguishers that still flank the lamps over the steps. Brass plates have penetrated into the square. Doctors, the Diddlesex Bank Western Branch, the English and European Reunion Ankets. It has a dreary look, nor is my Lord Steyne's palace less dreary. All I have ever seen of it is the vast wall in front, with the rustic columns at the great gate, through which an old porter peers sometimes with a fat and gloomy red face, and over the wall the garret and bedroom windows, and the chimneys, out of which there seldom comes any smoke now. For the present Lord Steyne lives at Naples, preferring the view of the bay and Capri and Vesuvius to the dreary aspect of the wall in Gaunt Square. A few score yards down New Gaunt Street, and leading into Gaunt Mews indeed, is a little modest back door, which you would not remark from that of any of the other stables. But many a little close carriage has stopped at that door, as my informant little Tom Eves, who knows everything, and who showed me the place, told me. The Prince and Perdita have been in and out of that door, sir. He had often told me, Marion Clark has entered it with the Duke of. This sitch. It conducts to the famous Petit's apartments of Lord Steyne, one, sir, fitted up all in ivory and white satin, another in ebony and black velvet. There is a little banqueting room taken from Sallust's house at Pompeii, and painted by Causeway a little private kitchen, in which every saucepan was silver and all the spits were gold. It was there that Acolyte Orleans roasted partridges on the night when he and the Marquis of Steyne, actor, won 100,000 from a great personage at Ombre. Half of the money went to the French Revolution, half to purchase Lord Gaunt's marquisate and garter, and the remainder, but it forms no part of our scheme to tell what became of the remainder, for every shilling of which, and a great deal more, little Tom Eves, who knows everybody's affairs, is ready to account. Besides his town palace, the Marquis had castles and palaces in various quarters of the three kingdoms, whereof the descriptions may be found in the road books. Castle Strongbow, with its woods on the Shannon shore. Gaunt Castle, in Carmarthenshire, where Richard II was taken prisoner. Gauntly Hall in Yorkshire, where I have been informed there were 200 silver teapots for the breakfasts of the guests of the house, with everything to correspond in splendor. And Stowbrook in Hampshire, which was my lord's farm and humble place of residence, of which we all remember the wonderful furniture which was sold at my lord's demise by a late celebrated auctioneer. The Marchioness of Steyne was of the renowned and ancient family of the Caerleons, Marquises of Camelot, who have preserved the old faith ever since the conversion of the venerable Druid, their first ancestor, and whose pedigree goes far beyond the date of the arrival of King Brute in these islands. Pendragon is the title of the eldest son of the house. The sons had been called Arthurs, Uthers, and Caradocs from immemorial time. Their heads have fallen in many a loyal conspiracy. Elizabeth chopped off the head of the Arthur of her day, who had been chamberlain to Philip and Mary, and carried letters between the Queen of Scots and her uncles the Guises. A cadet of the house was an officer of the great Duke, and distinguished in the famous St. Bartholomew conspiracy. During the whole of Mary's confinement, the house of Camelot conspired in her behalf. It was as much injured by its charges in fitting out an armament against the Spaniards during the time of the Armada, as by the fines and confiscations levied on it by Elizabeth for harboring of priests, obstinate recusancy, and popish misdoings. A recreant of James's time was momentarily perverted from his religion by the arguments of that great theologian, and the fortunes of the family somewhat restored by his timely weakness. But the Earl of Camelot, of the reign of Charles, returned to the old creed of his family, and they continued to fight for it and ruin themselves for it as long as there was a Stuart left to head or to instigate a rebellion. Lady Mary Caerleon was brought up at a Parisian convent. The Dauphiness Marie Antoinette was her godmother. In the pride of her beauty she had been married, sold, it was said, to Lord Gaunt, then at Paris, who won vast sums from the lady's brother at some of Philip of Orleans' banquets. The Earl of Gaunt's famous duel with the Count de la Marche of the Grey Musketeers was attributed by common report to the pretensions of that officer who had been a page and remained a favorite of the Queen to the hand of the beautiful Lady Mary Caerleon. She was married to Lord Gaunt while the Count lay ill of his wound, and came to dwell at Gaunt House, and to figure for a short time in the splendid court of the Prince of Wales. Fox had toasted her. Morris and Sheridan had written songs about her. Malmesbury had made her his best bow. Walpole had pronounced her charming. Devonshire had been almost jealous of her, but she was scared by the wild pleasures and gaieties of the society into which she was flung, and after she had borne a couple of sons, shrank away into a life of devout seclusion. No wonder that my Lord Steyne, who liked pleasure and cheerfulness, was not often seen after their marriage by the side of this trembling, silent, superstitious, unhappy lady. The before-mentioned Tom Eaves, who has no part in this history, except that he knew all the great folks in London, and the stories and mysteries of each family, had further information regarding my Lady Steyne, which may or may not be true. The humiliations time to fit immers temet witty ben, but wizened rather die than allow Mrs. Eaves to associate with Lady Crackenbury, with Mrs. Chippenham, with Madame de la Cruciacacie, the French secretary's wife, from every one of which ladies Tom Eaves, who would have sacrificed his wife for knowing them, was too glad to get a beau or a dinner with the Reinvege. And do you suppose that woman, Hobacard, about a gabidic said but the house, Do you suppose, I say, the reader must bear in mind that it is always Tom Eves who speaks, that the Marchioness of Steyne, the haughtiest woman in England, would bend down to her husband so submissively if there were not some cause? Pooh! I tell you there are secret reasons. I tell you that in the emigration, the Abbé de la Mache, who was here and was employed in the Quiberood business with Puisset and Tintignac, was the same colonel of Mousquetaires Grey, with whom Steyne fought in the year 86, that he and the Marchioness met again, that it was after the Reverend Colonel was shot in Brittany that Lady Steyne took to those extreme practices of devotion which she carries on now, for she is closeted with her director every day she is at service at Spanish Place, at every morfenate I've buried Disilova. People are not so unhappy unless they have something to repent of, added Tom Eves with a knowing wag of his head. And depend on it, that woman would not be so. Submissive as she is, if the Marquis had not some sword to hold over her. So, if Mr. Eaves's information be correct, it is very likely that this lady in her high station had to submit to many a private indignity, and to hide many secret griefs under a calm face. And let us, my brethren, who have not our names in the Red Book, console ourselves by thinking comfortably how miserable our betters may be, and that Damocles, who sits on satin cushions and is served on gold plate, has an awful sword hanging over his head in the shape of a bailiff, or an hereditary disease, or a family secret which peeps out every now and then from the embroidered arras in a ghastly manner, and will be sure to drop one day or the other in the right place. In comparing, too, the poor man's situation with that of the great, there is always, according to Mr. Eaves, another source of comfort for the former. You who have little or no patrimony to bequeath or to inherit may be on good terms with your father or your son, whereas the heir of a great prince, such as my Lord Steyne, must naturally be angry at being kept out of his kingdom, and I the occupant of it with no very agreeable glances. Take it as a rule, this sardonic old Eaves would say, the fathers and elder sons of all great families hate each other. The crown prince is always in opposition to the crown or hankering after it. Shakespeare knew the world, my good sir, and when he describes Prince Hal, from whose family the Gaunts pretend to be descended, though they are no more related to John of Gaunt than you are trying on his father's coronet, he gives you a natural description of all heirs apparent. If you were heir to a dukedom and £1,000 a day, do you mean to say you would not wish for possession? Pooh! And it stands to reason that every great man, having experienced this feeling towards his father, must be aware that his son entertains it towards himself, and so they can't but be suspicious and hostile. Then again, as to the feeling of elder towards younger sons, my dear sir, you ought to know that every elder brother looks upon the cadets of the house as his natural enemies, who deprive him of so much ready money, which ought to be his by right. I have often heard George MacTurk, Lord Bajazet's eldest son, say that if he had his will when he came to the title, he would do what the sultans do, and clear the estate by chopping off all his younger brothers' heads at once. And so the case is, more or less, with them all. I tell you, they are all Turks in their hearts. Pooh, sir, they know the world. And here, haply, a great man coming up, Tom Eaves's hat would drop off his head, and he would rush forward with a bow and a grin, which showed that he knew the world too, in the Tommy Region way, that is. And having laid out every shilling of his fortune on an annuity, Tom could afford to bear no malice to his nephews and nieces, and to have no other feeling with regard to his betters, but a constant and generous desire to dine with them. Between the Marchioness and the natural and tender regard of mother for children, there was that cruel barrier placed of difference of faith, the very love, which she might feel for her sons, only served to render the timid and pious lady more fearful and unhappy. The gulf which separated them was fatal and impassable. She could not stretch her weak arms across it, or draw her children over to that side, away from which her belief told her there was no safety. During the youth of his sons, Lord Stein, who was a good scholar and amateur casuist, had no better sport in the evening after dinner in the country than in setting the boy's tutor, the Reverend Mr. Trail, now my Lord Bishop of Ealing, on her ladyship's director, Father Mole, over their wine, and, in pitting Oxford against St. Ashuel, he cried, "Bravo, Latimer! Well said, Loyola!" Alternately, he promised Mole a bishopric if he would come over, and vowed he would use all his influence to get Trail a cardinal's hat if he would secede. Neither divine allowed himself to be conquered, and though the fond mother hoped that her youngest and favorite son would be reconciled to her church, his mother church a sad and awful disappointment awaited. The devout lady a disappointment which seemed to be a judgment upon her for the sin of her marriage. My Lord Gaunt married, as every person who frequents the peerage knows, the Lady Blanche Thistlewood, a daughter of the noble house of Barrykers, before mentioned in this veracious history. A wing of Gaunt House was assigned to this couple, for the head of the family chose to govern it, and while he reigned to reign supreme. His son and heir, however, living little at home, disagreeing with his wife, and borrowing upon post obits such moneys as he required beyond the very moderate sums which his father was disposed to allow him. The Marquis knew every shilling of his son's debts. At his lamented demise, he was found himself to be possessor of many of his heir's bonds, purchased for their benefit, and devised by his lordship to the children of his younger son. As, to my Lord Gaunt's dismay, and the chuckling delight of his natural enemy and father, the Lady Gaunt had no children, the Lord George Gaunt was desired to return from Vienna, where he was engaged in waltzing and diplomacy, and to contract the matrimonial alliance with the Honourable Joan, only daughter of Jones, first Baron Helvellyn, and head of the firm of Jones, Brown, and Robinson, of Threadneedle Street, bankers, from which union sprang several sons and daughters, whose doings do not appertaining to this story. The marriage at first was a happy and prosperous one. My Lord George Gaunt could not only read, but write pretty correctly. He spoke French with considerable fluency, and was one of the finest waltzers in Europe. With these talents, and his interest at home, there was little doubt that his lordship would rise to the highest dignities in his profession. The lady, his wife, felt that courts were her sphere, and her wealth enabled her to receive splendidly in those continental towns whither her husband's diplomatic duties led him. There was talk of appointing him minister, and bets were laid at the travellers that he would be ambassador ere long, when of a sudden rumours arrived of the secretary's extraordinary behaviour. At a grand diplomatic dinner given by his chief, he had started up and declared that a pâté de foie gras was poisoned. He went to a ball at the hotel of the Bavarian envoy, the Count de Springbok Hohenlaufen, with his head shaved and dressed as a Capuchin friar. It was not a masked ball, as some folks wanted to persuade you. It was something queer, people whispered. His grandfather was so. It was in the family. His wife and family returned to this country, and took up their abode at Gaunt House. Lord George gave up his post on the European continent, and was gazetted to Brazil. But people knew better. He never returned from that Brazil expedition, never died, there never lived there, never was there at all. He was nowhere, he was gone out altogether. Brazil, said one gossip to another, with a grin, Brazil is St. John's Wood. Rio de Janeiro is a cottage surrounded by 4 walls, and George Gaunt is accredited to a keeper who has invested him with the Order of the Strait Waistcoat. These are the kinds of epitaphs which men pass. over one another in Vanity Fair, twice or thrice in a week. In the earliest morning the poor mother went for her sins and saw the poor invalid. Sometimes he laughed at her, and his laughter was more pitiful than to hear him cry. Sometimes she found the brilliant dandy diplomatist of the Congress of Vienna dragging about a child's toy or nursing the keeper's baby's doll. Sometimes he knew her in Bothermole, her director and companion. Oftener he forgot her, as he had done wife, children, love, ambition, vanity. But he remembered his dinner hour and used to cry if his wine and water was not strong enough. It was the mysterious taint of the blood. The poor mother had brought it from her own ancient race. The evil had broken out once or twice in the father's family long before Lady Steyne's sins had begun, or her fasts and tears and penances had been offered in their expiation. The pride of the race was struck. Down as the firstborn of Pharaoh. The dark mark of fate and doom was on the threshold, the tall old threshold surmounted by coronets and caned heraldry. The absent lord's children meanwhile prattled and grew on quite unconscious that the doom was over them too. First they talked of their father and devised plans against his return. Then the name of the living dead man was less frequently in their mouth, then not mentioned at all. But the stricken old grandmother trembled to think that these two were the inheritors of their father's shame as well as of his honors, and watched sickening for the day when the awful ancestral curse should come down on them. This dark presentiment also haunted Lord Steyne. He tried to lay the horrid bedside ghost in red seas of wine and jollity, and lost sight of it sometimes in the crowd and rout of his pleasures. But it always came back to him when alone, and seemed to grow more threatening with years. "I have taken your son," it said. "Why not you? I may shut you up in a prison some day like your son George. I may tap you on the head tomorrow, and away go pleasure and honors, feasts and beauty, friends, flatterers, French cooks, fine horses and houses in exchange for a prison, a keeper, and a straw mattress like George Gaunt's. And then my lord would defy the ghost which threatened him, for he knew of a remedy by which he could balk his enemy. So there was splendor and wealth, but no great happiness perchance, behind the tall caned portals of Gaunt House with its smoky coronets and ciphers. The feasts there were of the grandest in London, but there was not overmuch content therewith, except among the guests who sat at my lord's table. Had he not been so great a prince, very few possibly would have visited him. But in Vanity Fair the sins of very great personages are looked at indulgently. Nous regardons à deux fois, as the French lady said before we condemn a person of my lord's undoubted quality. Some notorious carpers and squeamish moralists might be. Sulky with Lord Steyne, but they were glad enough to come when he asked them. "Lord Steyne is really too bad," Lady Slingstone said, "but everybody goes, and of course I shall see that my girls come to no harm." "His lordship is a man to whom I owe much, everything in life," said the Right Reverend Dr. Trail, thinking that the Archbishop was rather shaky, and Mrs. Trail and the young ladies would as soon have missed going to church as to one of his lordship's parties. "His morals are bad," said little Lord Southdown to his sister, who meekly expostulated, having heard terrific legends from her mamma with respect to the doings at Gaunt House. "But hang it, he's got the best dry sillery in Europe." And as for Sir Pitt Crawley, Bart. Sir Pitt, that pattern of decorum, Sir Pitt, who had led off at missionary meetings, he never for one moment thought of not going too. Where you see such persons as the Bishop of Ealing and the Countess of Slingstone, you may be pretty sure, Jane, the baronet would say, that we cannot be wrong. The great rank and station of Lord Steyne put him in a position to command people in our station in life. The Lord Lieutenant of a county, my dear, is a respectable man. Besides, George Gaunt and I were intimate in early life. He was my junior when we were attaches at Pumpernickel together. In a word, everybody went to wait upon this great man. Everybody who was asked, as you the reader do not say nay, or I, the writer hereof, would go if we had an invitation. Chapter 48, in which the reader is introduced to the very best of company. At last Becky's kindness and attention to the chief of her husband's family were destined to meet with an exceeding great reward, a reward which, though certainly somewhat unsubstantial, the little woman coveted with greater eagerness than more positive benefits. If she did not wish to lead a virtuous life, at least she desired to enjoy a character for virtue, and we know that no lady in the genteel world can possess this desideratum until she has put on a train and feathers and has been presented to her sovereign at court. From that august interview they come out stamped as honest women. The Lord Chamberlain gives them a certificate of virtue, and as dubious goods or letters are passed through an oven at quarantine, sprinkled with aromatic vinegar, and then pronounced clean, many a lady, whose reputation would be doubtful otherwise and liable to give infection, passes through the wholesome ordeal of the royal presence and issues from it free from all taint. It might be very well for my Lady Bareacres, my Lady Tufto, Mrs. Bute Crawley. In the country, and other ladies would come into contact with Mrs. Rawdon Crawley to cry fie at the idea of the odious little adventuress making her curtsy before the sovereign, and to declare that if dear good Queen Charlotte had been alive, she never would have admitted such an extremely ill-regulated personage into her chaste drawing-room. But when we consider that it was the first gentleman in Europe in whose high presence Mrs. Rawdon passed her examination, and as it were, took her degree in reputation, it surely must be flat disloyalty to doubt any more about her virtue. I, for my part, look back with love and awe to that great character in history. Ah, what a high and noble appreciation of gentlewomanhood there must have been in Vanity Fair, when that revered and august being was invested, by the universal acclaim of the refined and educated portion of this empire, with the title of premier gentle-home of his kingdom. Do you remember, dear M., O friend of my youth, how one blissful night, 25 years since, the hypocrite being acted, Elliston being manager, Downton and Liston performers, two boys had leave from their loyal masters to go out from Slaughter-house School, where they were educated, and to appear on Drury Lane stage, amongst a crowd which assembled there to greet the king. To king, there he was. Beefeaters were before the august box. The Marquis of Steyne, Lord of the Powder Closet, and other great officers of state were behind the chair on which he sat. He sat, florid of face, portly of person, covered with orders, and in a rich curling head of hair. How we sang, God save him! How the house rocked and shouted with that magnificent music! How they cheered and cried and waved handkerchiefs! Ladies wept, mothers clasped their children, some fainted with emotion. People were suffocated in the pit, shrieks and groans rising up amidst the writhing and shouting mass there of his people, who were, and indeed showed themselves almost to be, ready to die for him. Yes, we saw him. Fate cannot deprive us of that. Others have seen Napoleon. Some few still exist who have beheld. Frederick the Great, Dr. Johnson, Marie Antoinette, Auntie, be it our reasonable boast to our children that we saw George the Good, the Magnificent, the Great. Well, there came a happy day in Mrs. Rawdon Crawley's existence when this angel was admitted into the paradise of a court which she coveted, her sister-in-law acting as her godmother. On the appointed day, Sir Pitt and his lady, in their great family carriage just newly built and ready for the baronet's assumption of the office of High Sheriff of his county, drove up to the little house in Curzon Street, to the edification of Raggles, who was watching from his greengrocer's shop and saw fine plumes within, and enormous bunches of flowers in the breasts of the new livery coats of the footmen. Sir Pitt, in a glittering uniform, descended and went into Curzon Street, his sword between his legs. Little Rawdon stood with his face against the parlor window panes, smiling and nodding with all his might to his aunt in the carriage. Within. And presently Sir Pitt issued forth from the house again, leading forth a lady with grand feathers, covered in a white shawl, and holding up daintily a train of magnificent brocade. She stepped into the vehicle as if she were a princess, and accustomed all her life to go to court, smiling graciously on the footman at the door and on Sir Pitt, who followed her into the carriage. Then Rawdon followed in his old guard's uniform, which had grown woefully shabby and was much too tight. He was to have followed the procession and waited upon his sovereign in a cab, but that his good-natured sister-in-law insisted that they should be a family party. The coach was large, the ladies not very big. They would hold their trains in their laps finally. The four went fraternally together, and their carriage presently joined the line of royal equipages which was making its way down Piccadilly and St. James's Street towards the old brick palace where the Star of Brunswick was in waiting to receive his nobles and gentlefolks. Becky felt as if she could bless the people out of the carriage windows, so elated was she in spirit, and so strong a sense had she of the dignified position which she had at last attained in life. Even our Becky had her weaknesses, and as one often sees how men pride themselves upon excellences which others are slow to perceive, how, for instance, Comus firmly believes that he is the greatest tragic actor in England, how Brown, the famous novelist, longs to be considered not a man of genius, but a man of fashion, while Robinson, the great lawyer, does not in the least care about his reputation in Westminster Hall, but believes himself incomparable across country and at a 5-barred gate and at a biddy-baki. And faux. We have said there were times when she believed herself to be a fine lady and forgot that there was no money in the chest at home. Duns round the gate, tradesmen to coax and wheedle, no ground to walk upon, in a word. And as she went to court in the carriage, the family carriage, she adopted a demeanor so grand, self-satisfied, deliberate, and imposing, that it made even Lady Jane laugh. She walked into the royal apartments with a toss of the head which would have befitted an empress, and I have no doubt had she been one, she would have become the character perfectly. We are authorized to state that Mrs. Rawdon Crawley's costume de cour on the occasion of her presentation to the sovereign was of the most elegant and brilliant description. Some ladies we may have seen, we who wear stars and cordons and attend the St. James's assemblies, or we who, in muddy boots, dawdle up and down Pall Mall and peep into the coaches as they drive up with the great folks in their feathers, some ladies of fashion, I say, we may have seen, about 2 o'clock of the forenoon of a levee day, as the lace-jacketed band of the Life Guards are blowing triumphal marches seated on those prancing music stools, their cream-colored chargers who are by no means lovely and indicelac, at it, a stout countess of 60, décolletée, painted, wrinkled with ruche up to her drooping eyelids, and diamonds twinkling in her wig, is a wholesome and edifying, but not a pleasant sight. She has the faded look of a St. James's Street illumination, as it may be seen of an early morning when half the lamps are out and the others are blinking wanly, as if they were about to vanish like ghosts before the dawn. Such charms as those of which we catch glimpses while her ladyship's carriage passes should appear abroad at night alone. is even Cynthia looks haggard of an afternoon, as we may see her sometimes in the present winter season, with Phoebus staring her out of countenance from the opposite side of the heavens, how much more can old Lady Castlemody keep her head up when the sun is shining full upon it through the chariot windows and showing all the chinks and crannies with which time has marked her face? No. Drawing rooms should be announced for November, or the first foggy day, or the elderly sultanas of our Vanity Fair should drive up in closed litters, descend in a covered way, and make their curtsy to the sovereign under the protection of lamplight. Our beloved Rebecca had no need, however, of any such a friendly halo to set off her beauty. Her complexion could bear any sunshine as yet, and her dress, though if you were to see it now, any present lady of Vanity Fair would pronounce it to be the most foolish and preposterous attire ever worn, was as handsome in her eyes, and those of the public, some 25 years since, as the most brilliant costume of the most famous beauty of the present season. A score of years hence, that too, that milliner's wonder, will have passed into the domain of the absurd, along with all previous vanities. But we are wandering too much. Mrs. Rawdon's dress was pronounced to be charmante on the eventful day of her presentation. Even good little Lady Jane was forced to acknowledge this effect, as she looked at her kinswoman and owned sorrowfully to herself that she was quite inferior in taste to Mrs. Becky. She did not know how much care, thought, and genius Mrs. Rawdon had bestowed upon that garment. Rebecca had as good taste as any milliner in Europe, and such a clever way of doing things as Lady Jane little understood. The latter quickly spied out the magnificence of the brocade of Becky's train and the splendor of the lace on her dress. The brocade was an old remnant, Becky said, and as for the lace, it was a great bargain. She had had it these 100 years. My dear Mrs. Crawley, it must have cost a little fortune, Lady Jane said, looking down at her own lace, which was not nearly so good, and then examining the quality of the ancient brocade, which formed the material of Mrs. Rawdon's court dress. She felt inclined to say that she could not afford such fine clothing, but checked that speech with an effort, as one uncharitable to her kinswoman. And yet, if Lady Jane had known all, I think even her kindly temper would have failed her. The fact is, when she was putting Sir Pitt's house in order, Mrs. Rawdon had found the lace and the brocade in old wardrobes, the property of the former ladies of the house, and had quietly carried the goods home, and had suited them to her own little person. Briggs saw her take them, asked no questions, told no stories, but I believe quite sympathized with her on this matter, and so would many another honest woman. "And the diamonds, where the deuce did you get the diamonds, Becky?" said her husband, admiring some jewels which he had never seen before, and which sparkled in her ears and on her neck with brilliance and profusion. Becky blushed a little and looked at him hard for a moment. Pitt Crawley blushed a little too and looked out of window. The fact is, he had given her a very small portion of the brilliants, a pretty diamond clasp, which confined a pearl necklace which she wore, and the baronet had omitted to mention the circumstance to his lady. Becky looked at her husband, and then at Sir Pitt, with an air of saucy triumph, as much as to say, "Shall I betray you?" "Guess," she said to her husband. "Why, you silly man," she continued, "where do you suppose I got them?" "All except the little clasp, which a dear friend of mine gave me long ago. I hired them, to be sure. I hired them at Mr. Polonius's, in Coventry Street. You don't suppose that all the diamonds which go to court belong to the wearers. like those beautiful stones which Lady Jane has, and which are much handsomer than any which I have, I am certain." "They are family jewels," said Sir Pitt, again looking uneasy. And in this family conversation the carriage rolled down the street until its cargo was finally discharged at the gates of the palace where the sovereign was sitting in state. The diamonds, which had created Rawdon's admiration, never went back to Mr. Polonius of Coventry Street, and that gentleman never applied for their restoration, but they retired into a little private repository in an old desk which Amelia Sedley had given her years and years ago, and in which Becky kept a number of useful and, perhaps, valuable things about which her husband knew nothing. To know nothing or little is in the nature of some husbands. To hide in the nature of how many women. Oh, ladies, how many of you have surreptitious milliners' bills? How many of you have gowns and bracelets which you daren't show, or which you wear trembling and coaxing with smiles the husband by your side who does not know the new velvet gown from the old one, or the new bracelet from last year's, or has any notion that the ragged-looking yellow lace scarf cost 40 guineas, and that Madame Bobinot is writing dunning letters every week for the money. Thus Rawdon knew nothing about the brilliant diamond earrings, or the superb brilliant ornament which decorated the fair bosom of his lady. But Lord Steyne, who was in his place at court, as Lord of the Powder Closet, and one of the great dignitaries and illustrious defences of the throne of England, and came up with all his stars, garters, collars, and cordons, and paid particular attention to the little woman, knew whence the jewels came, and who paid for them. As he bowed over her he smiled, and quoted the hackneyed and beautiful lines from The Rape of the Lock about Belinda's diamonds, which Jews might kiss and infidels adore. "But I hope your lordship is orthodox," said the little lady, with a toss of her head. And many ladies round about whispered and talked, and many gentlemen nodded and whispered, as they saw what marked attention the great nobleman was paying to the little adventuress. What were the circumstances of the interview between Rebecca Crawley, née Sharp and her imperial master? It does not become such a feeble and inexperienced pen as mine to attempt to relate. The dazzled eyes close before that magnificent idea. Loyal respect and decency tell even the imagination not to look too keenly and audaciously about the sacred audience chamber, but to back away rapidly, silently, and respectfully, making profound bows out of the august presence. This may be said, that in all London there was no more loyal heart than Becky's after this interview. The name of her king was always on her lips, and he was proclaimed by her to be the most charming of men. She went to Colnaghi's and ordered the finest portrait of him that art had produced and credit could supply. She chose that famous one in which the best of monarchs is represented in a frock-coat with a fur collar, and breeches and silk stockings, simpering on a sofa from under his curly brown wig. She had him painted in a brooch, and wore it indeed. She amused and somewhat pestered her acquaintance with her. Perpetual talk about his urbanity and beauty. Who knows? Perhaps the little woman thought she might play the part of a Maintenon or a Pompadour. But the finest sport of all after her presentation was to hear her talk virtuously. She had a few female acquaintances, not, it must be owned, of the very highest reputation in Vanity Fair. But being made an honest woman of, so to speak, Becky would not consort any longer with these dubious ones, and cut Lady Crackenbury when the latter nodded to her from her opera box, and gave Mrs. Washington White the go-by in the ring. "One must, my dear, show one is somebody," she said. One mustn't be seen with doubtful people. I pity Lady Crackenbury from my heart, and Mrs. Washington White may be a very good-natured person. You may go and dine with them, as you like your rubber. But I mustn't and won't, and you will have the goodness to tell Smith to say I am not at home when either of them calls. The particulars of Becky's costume were in the newspapers: feathers, lappets, superb diamonds, and all the rest. Lady Crackenbury read the paragraph in bitterness of spirit, and discoursed to her followers about the airs which that woman was giving herself. Mrs. Bute Crawley and her young ladies in the country had a copy of the Morning Post from town, and gave a vent to their honest indignation. If you had been sandy-haired, green-eyed, and a French rope dancer's daughter, Mrs. Bute said to her eldest girl, who, on the contrary, was a very swarthy, short, and snub-nosed young lady, you might have had superb diamonds, forsooth, and have been presented at court by your cousin, the Lady Jane. But you're only a gentlewoman, my poor dear child. You have only some of the best blood in England in your veins, and good principles and piety for your portion. I myself, the wife of a baronet's younger brother too, never thought of such a thing as going to court, nor would other people, if good Queen Charlotte had been alive. In this way the worthy rectoress consoled herself and her daughters sighed and sat over the peerage all night. A few days after the famous presentation, another great and exceeding honor was vouchsafed to the virtuous Becky. Lady Stina's carriage drove up to Mr. Rawdon Crawley's door, and the footman, instead of driving down the front of the house, as by his tremendous knocking he appeared to be inclined to do, relented, and only delivered in a couple of cards, on which were engraven the names of the Marchioness of Steiner and the Countess of Gaunt. If these bits of pasteboard had been beautiful pictures, or had had 100 yards of Malins lace rolled round them, worth twice the number of guineas, Becky could not have regarded them with more pleasure. You may be sure they occupied a conspicuous place in the china bowl on the drawing-room table, where Becky kept the cards of her visitors. Lord, Lord! How poor Mrs. Washington White's card and Lady Crackenbury's card, which our little friend had been glad enough to get a few months back, and of which the silly little creature was rather proud once Lord I say, how soon at the appearance of these grand court cards did those poor little neglected deuces sink down to the bottom of the pack. Stina, Vereker's, Jonies of Helvellyn, and Caerlyon of Camelot. We may be sure that Becky and Briggs looked out those august names in the peerage, and followed the noble races up through all the ramifications of the family tree. My Lord Stine, coming to call a couple of hours afterwards, and looking about him, and observing everything as was his wont, found his lady's cards already ranged as the trumps of Becky's hand, and grinned, as this old cynic always did, at any naive display of human weakness. Becky came down to him presently. Whenever the dear girl expected his lordship, her toilette was prepared, her hair in perfect order, her mouchoirs, aprons, scarves, little morocco slippers, and other female gimcracks arranged, and she seated in some artless and agreeable posture, ready to receive him whenever she was surprised. Of course, she had to fly to her apartment, to take a rapid survey of matters in the glass, and to trip down again. To wait upon the great peer, she found him grinning over the bowl. She was discovered, and she blushed a little. "Thank you, Monseigneur," she said. "You see your ladies have been here. How good of you! I couldn't come before I was in the kitchen making a pudding." "I know you were. I saw you through the area railings as I drove up," replied the old gentleman. "You see everything," she replied. "A few things, but not that, my pretty lady," he said good-naturedly. "You silly little fipster. I heard you in the room overhead, where I have no doubt you were putting a little rouge on you. Must give some of yours to my Lady Gaunt, whose complexion is quite preposterous, and I heard the bedroom door open, and then you came downstairs. Is it a crime to try and look my best when you come here?" answered Mrs. Rawdon plaintively, and she rubbed her cheek with her handkerchief, as if to show there was no rouge at all, only genuine blushes and modesty in her case. About this, who can tell? I know there is some rouge that won't come off on a pocket handkerchief, and some so good that even tears will not disturb it. "Well," said the old gentleman, twiddling round his wife's card, "you are bent on becoming a fine lady. You pester my poor old life out to get you into the world. You won't be able to hold your own there, you silly little fool. You've got no money." "You will get us a place," interposed Becky, as quick as possible. "You've got no money, and you want to compete with those who have. You, poor little earthenware pipkin, you want to swim down the stream along with the great copper kettles. All women are alike. Everybody is striving for what is not worth the having. Gad, I dined with the king yesterday, and we had neck of mutton and turnips. A dinner of herbs is better than a stalled ox very often. You will go to Gaunt House. You give an old fellow no rest until you get there. It's not half so nice as here. You'll be bored there. I am. My wife is as gay as Lady Macbeth, and my daughters as cheerful as Regan and Goneril. I daren't sleep in what they call my bedroom. The bed is like the baldachin of St. Peter's, and the pictures frighten me. I have a little brass bed in a dressing room, and a little hair mattress like an anchorite. I am an anchorite. Ho, ho, you'll be asked to dinner next week, and gare aux spems, look out and hold your own. How the women will bully you." This was a very long speech for a man of few words like my Lord Steyne, nor was it the first which he uttered for Becky's benefit on that day. Briggs looked up from the work table at which she was seated in the farther room and gave a deep sigh as she heard the great Marquis speak so lightly of her sex. "If you don't turn off that abominable sheep-dog," said Lord Steyne, with a savage look over his shoulder at her, "I will have her poisoned." "I always give my dog dinner from my own plate," said Rebecca, laughing mischievously, and having enjoyed for some time the discomfiture of my lord, who hated poor Briggs for interrupting his tete-a-tete with the fair colonel's wife. Mrs. Rawdon at length had pity upon her admirer, and calling to Briggs, praised the fineness of the weather to her, and bade her to take out the child for a walk. "I can't send her away," Becky said presently, after a pause and in a very sad voice. Her eyes filled with tears as she spoke, and she turned away her head. "You owe her her wages, I suppose?" said the peer. "Worse than that," said Becky, still casting down her eyes. "I have ruined her." "Ruined her? Then why don't you turn her out?" the gentleman asked. "Men do that," Becky answered bitterly. "Women are not so bad as you. Last year, when we were reduced to our last guinea, she gave us everything. She shall never leave me until we are ruined utterly ourselves, which does not seem far off, or until I can pay her the utmost farthing." "How much is it?" said the peer with an oath. And Becky, reflecting on the largeness of his means, mentioned not only the sum which she had borrowed from Miss Briggs, but one of nearly double the amount. This caused the Lord Steyne to break out in another brief and energetic expression of anger, at which Rebecca held down her head the more and cried. bitterly. I could not help it. It was my only chance. I dare not tell my husband. He would kill me if I told him what I have done. I have kept it a secret from everybody but you, and you forced it from me. Ah, what shall I do, Lord Stein? For I am very, very unhappy." Lord Stein made no reply except by beating the devil's tattoo and biting his nails. At last he clapped his hat on his head and flung out of the room. Rebecca did not rise from her attitude of misery until the door slammed upon him and his carriage whirled away. Then she rose up with the queerest expression of victorious mischief glittering in her green eyes. She burst out laughing once or twice to herself as she sat at work, and sitting down to the piano, she rattled away a triumphant voluntary on the keys, which made the people pause under her window to listen to her brilliant music. That night there came 2 notes from Gaunt House for the little woman, the one containing a card of invitation from Lord and Lady Stein to a dinner at Gaunt House next Friday, while the other enclosed a slip of grey paper bearing Lord Stein's signature and the address of Messrs. Jones, Brown, and Robinson, Lombard Street. Rawdon heard Becky laughing in the night once or twice. It was only her delight at going to Gaunt House and facing the ladies there, she said, which amused her so. But the truth was that she was occupied with a great number of other thoughts. Should she pay off old Briggs and give her conge? Should she astonish Raggles by settling his account? She turned over all these thoughts on her pillow, and on the next day, when Rawdon went out to pay his morning visit to the club, Mrs. Crawley, in a modest dress with a veil on, whipped off in a hackney coach to the city, and being landed at Messrs. Jones and Robinson's bank, presented a document there to the authority at the desk, who, in reply, asked her how she would take it. She gently said she would take £150 in small notes and the remainder in 1 note, and passing through St. Paul's churchyard stopped there and bought the handsomest black silk gown for Briggs which money could buy, and which, with a kiss and the kindest speeches, she presented to the simple old spinster. Then she walked to Mr. Raggles, inquired about his children affectionately, and gave him £50 on account. Then she went to the livery man from whom she jobbed her carriages, and gratified him with a similar sum. "And I hope this will be a lesson to you, Spavin," she said, "and that on the next drawing-room day my brother, Sir Pitt, will not be inconvenienced by being obliged to take 4 of us in his carriage to wait upon his Majesty, because my own carriage is not forthcoming." It appears there had been a difference on the last drawing-room day. Hence the degradation which the Colonel had almost suffered of being obliged to enter the presence of his sovereign in a hack cab. These arrangements concluded, Becky paid a visit upstairs to the before-mentioned desk, which Amelia Sedley had given her years and years ago, and which contained a number of useful and valuable little things, in which private museum she placed the 1 note which Messrs. Carey, Jones, and Robinson's cashier had given her. Chapter 49, in which we enjoy 3 courses and a dessert. When the ladies of Gaunt House were at breakfast that morning, Lord Stein, who took his chocolate in private and seldom disturbed the females of his household, or saw them except upon public days, or when they crossed each other in the hall, or when from his pit box at the opera he surveyed them in their box on the grand tier, his lordship, we say, appeared among the ladies and the children who were assembled over the tea and toast, and a battle royal ensued apropos of Rebecca. "My Lady Stein," he said, "I want to see the list for your dinner on Friday, and I want you, if you please, to write a card for Colonel and Mrs. Crawley." "Blanche writes them," Lady Stein said in a flutter. "Lady Gaunt writes them." "I will not write to that person." Lady Gaunt said, a tall and stately lady who looked up for an instant and then down again after she had spoken. It was not good to meet Lord Steyner's eyes for those who had offended him. Send the children out of the room. Go, said he, pulling at the bell rope. The urchins, always frightened before him, retired. Their mother would have followed too. Not you, he said. You stop. My Lady Stein, he said. Once more will you have the goodness to go to the desk and write that card for your dinner on Friday? My lord, I will not be present at it, Lady Gaunt said. I will go home. I wish you would, and stay there. You will find the bailiffs at Barracres very pleasant company, and I shall be freed from lending money to your relations, and from your own damned tragedy heirs. Who are you to give orders here? You have no money. You've got no brains. You are here to have children, and you have not had any. Gaunt's tired of you, and George's wife is the only person in the family who doesn't wish you were dead. Gaunt would marry again if you were. I wish I were, her ladyship answered with tears and rage in her eyes. You, forsooth, must give yourself airs of virtue, while my wife, who is an immaculate saint, as everybody knows, and never did wrong in her life, has no objection to meet my young friend, Mrs. Crawley. My Lady Stein knows that appearances are sometimes against the best of women, that lies are often told about the most innocent of them. Pray, madam, shall I tell you some little anecdotes about my Lady Barracres, your mamma? You may strike me if you like, sir, or hit any cruel blow, Lady Gaunt said. To see his wife and daughter suffering always put his lordship into a good humour. My sweet Blanche, he said, I am a gentleman, and never lay my hand upon a woman, save in the way of kindness. I only wish to correct little faults in your character. You women are too proud, and sadly lack humility, as Father Mole, I'm sure, would tell my Lady Steina if he were here. You mustn't give yourselves. Heirs, you must be meek and humble, my blessings. For all Lady Steina knows, this calumniated, simple, good-humoured Mrs. Crawley is quite innocent, even more innocent than herself. Her husband's character is not good, but it is as good as Barracres, who has played a little and not paid a great deal, who cheated you out of the only legacy you ever had and left you a pauper on my hands. And Mrs. Crawley is not very well born, but she is not worse than Fanny's illustrious ancestor, the first Delia Jones. The money which I brought into the family, sir, Lady George cried out. You purchased a contingent reversion with it, the Marquis said darkly. If Gaunt dies, your husband may come to his honours. Your little boys may inherit them, and who knows what besides. In the meanwhile, ladies, be as proud and virtuous as you like abroad, but don't give Emmy any airs. As for Mrs. Crawley's character, I shan't demean myself for that most spotless and perfectly. Irreproachable lady, by even hinting that it requires a defense. You will be pleased to receive her with the utmost cordiality, as you will receive all persons whom I present in this house. This house? He broke out with a laugh. Who is the master of it, and what is it? This temple of virtue belongs to me, and if I invite all Newgate or all Bedlam here, by they shall be welcome. After this vigorous allocution, to one of which sort Lord Steiner treated his harem whenever symptoms of insubordination appeared in his household, the crestfallen women had nothing for it but to obey. Lady Gaunt wrote the invitation which his lordship required, and she and her mother-in-law drove in person and with bitter and humiliated hearts to leave the cards on Mrs. Rawdon, the reception of which caused that innocent woman so much pleasure. There were families in London who would have sacrificed a year's income to receive such an honor at the hands of those great ladies. Mrs. Frederick Bullock. For instance, would have gone on her knees from Mayfair to Lombard Street if Lady Steyne and Lady Gaunt had been waiting in the city to raise her up and say, "Come to us next Friday," not to one of the great crushes and grand balls of Gaunt House, whither everybody went, but to the sacred, unapproachable, mysterious, delicious entertainments, to be admitted to one of which was a privilege and an honor and a blessing indeed. Severe, spotless, and beautiful, Lady Gaunt held the very highest rank in Vanity Fair. The distinguished courtesy with which Lord Steyne treated her charmed everybody who witnessed his behavior, caused the severest critics to admit how perfect a gentleman he was, and to own that his lordship's heart at least was in the right place. The ladies of Gaunt House called Lady Bareacres in to their aid, in order to repulse the common enemy. One of Lady Gaunt's carriages went to Hill Street. For her ladyship's mother, all whose equipages were in the hands of the bailiffs, whose very jewels and wardrobe, it was said, had been seized by those inexorable Israelites. Bareacres Castle was theirs too, with all its costly pictures, furniture, and articles of virtu, the magnificent Van Dycks, the noble Reynolds pictures, the Lawrence portraits, tawdry and beautiful, and, 30 years ago, deemed as precious as works of real genius, the matchless dancing nymph of Canova, for which Lady Bareacres had sat in her youth. Lady Bareacres had sat in her youth, Lady Bareacres, splendid and radiant in wealth, rank was a frangles. Her lord, painted at the same time by Lawrence, as waving his sabre in front of Bareacres Castle and clothed in his uniform as colonel of the Thistlewood Yeomanry, was a withered old lean man in a greatcoat and a Brutus wig, slinking about Gray's Inn of mornings chiefly, and dining alone at clubs. He did not like to dine with Steyne now. They had run races of pleasure together in youth when Bareacres was the winner. But Steyne had more bottom than he and had lasted him out. The Marquis was 10 times a greater man now than the young Lord Gaunt of 85, and Bareacres, nowhere in the race old, beaten, bankrupt, and broken down. He had borrowed too much money of Steyne to find it pleasant to meet his old comrade often. The latter, whenever he wished to be merry, used jeeringly to ask Lady Gaunt why her father had not come to see her. "He has not been here for 4 months," Lord Steyne would say. "I can always tell by my cheque-book afterwards, when I get a visit from Bareacres. What a comfort it is, my ladies! I bank with one of my son's fathers-in-law, and the other banks with me." Of the other illustrious persons whom Becky had the honor to encounter on this her first presentation to the grand world, it does not become the present historian to say much. There was His Excellency, the Prince of Peterwaradin, with his princess a nobleman tightly girthed, with a large military chest, on which the plaque of his order shone magnificently, and wearing the red collar of the Golden Fleece round his neck. He was the owner of countless flocks. "Look at his face. I think he must be descended from a sheep," Becky whispered to Lord Steyne. Indeed, His Excellency's countenance, long, solemn, and white, with the ornament round his neck, bore some resemblance to that of a venerable bellwether. There was Mr. John Paul Jefferson Jones, titularly attached to the American Embassy and correspondent of the New York Demagogue, who, by way of making himself agreeable to the company, asked Lady Steiner, during a pause in the conversation at dinner, how his dear friend, George Gaunt, liked the Brazils. He and George had been most intimate at Naples and had gone up Vesuvius together. Mr. Jones wrote a full and particular account of the dinner, which appeared duly in the Demagogue. He mentioned the names and titles of all the guests, giving biographical sketches of the principal people. He described the persons of the ladies with great eloquence, the service of the table, the size and costume of the servants, enumerated the dishes and wines served, the ornaments of the sideboard, and the probable value of the plate. Such a dinner, he calculated, could not be dished up under $15 or $18 per head, and he was in the habit, until very lately, of sending over protégés, with letters of recommendation, to the present Marquis of Stein, encouraged to do so by the intimate terms on which he had lived with his dear friend, the late Lord. He was most indignant that a young and insignificant aristocrat, the Earl of Southdown, should have taken the pass of him in their procession to the dining-room. Just as I was stepping up to offer my hand to a very pleasing and witty fashionable, the brilliant and exclusive Mrs. Rawdon Crawley, he wrote, the young patrician interposed between me and the lady, and whisked my Helen off without a word of apology. I was fain to bring up the rear with the colonel, the lady's husband, a stout, red-faced warrior who distinguished himself at Waterloo, where he had better luck than befell some of his brother redcoats at New Orleans. The colonel's countenance on coming into this polite society wore as many blushes as the face of a boy of 16 assumes when he is confronted with his sister's schoolfellows. It has been told before that honest Rawdon had not been much used at any period of his life to ladies' company. With the men at the club or the mess-room he was well enough, and could ride, bet, smoke, or play at billiards with the boldest of them. He had had his time for female friendships too, but that was 20 years ago, and the ladies were of the rank of those with whom young Marlowe in the comedy is represented as having been familiar before he became abashed in the presence of Miss Hardcastle. The times are such that one scarcely dares to allude to that kind of company which thousands of our young men in Vanity Fair are frequenting every day, which nightly fills casinos and dancing-rooms, which is known to exist as well as the Ring in Hyde Park or the Congregation at St. James's, but which the most squeamish, if not the most moral of societies, is determined to ignore. In a word, although Colonel Crawley was now 45 years of age, it had not been his lot in life to meet with the half-dozen good women, besides his paragon of a wife. All except her and his kind sister Lady Jane, whose gentle nature had tamed and won him, scared the worthy colonel. And on occasion of his first dinner at Gaunt House, he was not heard to make a single remark except to state that the weather was very hot. Indeed, Becky would have left him at home, but that virtue ordained that her husband should be by her side to protect the timid and fluttering little creature on her first appearance in polite society. On her first appearance, Lord Steina stepped forward, taking her hand and greeting her with great courtesy, and presenting her to Lady Steina and their ladyships, her daughters. Their ladyships made 3 stately curtsies, and the elder lady to be sure gave her hand to the newcomer, but it was as cold and lifeless as marble. Becky took it, however, with grateful humility, and performing a reverence which would have done credit to the best dancer master, put herself at Lady Stein's feet, as it were, by saying that his lordship had been her father's earliest friend and patron, and that she, Becky, had learned to honor and respect the Steine family from the days of her childhood. The fact is that Lord Steine had once purchased a couple of pictures of the late Sharp, and the affectionate orphan could never forget her gratitude for that favor. The Lady Baerekers then came under Becky's cognizance, to whom the Colonel's lady made also a most respectful obeisance. It was returned with severe dignity by the exalted person in question. "I had the pleasure of making your ladyship's acquaintance at Brussels 10 years ago," Becky said in the most winning manner. "I had the good fortune to meet Lady Baerekers at the Duchess of Richmond's ball the night before the Battle of Waterloo. And I recollect your ladyship and my Lady Blanche, your daughter, sitting in the carriage in the porte-cochere at the inn, waiting for horses. I hope your ladyship's diamonds are safe." Everybody's eyes looked into their neighbors'. The famous diamonds had undergone a famous seizure, it appears, about which Becky, of course, knew nothing. Rawdon Crawley retreated with Lord Southdown into a window, where the latter was heard to laugh immoderately as Rawdon told him the story of Lady Baerekers wanting horses and knuckling down by Jove to Mrs. Crawley. "I think I needn't be afraid of that woman," Becky thought. Indeed, Lady Baerekers exchanged terrified and angry looks with her daughter, and retreated to a table where she began to look at pictures with great energy. When the potentate from the Danube made his appearance, the conversation was carried on in the French language, and the Lady Baerekers and the younger ladies found, to their farther mortification, that Mrs. Crawley was much better acquainted with that tongue, and spoke it with a much better accent than they. Becky had met other Hungarian magnates with the army in France in 1816-17. She asked after her friends with great interest. The foreign personages thought that she was a lady of great distinction, and the prince and the princess asked severally of Lord Steine and the Marchioness, whom they conducted to dinner, who was that petite dame who spoke so well. Finally, the procession being formed in the order described by the American diplomatist, they marched into the apartment where the banquet was served, and which, as I have promised the reader he shall enjoy it, he shall have the liberty of ordering himself so as to suit his fancy. But it was when the ladies were alone that Becky knew the tug of war would come. And then indeed the little woman found herself in such a situation as made her acknowledge the correctness of Lord Steine's caution to her to beware of the society of ladies above her own sphere. As they say, the persons who hate Irishmen most are Irishmen, so assuredly the greatest tyrants over women are women. When poor little Becky, alone with the ladies, went up to the fireplace whither the great ladies had repaired, the great ladies marched away and took possession of a table of drawings. When Becky followed them to the table of drawings, they dropped off one by one to the fire again. She tried to speak to one of the children of whom she was commonly fond in public places, but Master George Gaunt was called away by his mamma, and the stranger was treated with such cruelty finally that even Lady Steiner herself pitied her and went up to speak to the friendless little woman. "Lord Steine," said her ladyship, as her wan cheeks glowed with a blush, "says you sing and play very beautifully, Mrs. Crawley. I wish you would do me the kindness to sing to me." "I will do anything that may give pleasure to my Lord Steine or to you," said Rebecca, sincerely grateful, and seating herself at the piano, began to sing. She sang religious songs of Mozart, which had been early favorites of Lady Steine, and with such sweetness and tenderness that the lady, lingering round the piano, sat down by its side and listened until the tears rolled down her eyes. It is true that the opposition ladies at the other end of the room kept up a loud and ceaseless buzzing and talking, but the Lady Steina did not hear those rumors. She was a child again and had wandered back through a 40 years' wilderness to her convent garden. The chapel organ had pealed the same tones. The organist, the sister whom she loved best of the community, had taught them to her in those early happy days. She was a girl once more, and the brief period of her happiness bloomed out again for an hour as she started, when the jarring doors were flung open, and with a loud laugh from Lord Steyne, the men of the party entered full of gaiety. He saw at a glance what had happened in his absence, and was grateful to his wife for once. He went and spoke to her and called her by her Christian name, so as again to bring blushes to her pale face. "My wife says you have been singing like an angel," he said to Becky. Now there are angels of two kinds, and both sorts, it is said, are charming in their way. Whatever the previous portion of the evening had been, the rest of that night was a great triumph for Becky. She sang her very best, and it was so good that every one of the men came and crowded round the piano. The women, her enemies, were left quite alone, and Mr. Paul Jefferson Jones thought he had made a conquest of Lady Gaunt by going up to her ladyship and praising her delightful friend's first-rate singing. Chapter 50 contains a vulgar incident. The Muse, whoever she be, who presides over this comic history, must now descend from the genteel heights in which she has been soaring, and have the goodness to drop down upon the lowly roof of John Sedley at Brompton, and describe what events are taking place there. Here, too, in this humble tenement, live care and distrust and dismay. Mrs. Clapp in the kitchen is grumbling in secret to her husband about the rent, and urging the good fellow to rebel against his old friend and patron, and his present lodger. Mrs. Sedley has ceased to visit her landlady in the lower regions now, and indeed is in a position to patronize Mrs. Clapp no longer. How can one be condescending to a lady to whom one owes a matter of £40, and who is perpetually throwing out hints for the money? The Irish maidservant has not altered in the least in her kind and respectful behavior, but Mrs. Sedley fancies that she is growing insolent and ungrateful, and, as the guilty thief who fears each bush and officer, sees threatening innuendos and hints of capture in all the girl's speeches, and answers. Miss Clapp, grown quite a young woman now, is declared by the soured old lady to be an unbearable and impudent little minx. Why Amelia can be so fond of her, or have her in her rooms so much, or walk out with her so constantly, Mrs. Sedley cannot conceive. The bitterness of poverty has poisoned the life of the once cheerful and kindly woman. She is thankless for Amelia's constant and gentle bearing towards her, carps at her for her efforts at kindness or service, rails at her for her silly pride in her child and her neglect of her parents. Georgie's house is not a very lively one since Uncle Joseph's annuity has been withdrawn, and the little family are almost upon famine diet. Amelia thinks, and racks her brain to find some means of increasing the small pittance upon which the household is starving. Can she give lessons in anything? Paint card racks, do fine work. She finds that women are working hard, and better than she can, for 2d a day. She buys a couple of begilt Bristol boards at the fancy stationer's, and paints her very best upon. Them a shepherd with a red waistcoat on one, and a pink face smiling in the midst of a pencil landscape, a shepherdess on the other, crossing a little bridge with a little dog nicely shaded. The man of the fancy repository and Brompton Emporium of Fine Arts of whom she bought the screens. vainly hoping that he would repurchase them when ornamented by her hand, can hardly hide the sneer with which he examines these feeble works of art. He looks askance at the lady who waits in the shop and ties up the cards again in their envelope of whitey brown paper and hands them to the poor widow and Miss Clapp, who had never seen such beautiful things in her life and had been quite confident that the man must give at least 2 guineas for the screens. They try at other shops in the interior of London, with faint, sickening hopes. "Don't want 'em," says one. "Be off," says another fiercely. 3 and 6pence has been spent in vain. The screens retire to Miss Clapp's bedroom, who persists in thinking them lovely. She writes out a little card in her neatest hand, and after long thought and labor of composition, in which the public is informed that a lady who has some time at her disposal wishes to undertake the education of some little girls, whom she would instruct in English, in French, in geography, in history, and in music, address A.O. at Mr. Brown's, and she confides the card to the gentleman of the Fine Art Repository, who consents to allow it to lie upon the counter, where it grows dingy and fly-blown. Amelia passes the door wistfully many a time, in hopes that Mr. Brown will have some news to give her, but he never beckons her in. When she goes to make little purchases, there is no news for her. Poor simple lady, tender and weak, how are you to battle with the struggling violet world? She grows daily more careworn and sad, fixing upon her child alarmed eyes, whereof the little boy cannot interpret the expression. She starts up of a night and peeps into his room stealthily to see that he is sleeping and not stolen away. She sleeps but little now. A constant thought and terror is haunting her. How? She weeps and prays in the long silent nights, how she tries to hide from herself the thought which will return to her, that she ought to part with the boy, that she is the only barrier between him and prosperity. She can't, not now at least, some other day. Oh! It is too hard to think of and to bear. A thought comes over her which makes her blush and turn from herself. Her parents might keep the annuity the curate would marry her and give a home to her and the boy, but George's picture and dearest memory are there to rebuke her. Shame and love say no to the sacrifice. She shrinks from it as from something unholy, and such thoughts never found a resting place in that pure and gentle bosom. The combat, which we describe in a sentence or two, lasted for many weeks in poor Amelia's heart, during which she had no confidant. Indeed, she could never have one, as she would not allow to herself the possibility of yielding, though she was giving way daily before the enemy with whom she had to battle. One truth after another was marshalling itself silently against her and keeping its ground. Poverty and misery for all, want and degradation for her parents, injustice to the boy one by one. The outworks of the little citadel were taken, in which the poor soul passionately guarded her only love and treasure. At the beginning of the struggle, she had written off a letter of tender supplication to her brother at Calcutta, imploring him not to withdraw the support which he had granted to their parents, and painting in terms of artless pathos their lonely and hapless condition. She did not know the truth of the matter. The payment of Jose's annuity was still regular, but it was a moneylender in the city who was receiving it. Old Sedley had sold it for a sum of money wherewith to prosecute his bootless schemes. Emmy was calculating eagerly the time that would elapse before the letter would arrive and be answered. She had written down the date in her pocketbook of the day when she dispatched it. 2. Her son's guardian, the good major at Madras. She had not communicated any of her griefs and perplexities. She had not written to him since she wrote to congratulate him on his approaching marriage. She thought with sickening despondency that friend, the only one, The one who had felt such a regard for her was fallen away. One day, when things had come to a very bad pass, when the creditors were pressing, the mother in hysteric grief, the father in more than usual gloom, the inmates of the family avoiding each other, each secretly oppressed with his private unhappiness and notion of wrong, the father and daughter happened to be left alone together, and Amelia thought to comfort her father by telling him what she had done. She had written to Joseph, an answer must come in 3 or 4 months. He was always generous, though careless. He could not refuse when he knew how straitened were the circumstances of his parents. Then the poor old gentleman revealed the whole truth to her, that his son was still paying the annuity which his own imprudence had flung away. He had not dared to tell it sooner. He thought Amelia's ghastly and terrified look when, with a trembling, miserable voice, he made the confession, conveyed reproaches to him for his concealment. "Ah," said he with quivering lips and turning away, "you despise your old father now." "Oh, papa, it is not that," Amelia cried out, falling on his neck and kissing him many times. "You are always good and kind. You did it for the best. It is not for the money. It is my God, my God. Have mercy upon me, and give me strength to bear this trial." And she kissed him again wildly, and went away. Still the father did not know what that explanation meant, and the burst of anguish with which the poor girl left him. It was that she was conquered. The sentence was passed. The child must go from her to others to forget her. Heart and her treasure, her joy, hope, love, worship her God almost. She must give him up, and then she would go to George, and they would watch over the child and wait for him until he came to them in heaven. She put on her bonnet, scarcely knowing what she did, and went out to walk in the lanes by which George used to come back from school, and where she was in the habit of going on his return to meet the boy. It was May, a half-holiday. The leaves were all coming out, the weather was brilliant. The boy came running to her flushed with health, singing, his bundle of school books hanging by a thong. There he was. Both her arms were round him. No, it was impossible. They could not be going to part. "What is the matter, mother?" said he. "You look very pale." "Nothing, my child," she said, and stooped down and kissed him. That night Amelia made the boy read the story of Samuel to her, and how Hannah, his mother, having weaned him, brought him to Eli the high priest to minister before the Lord. And he read the song of gratitude which Hannah sang, and which says, "Who it is who maketh poor and maketh rich, and bringeth low and exalteth, how the poor shall be raised up out of the dust, and how, in his own might, no man shall be strong." Then he read how Samuel's mother made him a little coat, and brought it to him from year to year when she came up to offer the yearly sacrifice. And then in her sweet, simple way, George's mother made commentaries to the boy upon this affecting story. How Hannah, though she loved her son so much, yet gave him up because of her vow. And how she must always have thought of him as she sat at home, far away, making the little coat. And Samuel, she was sure, never forgot his mother. And how happy she must have been as the time came, and the years pass away very quick, when she should see her boy, and how good and wise he had grown. This little sermon she spoke with a gentle, solemn voice, and dry eyes, until she came to the account of their meeting. Then the discourse broke off suddenly, the tender heart overflowed, and, taking the boy to her breast, she rocked him in her arms and wept silently over him in a sainted agony of tears. her mind being made up, the widow began to take such measures as seemed right to her for advancing the end which she proposed. One day, Miss Osborne, in Russell Square, Amelia, had not written the name or number of the house for 10 years. Her youth, her early story, came back to her as she wrote the superscription one day. Miss Osborne got a letter from Amelia, which made her blush very much, and looked towards her father, sitting glooming in his place at the other end of the table. In simple terms, Amelia told her the reasons which had induced her to change her mind respecting her boy. Her father had met with fresh misfortunes which had entirely ruined him. Her own pittance was so small that it would barely enable her to support her parents, and would not suffice to give George the advantages which were his due. Great as her sufferings would be at parting with him, she would, by God's help, endure them for the boy's sake. She knew that those to whom he was going would do all in their power to make him happy. She described his disposition, such as she fancied it quick and impatient of control or harshness, easily to be moved by love and kindness. In a postscript, she stipulated that she should have a written agreement, that she should see the child as often as she wished. She could not part with him under any other terms. "What? Mrs. Pride has come down, has she?" old Osborne said, when with a tremulous, eager voice, Miss Osborne read him the letter. "Reg'lar starved out, hey, ha, ha." "I knew she would." He tried to keep his dignity and to read his paper as usual, but he could not follow it. He chuckled and swore to himself behind the sheet. At last he flung it down and, scowling at his daughter as his wont was, went. Out of the room into his study adjoining, from whence he presently returned with a key. He flung it to Miss Osborne. "Get the room over mine, his room that was ready," he said. "Yes, sir," his daughter replied in a tremble. It was George's room. It had not been opened for more than 10 years. Some of his clothes, papers, handkerchiefs, whips and caps, fishing rods and sporting gear were still there. An army list of 1814 with his name written on the cover, a little dictionary he was wont to use in writing, and the Bible his mother had given him were on the mantelpiece, with a pair of spurs and a dried inkstand covered with the dust of 10 years. Ah, since that ink was wet, what days and people had passed away! The writing book, still on the table, was blotted with his hand. Miss Osborne was much affected when she first entered this room with the servants under her. She sank quite pale on the little bed. "This is blessed news." "Mom, indeed, Mom," the housekeeper said. "And the good old times is returning, Mom. The dear little feller, to be sure, Mom. How happy he will be. But some folks in Mayfair, Mom, will owe him a grudge, Mom." And she clicked back the bolt which held the window sash and let the air into the chamber. "You had better send that woman some money," Mr. Osborne said, before he went out. "She shan't want for nothing. Send her £100. "And I'll go and see her tomorrow?" Miss Osborne asked. "That's your lookout. She don't come in here, mind." "No, not for all the money in London. But she mustn't want now. So look out and get things right." With which brief speeches Mr. Osborne took leave of his daughter and went on his accustomed way into the city. "Here, Papa, is some money," Amelia said that night, kissing the old man, her. Father, and putting a bill for £100 into his hands, and Mamma, don't be harsh with Georgie. He is not going to stop with us long. She could say nothing more and walked away silently to her room. Let us close it upon her prayers and her sorrow. I think we had best speak little about so much love and grief. Miss Osborne came the next day, according to the promise contained in her note, and saw Amelia. The meeting between them was friendly. A look and a few words from Miss Osborne showed the poor widow that, with regard to this woman at least, there need be no fear lest she should take the first place in her son's affection. She was cold, sensible, not unkind. The mother had not been so well pleased, perhaps, had the rival been better looking, younger, more affectionate, warmer-hearted. Miss Osborne, on the other hand, thought of old times and memories, and could not but be touched with the poor mother's pitiful situation. She was conquered, and laying down her arms, as it were, she humbly submitted. That day they arranged together the preliminaries of the Treaty of Capitulation. George was kept from school the next day and saw his aunt. Amelia left them alone together and went to her room. She was trying the separation as that poor gentle Lady Jane Grey felt the edge of the axe that was to come down and sever her slender life. Days were passed in parleys, visits, preparations. The widow broke the matter to Georgie with great caution. She looked to see him very much affected by the intelligence. He was rather elated than otherwise, and the poor woman turned sadly away. He bragged about the news that day to the boys at school, told them how he was going to live with his grandpapa, his father's father, not the one who comes here sometimes, and that he would be very rich and have a carriage and a pony and go to a much finer school, and when he was rich he would buy Leader's pencil case and pay the tart woman. The boy was the image of his father, as his fond mother thought. Indeed, I have no heart, on account of our dear Amelia's sake, to go through the story of George's last days at home. At last the day came, the carriage drove up, the little humble packets containing tokens of love and remembrance were ready, and disposed in the hall long since George was in his new suit, for which the tailor had come previously to measure him. He had sprung up with the sun, and put on the new clothes, his mother hearing him from the room close by, in which she had been lying in speechless grief and watching. Days before she had been making preparations for the end, purchasing little stores for the boy's use, marking his books and linen, talking with him and preparing him for the change, fondly fancying that he needed preparation. So that he had change, what cared he? He was longing for it, by 1,000 eager declarations as to what he would do when he went to live with his grandfather. He had shown the poor widow how little the idea of parting had cast him down. He would come and see his mamma often on the pony, he said. He would come and fetch her in the carriage. They would drive in the park, and she should have everything she wanted. The poor mother was fain to content herself with these selfish demonstrations of attachment, and tried to convince herself how sincerely her son loved her. He must love her. All children were so, a little anxious for novelty, and no, not selfish, but self-willed. Her child must have his enjoyments and ambition in the world. She herself, by her own selfishness and imprudent love for him, had denied him his just rights and pleasures hitherto. I know few things more affecting than that timorous debasement and self-humiliation of a woman. How she owns that it is she and not the man who is guilty. How she takes all the faults on her side. How she courts in a manner punishment for the wrongs which she has not committed, and persists in shielding the real culprit. It is those who injure women who get the most kindness from them. They are born timid and tyrants, and maltreat those who are humblest before them. So poor Amelia had been getting ready in silent misery for her son's departure, and had passed many and many a long solitary hour in making preparations for the end. George stood by his mother, watching her arrangements without the least concern. Tears had fallen into his boxes. Passages had been scored in his favorite books. Old toys, relics, treasures had been hoarded away for him, and packed with strange neatness and care. And of all these things the boy took no note. The child goes away smiling, as the mother breaks her heart. By heavens, it is pitiful, the bootless love of women for children in Vanity Fair. A few days are past, and the great event of Amelia's life is consummated. No angel has intervened. The child is sacrificed and offered up to fate, and the widow is quite alone. The boy comes to see her often, to be sure. He rides on a pony with a coachman behind him, to the delight of his old grandfather Sedley, who walks proudly down the lane by his side. She sees him, but he is not her boy any more. Why, he rides to see the boys at the little school too, and to show off before them his new wealth and splendor. In 2 days he has adopted a slightly imperious air and patronizing manner. He was born to command, his mother thinks, as his father was before him. It is fine weather now. Of evenings on the days when he does not come, she takes a long walk into London. Yes, as far as Russell Square, and rests on the stone by the railing of the garden opposite Mr. Osborne's house. It is so pleasant and cool. She can look up and see the drawing-room windows illuminated and, at about 9 o'clock, the chamber in the upper story where Georgie sleeps. She knows he has told her. She prays there as the light goes out, prays with an humble heart, and walks home shrinking and silent. She is very tired when she comes home. Perhaps she will sleep the better for that long weary walk, and she may dream about Georgie. One Sunday she happened to be walking in Russell Square. At some distance from Mr. Osborne's house, she could see it from a distance, though when all the bells of Sabbath were ringing, and George and his aunt came out to go to church, a little sweep asked for charity, and the footman who carried the books tried to drive him away, but Georgie stopped and gave him money. May God's blessing be on the boy. Emmy ran round the square, and coming up to the sweep, gave him her mite too. All the bells of Sabbath were ringing, and she followed them until she came to the Foundling Church, into which she went. There she sat in a place whence she could see the head of the boy under his father's tombstone. Many hundred fresh children's voices rose up there and sang hymns to the Father Beneficent, and little George's soul thrilled with delight at the burst of glorious psalmody. His mother could not see him for a while through the mist that dimmed her eyes. Chapter 51, in which a charade is acted, which may or may not puzzle the reader. After Becky's appearance at my Lord Steyne's private and select parties, the claims of that estimable woman as regards fashion were settled, and some of the very greatest and tallest doors in the metropolis were speedily opened to her doors, so great and tall that the beloved reader and writer hereof may hope in vain to enter at them. Dear brethren, let us tremble before those august portals. I fancy them guarded by grooms of the chamber with flaming silver forks with which they prong all those who have not the right of the entree. They say the honest newspaper fellow who sits in the hall and takes down the names of the great ones who are admitted to the feasts dies after a little time. He can't survive the glare of fashion long. It scorches him up, as the presence of Jupiter in full dress wasted that poor imprudent Samaye, giddy moth of a creature who ruined herself by venturing out of her natural atmosphere. Her myth ought to be taken to heart amongst the Tibernians, the Belgravians, her story, and perhaps Becky's too. Ah, ladies, ask the Reverend Mr. Thurifer if Belgravia is not a sounding. brass, and Tibernia, a tinkling cymbal. These are vanities. Even these will pass away, and some day or other, but it will be after our time. Thank goodness Hyde Park Gardens will be no better known than the celebrated horticultural outskirts of Babylon, and Belgrave Square will be as desolate as Baker Street or Tadmor in the wilderness. Ladies, are you aware that the great Pitt lived in Baker Street? What would not your grandmothers have given to be asked to Lady Hester's parties in that now decayed mansion? I have dined in it, moi qui vous parle. I peopled the chamber with ghosts of the mighty dead. As we sat soberly drinking claret there with men of today, the spirits of the departed came in and took their places round the darksome board. The pilot who weathered the storm tossed off great bumpers of spiritual port. The shade of Dundas did not leave the ghost of a heel tap. Addington sat bowing and smirking in a ghastly manner, and would not be behindhand when the noiseless bottle went round. Scott from under bushy eyebrows winked at the apparition of a beeswing. Wilberforce's eyes went up to the ceiling, so that he did not seem to know how his glass went up full to his mouth and came down empty. Up to the ceiling which was above us only yesterday, and which the great of the past days have all looked at. They let the house as a furnished lodging now. Yes, Lady Hester once lived in Baker Street, and lies asleep in the wilderness. Eildon saw her there, not in Baker Street, but in the other solitude. It is all vanity, to be sure, but who will not own to liking a little of it? I should like to know what well-constituted mind, merely because it is transitory, dislikes roast beef? That is a vanity, but may every man who reads this have a wholesome portion of it through life. I beg, though my readers were 500,000. Sit down, gentlemen, and fall to with a good hearty appetite, the fat, the lean, the gravy, the horseradish as you like it, don't spare it. Another glass of wine, Jones, my boy, a little bit of the Sunday side. Yes, let us eat our fill of the vain thing, and be thankful therefore, and let us make the best of Becky's aristocratic pleasures likewise, for these too, like all other mortal delights, were but transitory. The upshot of her visit to Lord Steyne was that His Highness the Prince of Peterwaradin took occasion to renew his acquaintance with Colonel Crawley when they met on the next day at the club, and to compliment Mrs. Crawley in the ring of Hyde Park with a profound salute of the hat. She and her husband were invited immediately to one of the prince's small parties at Levant House, then occupied by His Highness during the temporary absence from England of its noble proprietor. She sang after dinner to a very little committee. The Marquis of Steyne was present, paternally superintending the progress of his pupil. At Levant House Becky met one of the finest gentlemen and greatest ministers that Europe has produced, the Duc de la Jabatiere, then ambassador from the Cône. Most Christian king, and subsequently minister to that monarch, I declare I swell with pride as these august names are transcribed by my pen, and I think in what brilliant company my dear Becky is moving. She became a constant guest at the French embassy, where no party was considered to be complete without the presence of the charming Madame Ravden Cravely. Messieurs de Truffigny, of the Perigord family, and Champignac, both attaches of the embassy, were straightway smitten by the charms of the fair colonel's wife, and both declared, according to the wont of their nation, for who ever yet met a Frenchman, come out of England, that has not left half a dozen families miserable, and brought away as many hearts in his pocketbook, both, I say, declared that they were au mieux with the charming Ravden. But I doubt the correctness of the assertion. Champignac was very fond of the cart, and made many parties with the colonel of evenings, while Becky was singing to Lord Steyne in the other room, and as for Truffigny, it is a well. known fact that he dared not go to the travelers, where he owed money to the waiters, and if he had not had the embassy as a dining place, the worthy young gentleman must have starved. I doubt, I say, that Becky would have selected either of these young men as a person on whom she would bestow her special regard. They ran of her messages, purchased her gloves and flowers, went in debt for opera boxes for her, and made themselves amiable in 1,000 ways. And they talked English with adorable simplicity, and to the constant amusement of Becky and my Lord Steyne, she would mimic one or other to his face, and compliment him on his advance in the English language with a gravity which never failed to tickle the Marquis, her sardonic old patron. Truffigny gave Briggs a shawl by way of winning over Becky's confidant, and asked her to take charge of a letter which the simple spinster handed over in public to the person to whom it was addressed, and the composition of which amused everybody who read it greatly. Lord Steyne read it, everybody but honest Rawdon, to whom it was not necessary to tell everything that passed in a little house in Mayfair. Here, before long, Becky received not only the best foreigners, as the phrase is in our noble and admirable society slang, but some of the best English people too. I don't mean the most virtuous, or indeed the least virtuous, or the cleverest, or the stupidest, or the richest, or the best born, but the best, in a word, people about whom there is no question, such as the great Lady Fitzwillis, that patron saint of Almack's, the great Lady Slowbore, the great Lady Grizzle Macbeth, she was Lady G. Glowry, daughter of Lord Grey of Glowry, and the like. When the Countess of Fitzwillis, her ladyship, is of the King Street family, see Deverett and Burt takes up a person, he or she is safe. There is no question about them any more. Not that my Lady Fitzwillis is any better than anybody else, being, on the contrary, a faded person, 57 years of age, and neither handsome nor wealthy nor entertaining, but it is agreed on all sides that she is of the best people. Those who go to her are of the best, and from an old grudge. Probably to Lady Steyne, for whose coronet her ladyship, then the youthful Georgina Frederica, daughter of the Prince of Wales's favourite, the Earl of Portoncherry, had once tried. This great and famous leader of the fashion chose to acknowledge Mrs. Rawdon Crawley, made her a most marked curtsy at the assembly over which she presided, and not only encouraged her son, St. Kitts his lordship got his place through Lord Steyne's interest, to frequent Mrs. Crawley's house, but asked her to her mansion in Spertuve to Entythe Dorbergik. The important fact was known all over London that night. People who had been crying fie about Mrs. Crawley were silent. Wynnum, the wit and lawyer, Lord Steyne's right-hand man, went about everywhere praising her. Some who had hesitated came forward at once and welcomed her. Little Tom Toady, who had warned Southdown about visiting such an abandoned woman, now besought to be introduced to her. In a word, she was admitted to be among the best people. Ah, my beloved readers, and brethren, do not envy poor Becky prematurely glory like this is said to be fugitive. It is currently reported that even in the very inmost circles they are no happier than the poor wanderers outside the zone. And Becky, who penetrated into the very center of fashion and saw the great George IV face to face, has owned since that there too was vanity. We must be brief in descanting upon this part of her career, as I cannot describe the mysteries of Freemasonry, although I have a shrewd idea that it is a humbug, so an uninitiated man cannot take upon himself to portray the great world accurately, and had best keep his opinions to himself, whatever they are. Becky has often spoken in subsequent years of this season of her life, when she moved among the very greatest circles of the London fashion. Her success excited, elated, and then bored her. At first no occupation was more pleasant than to invent and procure the latter, a work of no small trouble and ingenuity. By the way, in a person of Mrs. Rawdon Crawley's very narrow means to procure, we say, the prettiest new dresses and ornaments, to drive to fine dinner parties, to fine assemblies, whither the same people came with whom she had been dining, whom she had met the night before, and would see on the morrow the young men faultlessly appointed, handsomely cravated, with the neatest glossy boots and white gloves, the timberly prosbutton, noble-looking, polite and pembrouse, bombalverms, and tenavamum albeclef. They talked in English, not in bad French, as they do in the novels. They talked about each other's houses, and characters, and families, just as the Joneses do about the Smiths. Becky's former acquaintances hated and envied her. The poor woman herself was yawning in spirit. "I wish I were out of it," she said to herself. "I would rather be a parson's wife and teach a Sunday school than this, or a sergeant's lady and ride in them." Regimental wagon, or, oh, how much gayer it would be to wear spangles and trousers and dance before a booth at a fair. "You would do it very well," said Lord Steyne, laughing. She used to tell the great man her ennui and perplexities in her artless way. They amused him. Rawdon would make a very good écuyer master of the ceremonies. What do you call him? The man in the large boots and the uniform, who goes round the ring cracking the whip. He is large, heavy, and of a military figure. I recollect, Becky continued pensively. "My father took me to see a show at Brook Green Fair when I was a child, and when we came home I made myself a pair of stilts and danced in the studio to the wonder of all the pupils." "I should have liked to see it," said Lord Steyne. "I should like to do it now," Becky continued. "How Lady Blanky would open." Her eyes, and Lady Grizzle Macbeth would stare. "Hush! Silence! There is Pasta beginning to sing." Becky always made a point of being conspicuously polite to the professional ladies and gentlemen who attended at these aristocratic parties, of following them into the corners where they sat in silence, and shaking hands with them, and smiling in the view of all persons. She was an artist herself, as she said very truly. There was a frankness and humility in the manner in which she acknowledged her origin, which provoked or disarmed or amused lookers-on, as the case might be. "How cool that woman is," said one. "What airs of independence she assumes, where she ought to sit still and be thankful if anybody speaks to her." "What an honest and good-natured soul she is," said another. "What an artful little minx," said a third. They were all right, very likely, but Becky went her own way and so fascinated the professional personages that they would leave off their sore throats in order to sing at her parties and give her lessons for nothing. Yes, she gave parties in the little house in Curzon Street. Many scores of carriages with blazing lamps blocked up the street, to the disgust of number 100, who could not rest for the thunder of the knocking, and of 102, who could not sleep for envy. The gigantic footmen who accompanied the vehicles were too big to be contained in Becky's little hall, and were billeted off in the neighboring public houses, whence, when they were wanted, call boys summoned them from their beer. Scores of the great dandies of London squeezed and trod on each other, on the little stairs, laughing to find themselves there, and many spotless and severe ladies of ton were seated in the little drawing-room, listening to the professional singers, who were singing according to their wont and as if they wished to blow the windows down. And the day after, there appeared among the fashionable reunions in the Morning Post a paragraph to the following effect: "Yesterday, Colonel and Mrs. Crawley entertained a select party at dinner at their house in Mayfair. Their Excellencies, the Prince and Princess of Peter Warradin, H.E. Paposh Pasha, the Turkish ambassador attended by Kebab Bey, dragoman of the mission, the Marquis of Stein, Earl of Southdown, Sir Pitt and Lady Jane Crawley, Mr. Wagg and C. Tim, etc. After dinner, Mrs. Crawley had an assembly which was attended by the Duchess Dowager of Stilton, Duke de la Gruyere, Marchioness of Cheshire, Marchese Alessandro Strachino, Comte de Brie, Baron Shapsuger, Chevalier Tosti, Countess of Slingstone, and Lady F. McAdam, Major General and Lady G. Frave, Macbeth, and 2 Miss Macbeths, Viscount Paddington, Sir Horace Fogey, Un. Sans Bedwin, Bobachi Bahadur, and an Ang Ants, which the reader may fill at his pleasure through a dozen close lines of small type, and in her commerce with the great our dear friend, showed the same frankness which distinguished her transactions with the lowly in station. On one occasion, when out at a very fine house, Rebecca was perhaps rather ostentatiously holding a conversation in the French language with a celebrated tenor singer of that nation, while the Lady Grizzle Macbeth looked over her shoulder, scowling at the pair. "How very well you speak French," Lady Grizzle said, who herself spoke the tongue in an Edinburgh accent most remarkable to hear. "I ought to know it," Becky modestly said, casting down her eyes. "I taught it in a school, and my mother was a Frenchwoman." Lady Grizzle was won by her humility and was mollified towards the little woman. She deplored the fatal leveling tendencies of the age, which admitted persons of all classes into the society of their superiors. But her ladyship owned that this one at least was well behaved, and never forgot her place in life. She was a very good woman, good to the poor, stupid, blameless, unsuspicious. It is not her ladyship's fault that she fancies herself better than you and me. The skirts of her ancestors' garments have been kissed for centuries. It is 1,000 years they. Say, since the tartans of the head of the family were embraced by the defunct Duncan's lords and councillors when the great ancestor of the house became King of Scotland. Lady Stina, after the music scene, succumbed before Becky, and perhaps was not disinclined to her. The younger ladies of the House of Gaunt were also compelled into submission. Once or twice they set people at her, but they failed. The brilliant Lady Stunnington tried a passage of arms with her, but was routed with great slaughter by the intrepid little Becky. When attacked sometimes, Becky had a knack of adopting a demure ingenue air, under which she was most dangerous. She said the wickedest things with the most simple, unaffected air when in this mood, and would take care artlessly to apologize for her blunders, so that all the world should know that she had made them. Mr. Wagg, the celebrated wit, and a lead captain and trencher man of my lord. Stain was caused by the ladies to charge her, and the worthy fellow, leering at his patronesses and giving them a wink, as much as to say, "Now look out for sport." One evening began an assault upon Becky, who was unsuspiciously eating her dinner. The little woman, attacked on a sudden but never without arms, lighted up in an instant, parried and riposted with a home thrust, which made Wag's face tingle with shame. Then she returned to her soup with the most perfect calm and a quiet smile on her face. Wag's great patron, who gave him dinners and lent him a little money sometimes, and whose election, newspaper, and other jobs Wag did, gave the luckless fellow such a savage glance with the eyes as almost made him sink under the table and burst into tears. He looked piteously at my lord, who never spoke to him during dinner, and at the ladies, who disowned him. At last Becky herself took compassion upon him and tried to engage him in talk. He was not asked to dinner again for 6 weeks, and Fiche, my lord's confidential man, to whom Wag naturally paid a good deal of court, was instructed to tell him that if he ever dared to say a rude thing to Mrs. Crawley again, or make her the butt of his stupid jokes, Milor would put every one of his notes of hand into his lawyer's hands and sell him up without mercy. Wag wept before Fiche and implored his dear friend to intercede for him. He wrote a poem in favor of Mrs. R.C., which appeared in the very next number of the Horum Scarum magazine, which he conducted. He implored her goodwill at parties where he met her. He cringed and coaxed Rawdon at the club. He was allowed to come back to Gaunt House after a while. Becky was always good to him, always amused, never angry. His lordship's vizier and chief confidential servant, with a seat in Parliament and at the dinner table, Mr. Wynnham, was much more prudent in his behavior and opinions than Mr. Wag. However much he might be disposed to hate all parvenus, Mr. Wynnham himself was a staunch old true blue Tory, and his father a small coal merchant in the north of England, this aide-de-camp of the Marquis. Never showed any sort of hostility to the new favorite, but pursued her with stealthy kindnesses and a sly and deferential politeness which somehow made Becky more uneasy than other people's overt hostilities. How the Crawleys got the money which was spent upon the entertainments with which they treated the polite world was a mystery which gave rise to some conversation at the time, and probably added zest to these little festivities. Some persons averred that Sir Pitt Crawley gave his brother a handsome allowance. If he did, Becky's power over the baronet must have been extraordinary indeed, and his character greatly changed in his advanced age. Other parties hinted that it was Becky's habit to levy contributions on all her husband's friends, going to this one in tears with an account that there was an execution in the house, falling on her knees to that one and declaring that the whole family must go to gaol or commit suicide unless such and such a bill could be paid. Lord Southdown, it was said, had been induced to give many hundreds through these pathetic representations. Young Feltham, of the Dragoons and son of the firm of Tiller and Feltham, hatters and army accoutrement makers, and whom the Crawleys introduced into fashionable life, was also cited as one of Becky's victims in the pecuniary way. People declare that she got money from various simply disposed persons under pretense of getting them confidential appointments under government. Who knows what stories were or were not told of our dear and innocent friend? Certain it is that if she had had all the money which she was said to have begged or borrowed or stolen, she might have capitalized and been honest for life. Whereas, but this is advancing matters. The truth is that by economy and good management, by a sparing use of ready money, and by paying scarcely anybody people can manage, for a time at least, to make a great show with very little means, and it is our belief that Becky's much talked of parties, which were not after all was said, very numerous, cost this lady very little more than the wax candles which lighted the walls. Stilbrook and Queen's Crawley supplied her with game and fruit in abundance. Lord Steyne's cellars were at her disposal, and that excellent nobleman's famous cooks presided over her little kitchen, or sent by my lord's order the rarest delicacies from their own. I protest it is quite shameful in the world to abuse a simple creature, as people of her time abused Becky, and I warn the public against believing 1/10 of the stories against her. If every person is to be banished from society who runs into debt and cannot pay, if we are to be peering into everybody's private life, speculating upon their income, and cutting them if we don't approve of their expenditure, why, what a howling wilderness and intolerable dwelling Vanity Fair would be. Every man's hand would be against his neighbor in this case, my dear sir, and the benefits of civilization would be done away with. We should be quarreling, abusing, avoiding one another. Our houses would become caverns, and we should go in rags because we cared for nobody. Rents would go down. Parties wouldn't be given any more. All the tradesmen of the town would be bankrupt. Wine, wax lights, comestibles, rouge, crinoline petticoats, diamonds, wigs, Louis XIV gimcracks, and old china, parcaks, and splendid high-stepping carriage horses, all the delights of life, I say, would go to the deuce if people did but act upon their silly principles and avoid those whom they dislike and abuse. Whereas, by a little charity and mutual forbearance, things are made to go on pleasantly enough. We may abuse a man as much as we like, and call him the greatest rascal unhanged, but do we wish to hang him therefore? No, we shake hands when we meet. If his cook is good, we forgive him and go and dine with him, and we expect he will do the same by us. As trade flourishes, civilization advances, peace is kept, new dresses are wanted for new assemblies every week, and the last year's vintage of Lafitte will remunerate the honest proprietor who reared it. At the time whereof we are writing, though the great George was on the throne, and ladies wore gigots and large combs like tortoise-shell shovels in their hair, instead of the simple sleeves and lovely wreaths which are actually in fashion, the manners of the very polite world were not, I take it, essentially different from those of the present day, and their amusements pretty similar. To us, from the outside, gazing over the policemen's shoulders at the bewildering beauties as they pass into court or ball, they may seem beings of unearthly splendor, and in the enjoyment of an exquisite happiness, by us unattainable. It is to console some of these dissatisfied beings that we are narrating our dear Becky's struggles and triumphs and disappointments, of all of which, indeed, as is the case with all persons of merit, she had her share. At this time, the amiable amusement of acting charades had come among us from France, and was considerably in vogue in this country, enabling the many ladies amongst us who had beauty to display their charms, and the fewer number who had cleverness to exhibit their wit. My Lord Stein was incited by Becky, who perhaps believed herself endowed with both the above qualifications, to give an entertainment at Gaunt House, which should include some of these little dramas, and we must take leave to introduce the reader to this brilliant reunion, and with a melancholy welcome too, for it will be among the very last of the fashionable entertainments to which it will be our fortune to conduct him. A portion of that splendid room, the picture gallery of Gaunt House, was arranged as the charade theatre. It had been so used when George III was king, and a picture of the Marquis of Gaunt is still extant, with his hair in powder and a pink ribbon, in a Roman shape as it was called, enacting the part of Cato in Mr. Addison's tragedy of that name, performed before their Royal Highnesses the Prince of Wales, the Bishop of Osnaburgh, and Prince William Henry, then children like the actor. One or two of the old properties were drawn out of the garrets, where they had lain ever since, and furbished up anew for the present festivities. Young Bedwin Sands, then an elegant dandy and Eastern traveler, was manager of the revels. An Eastern traveler was somebody in those days, and the adventurous Bedwin, who had published his quarto and passed some months under the tents in the desert, was a personage of no small importance. In his volume there were several pictures of Sands in various oriental costumes, and he traveled about with a black attendant of most unprepossessing appearance, just like another Brian de Bois Gilbert. Bedwin, his costumes, and black man were hailed at Gaunt House as very valuable acquisitions. He led off the first charade. A Turkish officer with an immense plume of feathers, the Janissaries were supposed to be still in existence, and the tarbouch had not as yet displaced the ancient and majestic headdress of the true believers, was seen couched on a divan, and making believe to puff at a narghileh, in which, however, for the sake of the ladies, only a fragrant pastille was allowed to smoke. The Turkish dignitary yawns and expresses signs of weariness and idleness. He claps his hands, and Mesro the Nubian appears, with bare arms, bangles, yatagans, and every Eastern ornament, gaunt, tall, and hideous. He makes a salaam before my lord the Aga. A thrill of terror and delight runs through the assembly. The ladies whisper to one another. The black slave was given to Bedouin Sands by an Egyptian pasha in exchange for 3 dozen of maraschino. He has sewn up ever so many odalisks in sacks and tilted them into the Nile. Bid the slave merchant enter, says the Turkish voluptuary with a wave of his hand. Mesmer conducts the slave merchant into my lord's presence. He brings a veiled female with him. He removes the veil. A thrill of applause bursts through the house. It is Mrs. Winkworth. She was a Miss Absalom with the beautiful eyes and hair. She is in a gorgeous oriental costume. The black braided locks are twined with innumerable jewels. Her dress is covered over with gold piasters. The Olius Mahometan expresses himself charmed by her beauty. She falls down on her knees and entreats him to restore her to the mountains where she was born, and where her Circassian lover is still deploring the absence of his Zuleika. No entreaties will move the obdurate Hassan. He laughs at the notion of the Circassian bridegroom. Zuleika covers her face with her hands and drops down in an attitude of the most beautiful despair. There seems to be no hope for her when the Kislar Aga appears. The Kislar Aga brings a letter from the Sultan. Hassan receives and places on his head the dread firman. A ghastly terror seizes him, while on the Negro's face it is Mesro again in another costume appears a ghastly joy. "Mercy! Mercy!" cries the Pasha, while the Kislar Aga, grinning horribly, pulls out a bowstring. The curtain draws just as he is going to use that awful weapon. Hassan from within bawls out, first 2 syllables, and Mrs. Rawdon Crawley, who is going to act in the charade, comes forward and compliments Mrs. Winkworth on the admirable taste and beauty of her costume. The second part of the charade takes place. It is still an Eastern scene. Hassan, in another dress, is in an attitude by Zuleika, who is perfectly reconciled to him. The Kislar Aga has become a peaceful black slave. It is sunrise on the desert, and the Turks turn their heads eastwards and bow to the sand. As there are no dromedaries at hand, the band facetiously plays "The Camels Are Coming." An enormous Egyptian head figures in the scene. It is a musical one and, to the surprise of the Oriental travelers, sings a comic song composed by Mr. Wagg. The Eastern voyagers go off dancing, like Papageno and the Moorish king in the magic flute. "Last 2 syllables," roars the head. The last act opens. It is a Grecian tent this time. A tall and stalwart man reposes on a couch there. Above him hang his helmet and shield. There is no need for them now. Ilium is down. Iphigenia is slain. Cassandra is a prisoner in his outer halls. The king of men, it is Colonel Crawley, who indeed has no notion about the sack of Ilium or the conquest of Cassandra. The Anaxandron is asleep in his chamber at Argos. A lamp casts the broad shadow of the sleeping warrior flickering on the wall. The sword and shield of Troy glitter in its light. The band plays the awful music of Don Juan before the statue enters. Aegisthus steals in pale and on tiptoe. What is that ghastly face looking out balefully after him from behind the arras? He raises his dagger to strike the sleeper, who turns in his bed and opens his broad chest as if for the blow. He cannot strike the noble slumbering chieftain. Clytemnestra glides swiftly into the room like an apparition. Her arms are bare and white. Her tawny hair floats down her shoulders. Her face is deadly pale, and her eyes are lighted up with a smile so ghastly that people quake as they look at her. A tremor ran through the room. "Good God!" somebody said. "It's Mrs. Rawdon Crawley." Scornfully, she snatches the dagger out of Aegisthus' hand and advances to the bed. You see it shining over her head in the glimmer of the lamp, and the lamp goes out with a groan, and all is dark. The darkness and the scene frightened people. Rebecca performed her part so well, and with such ghastly truth, that the spectators were all dumb, until, with a burst, all the lamps of the hall blazed out again, when everybody began to shout applause. "Brava, brava!" Old Steiner's strident voice was heard roaring over all the rest. "By, she'd do it too," he said between his teeth. The performers were called by the whole house, which sounded with cries of "Manager Clytemnestra." Agamemnon could not be got to show in his classical tunic, but stood in the background with Aegisthus and others of the performers of the little. Play. Mr. Bedwin Sands let on Zuleika and Clytemnestra. A great personage insisted on being presented to the charming Clytemnestra. "Hey ha! Run him through the body." "Marry somebody else, hey?" was the apposite remark made by His Royal Highness. "Mrs. Rawdon Crawley was quite killing in the part," said Lord Steyne. Becky laughed, gay and saucy looking, and swept the prettiest little curtsy ever seen. Servants brought in salvers covered with numerous cool dainties, and the performers disappeared to get ready for the second charade tableau. The 3 syllables of this charade were to be depicted in pantomime, and the performance took place in the following wise. First syllable: Colonel Rawdon Crawley, C.B., with a slouched hat and a staff, a great coat, and a lantern borrowed from the stables, passed across the stage. Bawling out, as if warning the inhabitants of the hour. In the lower window are seen 2 bagmen playing apparently at the game of cribbage, over which they yawn much. To them enters one looking like Boots, the Honourable G. Ringwood, which character the young gentlemen perform to perfection, and divest them of their lower coverings, and presently chambermaid the Right Honourable Lord Southdown with 2 candlesticks and a warming pan. She ascends to the upper apartment and warms the bed. She uses the warming pan as a weapon wherewith she wards off the attention of the bagman. She exits. They put on their nightcaps and pull down the blinds. Boots comes out and closes the shutters of the ground-floor chamber. You hear him bolting and chaining the door within. All the lights go out. The music plays Dormes, Dormes, chers amours. A voice from behind the curtain says, "First syllable, second syllable." The lamps are lighted up all of a sudden. The music plays the old air from John of Paris, "Ah, quel plaisir d'être en voyage." It is the same scene. Between the first and second floors of the house represented, you behold a sign on which the Stein arms are painted. All the bells are ringing all over the house. In the lower apartment, you see a man with a long slip of paper presenting it to another, who shakes his fists, threatens and vows that it is monstrous. "Ostler, bring round my gig," cries another at the door. He chucks chambermaid the Right Honourable Lord Southdown under the chin. She seems to deplore his absence, as Calypso did that of that other eminent traveller Ulysses. Boots the Honourable G. Ringwood passes with a wooden box containing silver flagons and cries pots with such exquisite humor and naturalness that the whole house rings with applause, and a bouquet is thrown to him. Crack, 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 go the whips. Landlord, chambermaid, waiter rush to the door, but just as some distinguished guest is arriving, the curtains close and the invisible theatrical manager cries out, second syllable. "I think it must be hotel," says Captain Grigg of the Lifeguards. There is a general laugh at the captain's cleverness. He is not very far from the mark. While the third syllable is in preparation, the band begins a nautical medley, all in the Downs, cease rude Boreas, rule Britannia, in the Bay of Biscay. Some maritime event is about to take place. A bell is heard ringing as the curtain draws aside. "Now, gents, for the shore," a voice exclaims. People take leave of each other. They point anxiously as if towards the clouds, which are represented by a dark curtain, and they nod their heads in fear. Lady Squeams, the Right Honourable Lord Southdown, her lapdog, her bags, reticules, and husband sit down and cling hold of some ropes. It is evidently a ship. The Captain Colonel Crawley, C.B., with a cocked hat and a telescope, comes in, holding his hat on his head, and looks out. His coat-tails fly about as if in the wind. When he leaves go of his hat to use his telescope, his hat flies off with immense applause. It is blowing fresh. The music rises and whistles louder and louder. The mariners go across the stage staggering as if the ship was in severe motion. The steward, the Honourable G. Ringwood, passes reeling by, holding 6 basins. He puts one rapidly by Lord Squeams. Lady Squeams, giving a pinch to her dog, which begins to howl piteously, puts her pocket handkerchief to her face and rushes away as for the cabin. The music rises up to the wildest pitch of stormy excitement, and the third syllable is concluded. There was a little ballet, Les Rossignols, in which Montessu and Noblet used to be famous in those days, and which Mr. Wagg transferred to the English stage as an opera, putting his verse, of which he was a skilful writer, to the pretty airs of the ballet. It was dressed in old French costume, and little Lord Southdown now appeared admirably attired in the disguise of an old woman hobbling about the stage with the faultless crooked stick. Trills of melody were heard behind the scenes and gurgling from a suite. Pasteboard cottage covered with roses and trellis work. Fulnamelle, cries the old woman, and Fulnamelle comes out. More applause it is. Mrs. Rawdon Crawley in powder and patches, the most ravissante little marquise in the world. She comes in laughing, humming, and frisks about the stage. With all the innocence of theatrical youth she makes a curtsy. Mamma says, "Why, child, you are always laughing and singing," and away she goes with the Russ upon me balcony. The rose upon my balcony, the morning air perfuming, was leafless all the winter time and pining for the spring. You ask me why her breath is sweet, and why her cheek is blooming. It is because the sun is out, and birds begin to sing. The nightingale, whose melody is through the greenwood ringing, was silent. When the boughs were bare and winds were blowing keen, and if, mamma, you ask of me the reason of his singing, it is because the sun is out, and all the leaves are green. Thus each performs his part, mamma. The birds have found their voices, the blowing rose a flush, mamma, her bonny cheek to dye, and there's sunshine in my heart, mamma, which wakens and rejoices, and so I sing and blush, mamma, and that's the reason why. During the intervals of the stanzas of this ditty, the good-natured personage, addressed as mamma by the singer, and whose large whiskers appeared under her cap, seemed very anxious to exhibit her maternal affection by embracing the innocent creature who performed the daughter's part. Every caress was received with loud acclamations of laughter by the sympathizing audience. At its conclusion, while the music was performing a symphony, as if ever so many birds were warbling, the whole house was unanimous for an encore, and applause and bouquets without end were showered upon the nightingale of the evening. Lord Steyne's voice of applause was loudest of all. Becky, the nightingale, took the flowers which he threw to her and pressed them to her heart with the air of a consummate comedian. Lord Steyne was frantic with delight. His guest's enthusiasm harmonized with his own. Where was the beautiful black-eyed houri whose appearance in the first charade had caused such delight? She was twice as handsome as Becky, but the brilliancy of the latter had quite eclipsed her. All voices were for her. Stephens, Caradori, Ronzi de Bigness. People compared her to one or the other, and agreed with good reason, very likely, that had she been an actress none on the stage could have surpassed her. She had reached her culmination. Her voice rose trilling and bright over the storm of applause and soared as high and joyful as her triumph. There was a ball after the dramatic entertainments, and everybody pressed round Becky as the great point of attraction of the evening. The royal personage declared with an oath that she was perfection, and engaged her again and again in conversation. Little Becky's soul swelled with pride and delight at these honors. She saw fortune, fame, fashion before her. Lord Steyne was her slave, followed her everywhere, and scarcely spoke to anyone in the room beside, and paid her the most marked compliments and attention. She still appeared in her marquise costume and danced a minuet with Monsieur de Truffigny, Monsieur le Duc de la Joie, Dares attaché, and the Duke, who had all the traditions of the ancient court, pronounced that Madame Crawley was worthy to have been a pupil of Vestris, or to have figured at Versailles. Only a feeling of dignity, the gout, and the strongest sense of duty and personal sacrifice prevented His Excellency from dancing with her himself, and he declared in public that a lady who could talk and dance like Mrs. Rawdon was fit to be ambassadress at any court in Europe. He was only consoled when he heard that she was half a Frenchwoman by birth. None but a compatriot, His Excellency declared, could have performed that majestic dance in such a way. Then she figured in a waltz with Monsieur de Klingenspoor, the Prince of Peterwaradin's cousin and attaché. The delighted prince, having less retinue than his French diplomatic colleague, insisted upon taking a turn with the charming creature, and twirled round the ballroom with her, scattering the diamonds out of his boot tassels and hussar jacket until His Highness was fairly out of breath. Papoosh Pasha himself would have liked to dance with her if that amusement had been the custom of his country. The company made a circle round her and applauded as wildly as if she had been a Noblet or a Taglioni. Everybody was in ecstasy. And Becky, too, you may be sure. She passed by Lady Stunnington with a look of scorn. She patronized Lady Gaunt, and her astonished and mortified sister-in-law she ecrased all rival charmers. As for poor Mrs. Winkworth, and her long hair and great eyes which had made such an effect at the commencement of the evening, where was she now? Nowhere in the race. She might tear her long hair and cry her great eyes out, but there was not a person to heed or to deplore the discomfiture. The greatest triumph of all was at supper time. She was placed at the grand exclusive table with His Royal Highness the exalted personage before mentioned and the rest of the great guests. She was served on gold plate. She might have had pearls melted into her champagne. If she liked another Cleopatra, and the potentate of Peterwaradin would have given half the brilliance off his jacket for a kind glance from those dazzling eyes. Jabatiere wrote home about her to his government. The ladies at the other tables, who supped off mere silver and marked Lord Steyne's constant attention to her, vowed it was a monstrous infatuation, a gross insult to ladies of rank. If sarcasm could have killed, Lady Stonington would have slain her on the spot. Rawdon Crawley was scared at these triumphs. They seemed to separate his wife farther than ever from him somehow. He thought with a feeling very like pain how immeasurably she was his superior. When the hour of departure came, a crowd of young men followed her to her carriage, for which the people without bawled, the cry being caught up by the linkman who was stationed outside the tall gates of Gaunt House, congratulating each person who issued from the gate and hoping his lordship had enjoyed this noble party. Mrs. Rawdon Crawley's carriage, coming up to the gate after due shouting, rattled into the illuminated courtyard and drove up to the covered way. Rawdon put his wife into the carriage, which drove off. Mr. Wenham had proposed to him to walk home and offered the colonel the refreshment of a cigar. They lighted their cigars by the lamp of one of the many link boys outside, and Rawdon walked on with his friend Wenham. Two persons separated from the crowd and followed the two gentlemen, and when they had walked down Gaunt Square a few score of paces, one of the men came up and, touching Rawdon on the shoulder, said, "Beg your pardon, Colonel, I wish to speak to you most particular." This gentleman's acquaintance gave a loud whistle as the latter spoke, at which signal a cab came clattering up from those stationed at the gate of Gaunt House, and the aide-de-camp ran round and placed himself in front of Colonel Crawley. That gallant officer at once knew what had befallen him. He was in the hands of the bailiffs. He started back, falling against the man who had first touched him. "We're three honest, it's no use bolting," the man behind said. "It's you, Moss, is it?" said the colonel, who appeared to know his interlocutor. "How much is it?" "Only a small thing," whispered Mr. Moss, of Curzon Street, Chancery Lane, an assistant officer to the Sheriff of Middlesex, 166, 6 and 8 pence, at the suit of Mr. Nathan. "Lend me 100, Wenham, for God's sake," poor Rawdon said. "I've got 70 at home." "I've not got £10 in the world," said poor Mr. Wenham. "Good night, my dear fellow." "Good night," said Rawdon ruefully, and Wenham walked away, and Rawdon Crawley finished his cigar as the cab drove under Temple Bar. Chapter 52, in which Lord Steyne shows himself in a most amiable light. When Lord Steyne was benevolently disposed, he did nothing by halves, and his kindness towards the Crawley family did the greatest honour to his benevolent discrimination. His lordship extended his goodwill to little Rawdon. He pointed out to the boy's parents the necessity of sending him to a public school, that he was of an age now when emulation, the first principles of the Latin language, pugilistic exercises, and the society of his fellow boys would be of the greatest benefit to the boy. His father objected that he was now rich enough to send the child to a good public school. His mother, that Briggs was a capital mistress for him, and had brought him on, as indeed was the fact, famously in English, the Latin rudiments, and in general learning. But all these objections disappeared before the generous perseverance of the Marquis of Steyne. His lordship was one of the governors of that famous old collegiate institution called the Whitefriars. It had been a Cistercian convent in old days, when the Smithfield, which is contiguous to it, was a tournament ground. Obstinate heretics used to be brought thither convenient for burning hard by. Henry VIII, the defender of the faith, seized upon the monastery and its possessions, and hanged and tortured some of the monks who could not accommodate themselves to the pace of his reform. Finally, a great merchant bought the house and land adjoining, in which, and with the help of other wealthy endowments of land and money, he established a famous foundation hospital for old men and children. An extern school grew round the old, almost monastic foundation, which subsists still with its middle-age costume and usages, and all Cistercians pray that it may long flourish. Of this famous house, some of the greatest noblemen, prelates, and dignitaries in England are governors, and as the boys are very comfortably lodged, fed, and educated, and subsequently inducted to good scholarships at the university and livings in the church, many little gentlemen are devoted to the ecclesiastical profession from their tenderest years, and there is considerable emulation to wide. Procure nominations for the foundation. It was originally intended for the sons of poor and deserving clerics and laics, but many of the noble governors of the institution, with an enlarged and rather capricious benevolence, selected all sorts of objects for their bounty. To get an education for nothing and a future livelihood and profession assured was so excellent a scheme that some of the richest people did not disdain it, and not only great men's relations, but great men themselves sent their sons to profit by the chance. Right reverend prelates sent their own kinsmen, or the sons of their clergy, while on the other hand, some great noblemen did not disdain to patronize the children of their confidential servants, so that a lad entering this establishment had every variety of mule of such to be to Rawdon Crawley, though the only book which he studied was the racing calendar, and though his chief recollections of polite learning were connected with the floggings which he received at Eton in his early youth, had that decent and honest reverence for classical learning which all English gentlemen feel, and was glad to think that his son was to have a provision for life, perhaps, and a certain opportunity of becoming a scholar. And although his boy was his chief solace and companion, and endeared to him by 1,000 small ties, about which he did not care to speak to his wife, who had all along shown the utmost indifference to their son, yet Rawdon agreed at once to part with him and to give up his own greatest comfort and benefit for the sake of the welfare of the little lad. He did not know how fond he was of the child until it became necessary to let him go away. When he was gone, he felt more sad and downcast than he cared to own, far sadder than the boy himself, who was happy enough to enter a new career and find companions of his own age. Becky burst out laughing once or twice when the colonel, in his clumsy, incoherent way, tried to express his sentimental sorrows at the boy's departure. The poor fellow felt that his dearest pleasure and closest friend was taken from him. He looked often and wistfully at the little vacant bed in his dressing-room, where the child used to sleep. He missed him sadly of mornings and tried in vain to walk in the park without him. He did not know how solitary he was until little Rawdon was gone. He liked the people who were fond of him and would go and sit for long hours with his good-natured sister Lady Jane and talk to her about the virtues and good looks and 100 good qualities of the child. Young Rawdon's aunt, we have said, was very fond of him, as was her little girl, who wept copiously when the time for her cousin's departure came. The elder Rawdon was thankful for the fondness of mother and daughter. The very best and honestest feelings of the man came out in these artless outpourings of paternal feeling in which he indulged in their presence and encouraged by their sympathy. He secured not only Lady Jane's kindness, but her sincere regard, are the feelings which he manifested and which he could not show to his own wife. The two kinswomen met as seldom as possible. Becky laughed bitterly at Jane's feelings and softness. The other's kindly and gentle nature could not but revolt at her sister's callous behavior. It estranged Rawdon from his wife more than he knew or acknowledged to himself. She did not care for the estrangement. Indeed, she did not miss him or anybody. She looked upon him as her errand man and humble slave. He might be ever so depressed or sulky, and she did not mark his demeanor, or only treated it with a sneer. She was busy thinking about her position, or her pleasures, or her advancement in society. She ought to have held a great place in it, that is certain. It was honest Briggs who made up the little kit for the boy, which he was to take to school. Molly, the housemaid, blubbered in the passage when he went away. Molly kind and faithful in spite of a long arrear of unpaid wages. Mrs. Becky could not let her husband have the carriage to take the boy to school. Take the horses into the city. Such a thing was never heard of. Let a cab be brought. She did not offer to kiss him when he went, nor did the child propose to embrace her, but gave a kiss to old Briggs, whom in general he was very shy of caressing, and consoled her by pointing out that he was to come home on Saturdays, when she would have the benefit of seeing him. As the cab rolled towards the city, Becky's carriage rattled off to the park. She was chattering and laughing with a score of young dandies by the Serpentine, as the father and son entered at the old gates of the school where Rawdon left the child, and came away with a sadder, purer feeling in his heart than perhaps that poor battered fellow had ever known since he himself came out of the nursery. He walked all the way home very dismally, and dined alone with Briggs. He was very kind to her, and grateful for her love and watchfulness over the boy. His conscience smote him that he had borrowed Briggs's money and aided in deceiving her. They talked about little Rawdon a long time, for Becky only came home to dress and go out to dinner, and then he went off uneasily to drink tea. With Lady Jane, and tell her of what had happened, and how little Rawdon went off like a trump, and how he was to wear a gown and little knee breeches, and how young Blackball, Jack Blackball's son, of the old regiment, had taken him in charge and promised to be kind to him. In the course of a week, young Blackball had constituted little Rawdon his fag, shoe-black, and breakfast toaster, initiated him into the mysteries of the Latin grammar, and thrashed him 3 or 4 times, but not severely. The little chap's good-natured, honest face won his way for him. He only got that degree of beating which was, no doubt, good for him. And as for blacking shoes, toasting bread, and fagging in general, were these offices not deemed to be necessary parts of every young English gentleman's education? Our business does not lie with the second generation and Master Rawdon's life at school, otherwise the present tale might be carried to any indefinite length. The colonel went to see his son a short time afterwards, and found the lad sufficiently well and happy, grinning and laughing in his little black gown and little breeches. His father sagaciously tipped Blackball, his master, a sovereign, and secured that young gentleman's goodwill towards his fag. As the protege of the great Lord Steyne, the nephew of a county member and son of a colonel and C.B., whose name appeared in some of the most fashionable parties in the Morning Post, perhaps the school authorities were disposed not to look unkindly on the child. He had plenty of pocket money, which he spent in treating his comrades royally to raspberry tarts, and he was often allowed to come home on Saturdays to his father, who always made a jubilee of that day. When free, Rawdon would take him to the play, or send him thither with the footman, and on Sundays he went to church with Briggs and Lady Jane and his cousins. Rawdon marveled over his stories about school and fights and fagging. Before long, he knew the names of all the masters and the principal boys, as well as little Rawdon himself. He invited little Rawdon's crony from school, and made both the children sick with pastry and oysters and porter after the play. He tried to look knowing over the Latin grammar when little Rawdon showed him what part of that work he was in. "Stick to it, my boy," he said to him with much gravity. "There's nothing like a good classical education. Nothing. Becky's contempt for her husband grew greater every day. Do what you like, dine where you please, go and have ginger beer and sawdust at Astley's, or psalm singing with Lady Jane only. Don't expect me to busy myself with the boy. I have your interests to attend to as you can't attend to them yourself. I should like to know where you would have been now, and in what sort of a position in society if I had not looked after you. Indeed, nobody wanted poor old Rawdon at the parties whither Becky used to go. She was often asked without him now. She talked about great people as if she had the fee simple of Mayfair, and when the court went into mourning, she always wore black. Little Rawdon being disposed of, Lord Steyne, who took such a parental interest in the affairs of this amiable poor family, thought that their expenses might be very advantageously curtailed by the departure of Miss Briggs, and that Becky was quite clever enough to take the management of her own house. It has been narrated in a former chapter how the benevolent nobleman had given his protégée money to pay off her little debt to Miss Briggs, who however still remained behind with her friends, whence my lord came to the painful conclusion that Mrs. Crawley had made some other use of the money confided to her than that for which her generous patron had given the loan. However, Lord Steyne was not so rude as to impart his suspicions upon this head to Mrs. Becky, whose feelings might be hurt by any controversy on the money question, and who might have 1,000 painful reasons for disposing otherwise of his lordship's generous loan. But he determined to satisfy himself with the real state of the case, and instituted the necessary inquiries in a most cautious and delicate manner. In the first place, he took an early opportunity of pumping Miss Briggs. That was not a difficult operation. A very little encouragement would set that worthy woman to talk volubly and pour out all within her. And one day when Mrs. Rawdon had gone out to drive as Mr. Fish, his lordship's confidential servant, easily learned at the livery stables where the Crawleys kept their carriage and horses, or rather, where the liveryman kept a carriage and horses for Mr. and Mrs. Crawley my lord, dropped in upon the Curzon Street house, asked Briggs for a cup of coffee, told her that he had good accounts of the little boy at school, and in 5 minutes found out from her that Mrs. Rawdon had given her nothing except a black silk gown, for which Briggs was a miscomesty great split there. He laughed within himself at this artless story, for the truth is, our dear friend Rebecca had given him a most circumstantial narration of Briggs's delight at receiving her money, £1,125, and in what security she had invested it, and what a pang Becky herself felt in being obliged to pay away such a delightful sum of money. Who knows, the dear woman may have thought within herself, perhaps he may give me a little more. My lord, however, made no such proposal to the little schemer, very likely thinking that he had been sufficiently generous already. He had the curiosity then to ask Miss Briggs about the state of her private affairs, and she told his lordship candidly what her position was, how Miss Crawley had left her a legacy, how her relatives had had part of it, how Colonel Crawley had put out another portion for which she had the best security and interest, and how Mr. and Mrs. Rawdon had kindly busied themselves with Sir Pitt, who was to dispose of the remainder most advantageously for her when he had time. My lord asked how much the colonel had already invested for her, and Miss Briggs at once and truly told him that the sum was 600 and odd pounds. But as soon as she had told her story, the voluble Briggs repented of her frankness and besought my lord not to tell Mr. Crawley of the confessions which she had made. The colonel was so kind, Mr. Crawley might be offended and pay back the money for which she could get no such good interest anywhere else. Lord Steyne, laughing, promised he never would divulge their conversation, and when he and Miss Briggs parted he laughed still more. What an accomplished little devil it is, thought he. What a splendid actress and manager. She had almost got a second supply out of me the other day with her coaxing ways. She beats all the women I have ever seen in the course of all my well-spent life. They are babies compared to her. I am a greenhorn myself, and a fool in her hands, an old fool. She is unsurpassable in lies, his lordship's. Admiration for Becky rose immeasurably at this proof of her cleverness. Getting the money was nothing but getting double the sum she wanted, and paying nobody. It was a magnificent stroke. And Crawley, my lord thought Crawley is not such a fool as he looks and seems. He has managed the matter cleverly enough on his side. Nobody would ever have supposed from his face and demeanor that he knew anything about this money business. And yet he put her up to it, and has spent the money, no doubt. And this opinion, my lord, we know was mistaken. But it influenced a good deal his behavior towards Colonel Crawley, whom he began to treat with even less than that semblance of respect which he had formerly shown towards that gentleman. It never entered into the head of Mrs. Crawley's patron that the little lady might be making a purse for herself. And, perhaps, if the truth must be told, he judged of Colonel Crawley by his experience of other husbands, whom he had known in the course of the long and well-spent life which had made him acquainted with a great deal of the weakness of mankind. My lord had bought so many men during his life that he was surely to be pardoned for supposing that he had found the price of this one. He taxed Becky upon the point on the very first occasion when he met her alone, and he complimented her, good-humoredly, on her cleverness in getting more than the money which she required. Becky was only a little taken aback. It was not the habit of this dear creature to tell falsehoods except when necessity compelled, but in these great emergencies it was her practice to lie very freely, and in an instant she was ready with another neat, plausible, circumstantial story which she administered to her patron. The previous statement which she had made to him was a falsehood, a wicked falsehood. She owned it. But who had made her tell it? "Ah, my lord," she said, "you don't know all I have to suffer and bear in silence. You see me gay and happy before you. You little know what I have to endure when there is no protector near me. It was my husband, by threats and the most savage treatment, forced me to ask for that sum about which I deceived. You, it was he who, foreseeing that questions might be asked regarding the disposal of the money, forced me to account for it as I did. He took the money. He told me he had paid Miss Briggs. I did not dare to doubt him. Pardon the wrong which a desperate man is forced to commit, and pity a miserable, miserable woman." She burst into tears as she spoke. Persecuted virtue never looked more bewitchingly wretched. They had a long conversation, driving round and round the Regent's Park in Mrs. Crawley's carriage together, a conversation of which it is not necessary to repeat the details, but the upshot of it was that, when Becky came home, she flew to her dear Briggs with a smiling face and announced that she had some very good news for her. Lord Steyne had acted in the noblest and most generous manner. He was always thinking how and when he could do good. Now that little Rawdon was gone to school, a dear companion and friend was no longer necessary to her. She was grieved beyond measure to part with Briggs, but her means required that she should practice every retrenchment, and her sorrow was mitigated by the idea that her dear Briggs would be far better provided for by her generous patron than in her humble home. Mrs. Pilkington, the housekeeper at Gauntly Hall, was growing exceedingly old, feeble, and rheumatic. She was not equal to the work of superintending that vast mansion, and must be on the lookout for a successor. It was a splendid position. The family did not go to Gauntly once in 2 years. At other times the housekeeper was the mistress of the magnificent mansion, had 4 covers daily for her table, was visited by the clergy and the most respectable people of the county, was the Lady of Gauntly, in fact, and the 2 last housekeepers before Mrs. Pilkington had married rectors of Gauntly. But Mrs. Pilkington had married rectors of Gauntly, but Mrs. P. could not, being the aunt of the present rector. The place was not to be hers yet, but she might go down on a visit to Mrs. Pilkington and see whether she would like to succeed her. What words can paint the ecstatic gratitude of Briggs? All she stipulated for was that little Rawdon should be allowed to come down and see her at the hall. Becky promised this anything. She ran up to her husband when he came home and told him the joyful news. Rawdon was glad, juiced glad. The weight was off his conscience about poor Briggs's money. She was provided for, at any rate, but his mind was disquiet. He did not seem to be all right somehow. He told little Southdown what Lord Steyne had done, and the young man eyed Crawley with an air which surprised the latter. He told Lady Jane of this second proof of Steyne's bounty, and she too looked odd and alarmed. So did Sir Pitt. She is too clever and gay to be allowed to go from party to party without a companion, both said. You must go with her, Rawdon, wherever she goes, and you must have somebody with her, one of the girls from Queen's Crawley perhaps, though they were rather giddy guardians for her. Somebody Becky should have. But in the meantime it was clear that honest Briggs must not lose her chance of settlement for life, and so she and her bags were packed, and she set off on her journey. And so 2 of Rawdon's out-sentinels were in the hands of the enemy. Sir Pitt went and expostulated with his sister-in-law upon the subject of the dismissal of Briggs and other matters of delicate family interest. In vain she pointed out to him how necessary was the protection of Lord Steyne for her poor husband, how cruel it would be on their part to deprive Briggs of the position offered to her. Cajolements, coaxings, smiles, tears could not satisfy Sir Pitt, and he had something very like a quarrel with his once admired Becky. He spoke of the honor of the family, the unsullied reputation of the Crawleys, expressed himself in indignant tones about her receiving those young Frenchmen, those wild young men of fashion, my Lord Steyne himself, whose carriage was always at her door, who passed hours daily in her company, and whose constant presence made the world talk about her. As the head of the house, he implored her to be more prudent. Society was already speaking lightly of her. Lord Steyne, though a nobleman of the greatest station and talents, was a man whose attentions would compromise any woman. He besought, he implored, he commanded his sister-in-law to be watchful in her intercourse with that nobleman. Becky promised anything and everything Pitt wanted, but Lord Steyne came to her house as often as ever, and Sir Pitt's anger increased. I wonder was Lady Jane angry or pleased that her husband at last found fault with his favourite Rebecca? Lord Steyne's visits continuing, his own ceased, and his wife was for refusing all further intercourse with that nobleman, and declining the invitation to the charade night which the Marchioness sent to her, but Sir Pitt thought it was necessary to accept it, as his Royal Highness would be there. Although he went to the party in question, Sir Pitt quitted it very early, and his wife, too, was very glad to come away. Becky hardly so much as spoke to him or noticed her sister-in-law. Pitt Crawley declared her behavior was monstrously indecorous, reprobated in strong terms the habit of play-acting and fancy dressing as highly unbecoming a British female, and after the charades were over, took his brother Rawdon severely to task for appearing himself and allowing his wife to join in such improper exhibitions. Rawdon said she should not join in any more such amusements, but indeed, and perhaps from hints from his elder brother and sister, he had already become a very watchful and exemplary domestic character. He left off his clubs and billiards. He never left home. He took Becky out to drive. He went laboriously with her to all her parties. Whenever my Lord Steyne called, he was sure to find the Colonel, and when Becky proposed to go out without her husband or received invitations for herself, he peremptorily ordered her to refuse them, and there was that in the gentleman's manner which enforced obedience. Little Becky, to do her justice, was charmed with Rawdon's gallantry. If he was surly, she never was. Whether friends were present or absent, she had always a kind smile for him, and was attentive to his pleasure and comfort. It was the early days of their marriage over again. The same good humor, prevenances, merriment, and artless confidence and regard. "How much pleasanter it is," she would say, "to have you by my side in the carriage than that foolish old Briggs. Let us always go on so, dear Rawdon. How nice it would be, and how happy we should always be, if we had but the money." He fell asleep after dinner in his chair. He did not see the face opposite to him, haggard, weary, and terrible. It lighted up with fresh, candid smiles when he woke. It kissed him gaily. He wondered that he had ever had suspicions. No, he never had suspicions. All those dumb doubts and surly misgivings which had been gathering on his mind were mere idle jealousies. She was fond of him, she always had been. As for her shining in society, it was no. Fault of hers. She was formed to shine there. Was there any woman who could talk or sing or do anything like her? If she would but like the boy, Rawdon thought. But the mother and son never could be brought together, and it was while Rawdon's mind was agitated with these doubts and perplexities that the incident occurred which was mentioned in the last chapter, and the unfortunate colonel found himself a prisoner away from home. Chapter 53. A Rescue and a Catastrophe. Friend Rawdon drove on then to Mr. Moss's mansion in Cursitor Street, and was duly inducted into that dismal place of hospitality. Morning was breaking over the cheerful housetops of Chancery Lane as the rattling cab woke up the echoes there. A little pink-eyed Jew-boy, with a head as ruddy as the rising morn, let the party into the house, and Rawdon was welcomed to the ground-floor apartments by Mr. Moss, his traveling companion and host, who cheerfully asked him if he would like a glass of something warm after his drive. The colonel was not so depressed as some mortals would be, who, quitting a palace and a place in Uxor, find themselves barred into a sponging house. For, if the truth must be told, he had been a lodger at Mr. Moss's establishment once or twice before. We have not thought it necessary in the previous course of this narrative to mention these trivial little domestic incidents, but the reader may be assured that they can't unfrequently occur in the life of a man who lives on nothing a year. Upon his first visit to Mr. Moss, the colonel, then a bachelor, had been liberated by the generosity of his aunt. On the second mishap, little Becky, with the greatest spirit and kindness, had borrowed a sum of money from Lord Southdown, and had coaxed her husband's creditor, who was her shawl, velvet gown, lace pocket handkerchief, trinket, and gimcrack purveyor, indeed, to take a portion of the sum claimed and Rawdon's promissory note for the remainder. So on both these occasions, the captious and the kitno that won't loon public the "You'll find your old bed, Colonel, and everything comfortable," that gentleman said, "as I may honestly say. You may be pretty sure it's kept aired, and by the best of company, too." It was slep in the night afore last by the Honourable Captain Famish of the 50th Dragoons, whose mar took him out after a fortnight, just to punish him, she said. But, Lord bless you, I promise you, he punished my champagne and had a party ere every night reg'lar tip-top swells down from the clubs and the West End Capting Rag, the Honourable Deuces, who lives in the Temple, and some fellers as knows a good glass of wine, I warrant you. I've got a doctor of divinity upstairs, 5 gents in the coffee room, and Mrs. Moss has a table d'hôte at 5:30, and a little cards or music afterwards, when we shall be most happy to see you. I'll ring when I want anything, said Rawdon, and went quietly to his bedroom. He was an old soldier, we have said, and not to be disturbed by any little shocks of fate. A weaker man would have sent off a letter to his wife on the instant of his capture. But what is the use of disturbing her night's rest? Thought Rawdon. She won't know whether I am in my room or not. It will be time enough to write to her when she has had her sleep out, and I have had mine. It's only 170, and the deuce is in it if we can't raise that. And so, thinking about little Rawdon, whom he would not have known that he was in. Such a queer place. The colonel turned into the bed lately occupied by Captain Famish and fell asleep. It was 10 o'clock when he woke up, and the ruddy-headed youth brought him, with conscious pride, a fine silver dressing-case, wherewith he might perform the operation of shaving. Indeed, Mr. Moss's house, though somewhat dirty, was splendid throughout. There were dirty trays and wine-coolers and permanents on the sideboard, huge dirty gilt cornices, with dingy yellow satin hangings to the barred windows which looked into Cursitor Street, vast and dirty gilt picture frames surrounding pieces, sporting and sacred poet, all of which works were by the greatest masters, and fetched the greatest prices, too, in the bill transactions, in the course of which they were sold and bought over and over again. The colonel's breakfast was served to him in the same dingy and gorgeous plated ware. Miss Moss, a dark-eyed maid in curl-papers, appeared with the teapot, and, smiling, asked the colonel how he had slept, and she brought him in the Morning Post with the names of all the great people who had figured at Lord Steyne's entertainment the night before. It contained a brilliant account of the festivities and of the beautiful and accomplished Mrs. Rawdon Crawley's admirable personifications. After a lively chat with this lady, who sat on the edge of the breakfast table in an easy attitude, displaying the drapery of her stocking and an white satin shoe, which was down at heel, Colonel Crawley called for pens and ink and paper, and being asked how many sheets, chose one which was brought to him between Miss Moss's own finger and thumb. Many a sheet had that dark-eyed damsel brought in. Many a poor fellow had scrawled and blotted hurried lines of entreaty, and paced up and down that awful room until his messenger brought back the reply. Poor men always use messengers instead of the post. Who has not had their letters, with the wafers wet, and the announcement that a person is waiting in the hall? Now, on the score of his application, Rawdon had not many misgivings. Dear Becky, Rawdon wrote, I hope you slip well. Don't be frightened if I don't bring you in your coffee. Last night, as I was coming home smoking, I met with an ACCA dent. I was nabbed by Moss of Cursitor Street, from whose gilt and splendid parlor. I write this the same that had me this time 2 years. Miss Moss brought in my tea. She is grown very fat, and, as usual, had her stokens down at heel. It's Nathan's business, 150, with costs, 170. Please send me my desk and some Claude HS. I'm in pumps, and the white tie something like Miss M's stockings. I've 70 in it. And as soon as you get this, drive to Nathan's, offer him 75 down, and ask him to rent EW. Say I'll take wine, we may as well have some dinner sherry, but not pie-tachers. They're too dear, if he won't stand it. Take my ticker in such of your things as you can. Spare and send them to balls. We must, of course, have the sum tonight. It won't do to let it stand over, as tomorrow's Sunday. The bets here are not very clean, and there may be other things out against me. I'm glad it in Aunt Rodden's Saturday for coming home. God bless you. Yours in haste, RCPS. Make haste and come. This letter, sealed with a wafer, was dispatched by one of the messengers who are always hanging about Mr. Moss's establishment, and Rawdon, having seen him depart, went out in the courtyard and smoked a cigar with a tolerably easy mind, in spite of the bars overhead, for Mr. Moss's courtyard is railed in like a cage, lest the gentlemen who are boarding with him should take a fancy to escape from his hospitality. "3 hours," he calculated, would be the utmost time required before Becky should arrive and open his prison doors, and he passed these pretty cheerfully, in smoking, in reading the paper, and in the coffee-room with an acquaintance, Captain Walker, who happened to be there, and with whom he cut for sixpences for some hours, with pretty equal luck on either side. But the day passed away, and no messenger returned, no Becky. Mr. Moss's table d'hôte was served at the appointed hour of 5:30, when such of the gentlemen lodging in the house as could afford to pay for the banquet came and partook of it in the splendid front parlor before described, and with which Mr. Crawley's temporary lodging communicated, when Miss Mr. Ben, Miss Hem, as her papa called her, appeared without the curl papers of the morning, and Mrs. Hem did the honors of a prime boiled leg of mutton and turnips, of which the colonel ate with a very faint appetite. Asked whether he would stand a bottle of champagne for the company, he consented, and the ladies drank to his health. And Mr. Moss, in the most polite manner, looked towards him. In the midst of this repast, however, the doorbell was heard. Young Moss of the ruddy hair rose up with the keys and answered the summons, and coming back told the colonel that the messenger had returned with a bag, a desk, and a letter, which he gave him. "No ceremony, Colonel, I beg," said Mrs. Moss with a wave of her hand, and he opened the letter rather tremulously. It was a beautiful letter, highly scented, on a pink paper, and with a light green seal. "On mon pauvre Charpedit," Mrs. Crawley wrote. "I could not sleep one wink for thinking of what had become of my odious old monstress, and only got to rest in the morning after sending for Mr. Blench, for I was in a fever, who gave me a composing draught, and left orders with Finette that I should be disturbed on no AC count. So that my poor old man's messenger, who est bien mauvaise, mine Finette says, and sentuile." Gievra remained in the hall for some hours waiting my bell. You may fancy my state when I read your poor dear old ill-spelt letter. Ill as I was, I instantly called for the carriage, and as soon as I was dressed, though I couldn't drink a drop of chocolate, I assure you I couldn't without my monstress, to bring it to me, I drove ventre à terre to Nathan's. I saw him. I wept. I cried. I fell at his odious knees. Nothing would mollify the horrid man. He would have all the money, he said, or keep my poor monstre in prison. I drove home with the intention of paying that triste visite je mon oncle, when every trinket I have should be at your disposal, though they would not fetch £100, for some, you know, are with tes cher oncle already, and found Milor there with the Bulgarian old sheep-faced monster who had come to compliment me upon last night's performances. Paddington came in too, drawling and lisping and twiddling his hair. So did Champagnac and his chef. Everybody with foison of compliments and pretty speeches plaguing poor me, who longed to be rid of them, and was thinking every moment of the time of mon pauvre prisonnier. When they were gone, I went down on my knees to Milor, told him we were going to pawn everything, and begged and prayed him to give me £200. He pished and pishayed in a fury, told me not to be such a fool as to pawn, and said he would see whether he could lend me the money. At last he went away, promising that he would send it me in the morning, when I will bring it to my poor old monster with a kiss from his affectionate Becky. I am writing in bed. Oh, I have such a headache and such a heartache. When Rawdon read over this letter, he turned so red and looked so savage that the company at the table d'hote easily perceived the bad news had reached him. All his suspicions, which he had been trying to banish, returned upon him. She could not even go out and sell her trinkets to free him. She could laugh and talk about compliments paid to her whilst he was in prison. Who had put him there? Wenham had walked with him. Was there? He could hardly bear to think of what he suspected. Leaving the room hurriedly, he ran into his own, opened his desk, wrote 2 hurried lines, which he directed to Sir Pitt or Lady Crawley, and bade the messenger carry them at once to Gaunt Street, bidding him to take a cab, and promising him a guinea if he was back in an hour. In the note he besought his dear brother and sister, for the sake of God, for the sake of his dear child and his honor, to come to him and relieve him from his difficulty. He was in prison. He wanted £100 to set him free. He entreated them to come to him. He went back to the dining room after dispatching his messenger and called for more wine. He laughed and talked with a strange boisterousness, as the people thought. Sometimes he laughed madly at his own fears and went on drinking for an hour, listening all the while for the carriage which was to bring his fate back. At the expiration of that time, wheels were heard whirling up to the gate. The young janitor went out with his gate keys. It was a lady whom he let in at the bailiff's door. "Colonel Crawley," she said, trembling very much. He, with a knowing look, locked the outer door upon her, then unlocked and opened the inner one, and calling out, "Colonel, you're wanted," led her into the back parlor which he occupied. Rawdon came in from the dining parlor, where all those people were carousing, into his back room, a flare of coarse light following him into the apartment where the lady stood, still very nervous. "It is I, Rawdon," she said in a timid voice, which she strove to render cheerful. "It is Jane." Rawdon was quite overcome by that kind voice and presence. He ran up to her, caught her in his arms, gasped out some inarticulate words of thanks, and fairly sobbed on her shoulder. She did not know the cause of his emotion. The bills of Mr. Moss were quickly settled, perhaps to the disappointment of that gentleman, who had counted on having the Colonel as his guest over Sunday at least, and Jane, with beaming smiles and happiness in her eyes, carried away Rawdon from the bailiff's house, and they went homewards in the cab in which she had hastened to his release. Pitt was gone to a parliamentary dinner, she said, when Rawdon's note came, and so, dear Rawdon, I came myself, and she put her kind hand in his. Perhaps it was well for Rawdon Crawley that Pitt was away at that dinner. Rawdon thanked his sister 100 times, and with an ardor of gratitude which touched and almost alarmed that soft-hearted woman. "Oh," said he in his rude, artless way, you don't know how I'm changed since I've known you, and little Roddy, I'd like to change somehow. You see, I want to be." He did not finish the sentence, but she could interpret it. And that night after he left her, and as she sat by her own little boy's bed, she prayed humbly for that poor way-worn sinner. Rawdon left her and walked home rapidly. It was 9 o'clock at night. He ran across the streets and the great squares of Vanity Fair, and at length came up breathless opposite his own house. He started back and fell against the railings, trembling as he looked up. The drawing-room windows were blazing with light. She had said that she was in bed and ill. He stood there for some time, the light from the rooms on his pale face. He took out his door key and let himself into the house. He could hear laughter in the upper rooms. He was in the ball dress in which he had been captured the night before. He went silently up the stairs, leaning against the banisters at the stairhead. Nobody was stirring in the house, besides all the servants had been sent away. Rawdon heard laughter within laughter and singing. Becky was singing a snatch of the song of the night before. A hoarse voice shouted, "Brava, brava!" It was Lord Steyne's. Rawdon opened the door and went in. A little table with a dinner was laid out, and wine and plate. Stayner was hanging over the sofa on which Becky sat. The wretched woman was in a brilliant full toilette, her arms and all her fingers sparkling with bracelets and rings, and the brilliants on her breast which Steyne had given her. He had her hand in his, and was bowing over it to kiss it, when Becky started up with a faint scream as she caught sight of Rawdon's white face. At the next instant she tried a smile, a horrid smile, as if to welcome her husband, and Steyner rose up, grinding his teeth, pale, and with fury in his looks. He too attempted a laugh and came forward holding out his hand. "What?" "Come back. How'd I do, Crawley?" he said, the nerves of his mouth twitching as he tried to grin at the intruder. There was that in Rawdon's face which caused Becky to fling herself before him. "I'm innocent, Rawdon," she said. "Before God, I am innocent." She clung hold of his coat, of his hands. Her own were all covered with serpents and rings and baubles. "I am innocent. Say I am innocent. Say I am innocent," she said to Lord Steyne. He thought a trap had been laid for him, and was as furious with the wife as with the husband. "You innocent! Damn you!" he screamed out. "You innocent! Why, every trinket you have on your body is paid for by me. I have given you thousands of pounds, which this fellow has spent and for which he has sold you. Innocent, by! You're as innocent as your mother, the ballet girl, and your husband, the bully. Don't think to frighten me, as you have done others. Make way, sir, and let me pass." And Lord Steyne seized up his hat and, with flame in his eyes, and looking his enemy fiercely in the face, marched upon him, never for a moment doubting that the other would give way. But Rawdon Crawley, springing out, seized him by the neckcloth until Steyne, almost strangled, writhed and bent under his arm. "You lie, you dog," said Rawdon. "You lie, you coward and villain." And he struck the peer twice over the face with his open hand and flung him bleeding to the ground. It was all done before Rebecca could interpose. She stood there trembling before him. She admired her husband, strong, brave, and victorious. "Come here," he said. She came up at once. "Take off those things." She began trembling, pulling the jewels from her arms and the rings from her shaking fingers, and held them all in a heap, quivering and looking up at him. "Throw them down," he said, and she dropped them. He tore the diamond ornament out of her breast and flung it at Lord Stein. It cut him on his bald forehead. Steiner wore the scar to his dying day. "Come upstairs," Rawdon said to his wife. "Don't kill me, Rawdon," she said. He laughed savagely. "I want to see if that man lies about the money as he has about me. Has he given you any?" "No," said Rebecca. "That is, give me your keys," Rawdon answered, and they went out together. Rebecca gave him all the keys but one, and she was in hopes that he would not have remarked the absence of that. It belonged to the little desk which Amelia had given her in early days, and which she kept in a secret place. But Rawdon flung open boxes and wardrobes, throwing the multifarious trumpery of their contents here and there, and at last he found the desk. The woman was forced to open it. It contained papers, love letters many years old, all sorts of small trinkets. And woman's memoranda, and it contained a pocketbook with banknotes. Some of these were dated 10 years back too, and one was quite a fresh one, a note for £1,000 which Lord Steiner had given her. "Did he give you this?" Rawdon said. "Yes," Rebecca answered. "I'll send it to him today," Rawdon said. "For day had dawned again, and many hours had passed in this search, and I will pay Briggs, who was kind to the boy, and some of the debts. You will let me know where I shall send the rest to you. You might have spared me £100, Becky. Out of all this I have always shared with you." "I am innocent," said Becky, and he left her without another word. What were her thoughts when he left her? She remained for hours after he was gone, the sunshine pouring into the room, and Rebecca sitting alone on the bed's edge. The drawers were all opened, and their contents scattered about: dresses and feathers, scarfs and trinkets, a heap of tumbled vanities lying in a wreck. Her hair was falling over her shoulders. Her gown was torn where Rawdon had wrenched the brilliants out of it. She heard him go downstairs a few minutes after he left her, and the door slamming and closing on him. She knew he would never come back. He was gone forever. Would he kill himself? She thought not until after he had met Lord Steiner. She thought of her long past life and all the dismal incidents of it. Ah, how dreary it seemed, how miserable, lonely, and profitless. Should she take laudanum and end it, to have done with all hopes, schemes, debts, and triumphs? The French maid found her in this position, sitting in the midst of her miserable ruins with clasped hands and dry eyes. The woman was her accomplice and in Steiner's pay. "Mon Dieu, madame, what has happened?" she asked. What had happened? Was she guilty or not? She said not, but who could tell what was truth which came from those lips, or if that corrupt heart was in this case pure? All her lies and her schemes, and her selfishness and her wiles, all her wit and genius had come to this bankruptcy. The woman closed the curtains and, with some entreaty and show of kindness, persuaded her mistress to lie down on the bed. Then she went below and gathered up the trinkets which had been lying on the floor since Rebecca dropped them there at her husband's orders, and Lord Steiner went away. Chapter 54. Sunday after the battle. The mansion of Sir Pitt Crawley in Great Gaunt Street was just beginning to dress itself for the day, as Rawdon, in his evening costume, which he had now worn 2 days, passed by the scared female who was scouring the steps, and entered into his brother's study. Lady Jane, in her morning gown, was up and above stairs in the nursery superintending the toilets of her children and listening to the morning prayers which the little creatures performed at her knee. Every morning she and they performed this duty privately, and before the public ceremonial at which Sir Pitt presided and at which all the people of the household were expected to assemble. Rawdon sat down in the study before the baronet's table, set out with the orderly blue books and the letters, the neatly docketed bills and symmetrical pamphlets, the locked account books, desks and dispatch boxes, the Bible, the quarterly review, and the court guide, which all stood as if on parade awaiting the inspection of their chief. A book of family sermons, one of which Sir Pitt was in the habit of administering to his family on Sunday mornings, lay ready on the study table, and awaiting his judicious selection. And by the sermon book was the Observer newspaper, damp and neatly folded, and for Sir Pitt's own private use. His gentleman alone took the opportunity of perusing the newspaper before he laid it by his master's desk. Before he had brought it into the study that morning, he had read in the journal a flaming account of festivities at Gaunt House, with the names of all the distinguished personages invited by the Marquis of Steyne to meet His Royal Highness. Having made comments upon this entertainment to the housekeeper and her niece as they were taking early tea and hot buttered toast in the former lady's apartment, and wondered how the rotting Crawleys could get on, the valet had damped and folded the paper once more, so that it looked quite fresh and innocent against the arrival of the master of the house. Poor Rawdon took up the paper and began to try and read it until his brother should arrive, but the print fell blank upon his eyes, and he did not know in the least what he was reading. The government news and appointments, which Sir Pitt as a public man was bound to peruse, otherwise he would by no means permit the introduction of Sunday papers into his household, the theatrical criticisms, the fight for £100 a side between the Barking Butcher and the Tutbury Pet, the Gaunt House Chronicle itself, which contained a most complimentary though guarded account of the famous charades of which Mrs. Becky had been the heroine. All these passed as in a haze before Rawdon, as he sat waiting the sate. Punctually, as the shrill-toned bell of the black marble study clock began to chime 9, Sir Pitt made his appearance, fresh, neat, smugly shaved, with a waxy clean face and stiff shirt-collar, his scanty hair combed and oiled, trimming his nails as he descended the stairs majestically, in a starched cravat and a grey flannel dressing-gown, a real old English gentleman. In a word, a model of neatness and every propriety. He started when he saw poor Rawdon in his study entumbled. Clothes, with bloodshot eyes, and his hair over his face. He thought his brother was not sober, and had been out all night on some orgy. "Good gracious, Rawdon," he said with a blank face, "what brings you here at this time of the morning? Why ain't you at home?" "Home?" said Rawdon with a wild laugh. "Don't be frightened, Pitt. I'm not drunk. Shut the door. I want to speak to you." Pitt closed the door and came up to the table, where he sat down in the other armchair that one place for the reception of the steward, agent, or confidential visitor who came to transact business with the baronet, and trimmed his nails more vehemently than ever. "Pitt, it's all over with me," the colonel said after a pause. "I'm done." "I always said it would come to this," the baronet cried peevishly, and beating a tune with his clean-trimmed nails. "I warned you 1,000 times. I can't help you any more. Every shilling of my money is tied up. Even the £100 that Jane took you last night were promised to my lawyer tomorrow morning, and the one of it will put me to great inconvenience. I don't mean to say that I won't assist you ultimately, but as for paying your creditors in full, I might as well hope to pay the national debt. It is madness, sheer madness, to think of such a thing. You must come to a compromise. It's a painful thing for the family, but everybody does it. There was George Kiteley, Lord Raglan's son, went through the court last week and was what they call whitewashed, I believe. Lord Ragland would not pay a shilling for him, and it's not money I want." Rawdon broke in. "I'm not come to you about myself. Never mind what happens to me." "What is the matter, then?" said Pitt, somewhat relieved. "It's the boy," said Rawdon in a husky voice. "I want you to promise me that you will take charge of him when I'm gone. That dear, good wife of yours has always been good to him, and he's fonder of her than he is of his. Damn it! Look here, Pitt. You know that I was to have had Miss Crawley's money. I wasn't brought up like a younger brother, but was always encouraged to be extravagant and kept idle. But for this I might have been quite a different man. I didn't do my duty with the regiment so bad. You know how I was thrown over about the money, and who got it. After the sacrifices I have made, and the manner in which I have stood by you, I think this sort of reproach is useless," Sir Pitt said. "Your marriage was your own doing, not mine." "That's over now," said Rawdon. "That's over now," and the words were wrenched from him with a groan, which made his brother start. "Good God, is she dead?" Sir Pitt said with a voice of genuine alarm and commiseration. "I wish I was," Rawdon replied. "If it wasn't for little Rawdon, I'd have cut my throat this morning. And that damned villain's too." Sir Pitt instantly guessed the truth and surmised that Lord Steyne was the person whose life Rawdon wished to take. The colonel told his senior briefly, and in broken accents, the circumstances of the case. "It was a regular plan between that scoundrel and her," he said. "The bailiffs were put upon me. I was taken as I was going out of his house. When I wrote to her for money, she said she was ill in bed and put me off to another day. And when I got home I found her in diamonds and sitting with that villain alone." He then went on to describe hurriedly the personal conflict with Lord Steyne. To an affair of that nature, of course, he said, there was but one issue, and after his conference with his brother, he was going away to make the necessary arrangements for the meeting which must ensue. "And as it may end fatally with me," Rawdon said with a broken voice, "and as the boy has no mother, I must leave him to you and Jane, Pitt only. It will be a comfort to me if you will promise me to be his friend." The elder brother was much affected and shook Rawdon's hand with a cordiality seldom exhibited by him. Rawdon passed his hand over his shaggy eyebrows. "Thank you, brother," said he. "I know I can trust your word." "I will, upon my honor," the baronet said. And thus, and almost mutely, this bargain was struck between them. Then Rawdon took out of his pocket the little pocket-book which he had discovered in Becky's desk, and from which he drew a bundle of the notes which it contained. "Here's 600, he said. "You didn't know I was so rich. I want you to give the money to Briggs, who lent it to us, and who was kind to the boy, and I've always felt ashamed of having taken the poor old woman's money. And here's some more. I've only kept back a few pounds, which Becky may as well have, to get on with." As he spoke, he took hold of the other notes to give to his brother, but his hand shook, and he was so agitated that the pocket-book fell from him, and out of it the £1,000 note, which had been the last of the unlucky Becky's winnings. Pitt stooped and picked them up, amazed at so much wealth. "Not that," Rawdon said. "I hope to put a bullet into the man whom that belongs to." He had thought to himself it would be a fine revenge to wrap a ball in the note and kill Steyne with it. After this colloquy, the brothers once more shook hands and parted. Lady Jane had heard of the colonel's arrival and was waiting for her husband in the adjoining dining room with female instinct auguring evil. The door of the dining room happened to be left open, and the lady, of course, was issuing from it as the two brothers passed out of the study. She held out her hand to Rawdon and said she was glad he was come to breakfast, though she could perceive, by his haggard, unshorn face and the dark looks of her husband, that there was very little question of breakfast between them. Rawdon muttered some excuses about an engagement, squeezing hard the timid little hand which his sister-in-law reached out to him. Her imploring eyes could read nothing but calamity in his face, but he went away without another word. Nor did Sir Pitt vouchsafe her any explanation. The children came up to salute him, and he kissed them in his usual frigid manner. The mother took both of them close to herself, and held the hand of each of them as they knelt down to prayers, which Sir Pitt read to them, and to the servants in their Sunday suits or liveries, ranged upon chairs on the other side of the hissing tea-urn. Breakfast was so late that day, in consequence of the delays which had occurred, that the church bells began to ring whilst they were sitting over their meal, and Lady Jane was too ill, she said, to go to church, though her thoughts had been entirely astray during the period of family devotion. Rawdon Crawley meanwhile hurried on from Great Gaunt Street, and knocking at the great bronze Medusa's head which stands on the portal of Gaunt House, brought out the purple Silenus in a red and silver waistcoat, who acts as porter of that palace. The man was scared also by the colonel's dishevelled appearance, and barred the way, as if afraid that the other was going to force it, but Colonel Crawley only took out a card and enjoined him particularly to send it in to Lord Steyne, and to mark the address written on it, and say that Colonel Crawley would be all day after 1 o'clock at the Regent Club in St. James's Street, not at home. The fat red-faced man looked after him with astonishment as he strode away. So did the people in their Sunday clothes who were out so early. The charity boys with shining faces, the greengrocer lolling at his door, and the publican shutting his shutters in the sunshine. Against service commenced. The people joked at the cab-stand about his appearance as he took a carriage there, and told the driver to drive him to Knightsbridge Barracks. All the bells were jangling and tolling as he reached that place. He might have seen his old acquaintance Amelia on her way from Brompton to Russell Square, had he been looking out. Troops of schools were on their march to church. The shiny pavement and outsides of coaches in the suburbs were thronged with people out upon their Sunday pleasure. But the colonel was much too busy to take any heed of these phenomena, and, arriving at Knightsbridge, speedily made his way up to the room of his old friend and comrade Captain McMurdo, who Crawley found, to his satisfaction, was in barracks. Captain McMurdo, a veteran officer and Waterloo man, greatly liked by his regiment, in which want of money alone prevented him from attaining the highest ranks, was enjoying the forenoon calmly in bed. He had been at a fast. Supper party given the night before by Captain the Honourable George Tinckbars at his house in Brompton Square, to several young men of the regiment and a number of ladies of the corps de ballet, and old Mac, who was at home with people of all ages and ranks, and consorted with generals, dog fanciers, opera dancers, bruisers, and every kind of person, in a word, was resting himself after the night's labours, and not being on duty, was in bed. His room was hung round with boxing, sporting, and dancing pictures, presented to him by comrades as they retired from the regiment and married and settled into quiet life. And as he was now nearly 50 years of age, 24 of which he had passed in the corps, he had a singular museum. He was one of the best shots in England, and for a heavy man, one of the best riders. Indeed, he and Crawley had been rivals when the latter was in the army. To be brief, Mr. McMurdo was lying in bed, reading in Bell's Life an account of that very fight between the Tutbury Pet and the barking butcher which has been before mentioned, a venerable bristly warrior with a little close-shaved gray head, with a silk nightcap, a red face and nose, and a great dyed mustache. When Rawdon told the captain he wanted a friend, the latter knew perfectly well on what duty of friendship he was called to act, and indeed had conducted scores of affairs for his acquaintances, with the greatest prudence and skill. His Royal Highness, the late lamented Commander-in-Chief, had had the greatest regard for McMurdo on this account, and he was the common refuge of gentlemen in trouble. "What's the row about, Crawley, my boy?" said the old warrior. "No more gambling business, hey, like that when we shot Captain Marker?" "It's about my wife," Crawley answered, casting down his eyes and turning very red. The other gave a whistle. "I always said she'd throw you over," he began. Indeed, there were bets in the regiment and at the clubs regarding the probable fate of Colonel Crawley, so lightly was his wife's character esteemed by his comrades and the world, but seeing the savage look with which Rawdon answered the expression of this opinion, McMurdo did not think fit to enlarge upon it further. "Is there no way out of it, old boy?" the captain continued in a grave tone. "Is it only suspicion, you know, or what is it? Any letters? Can't you keep it quiet? Best not make any noise about a thing of that sort if you can help it." Think of his only finding her out now, the captain thought to himself, and remembered 100 particular conversations at the mess table in which Mrs. Crawley's reputation had been torn to shreds. "There's no way but one out of it," Rawdon replied, "and there's only a way out. Of it for one of us. Mac, do you understand? I was put out of the way, arrested. I found him alone together. I told him he was a liar and a coward, and knocked him down and thrashed him." "Serve him right," McMurdo said. "Who is it?" Rawdon answered it was Lord Steyne. "The deuce! A marquis. They said that is. They said you. What the devil do you mean?" Roared out Rawdon. "Do you mean that you ever heard a fellow doubt about my wife and didn't tell me, Mac?" "The world's very censorious, old boy," the other replied. "What the deuce was the good of my telling you what any tomfools talked about?" "It was damned unfriendly, Mac," said Rawdon, quite overcome, and covering. His face with his hands, he gave way to an emotion, the sight of which caused the tough old campaigner opposite him to wince with sympathy. "Hold up, old boy," he said. "Great man or not, we'll put a bullet in him, damn him. As for women, they're all so." "You don't know how fond I was of that one," Rawdon said, half inarticulately. "Damn, I followed her like a footman. I gave up everything I had to her. I'm a beggar because I would marry her. By Jove, sir, I've pawned my own watch in order to get her anything she fancied, and she's been making a purse for herself all the time, and grudged me £100 to get me out of quad." He then fiercely and incoherently, and with an agitation under which his counselor had never before seen him labor, told McMurdo the circumstances of the story. His adviser caught at some stray hints in it. "She may be innocent, after all," he said. "She says so. Steyne has been 100 times alone with her in the house before." "It may be so," Rawdon answered sadly, "but this don't look very innocent," and he showed the captain the £1,000 note which he had found in Becky's pocketbook. "This is what he gave her, Mac, and she kept it unknown to me. And with this money in the house, she refused to stand by me when I was locked up." The captain could not but own that the secreting of the money had a very ugly look. Whilst they were engaged in their conference, Rawdon dispatched Captain McMurdo's servant to Curzon Street with an order to the domestic there to give up a bag of clothes of which the colonel had great need. And during the man's absence, and with great labor and a Johnson's dictionary, which stood them in much stead, Rawdon and his second composed a letter, which the latter was to send to Lord Steyne. Captain McMurdo had the honor of waiting upon the Marquis of Steyne on the part of Colonel Rawdon Crawley, and begged to intimate that he was empowered by the colonel to make any arrangements for the meeting which he had no doubt it was his lordship's intention to demand, and which the circumstances of the morning had rendered inevitable. Captain McMurdo begged Lord Steyne, in the most polite manner, to appoint a friend with whom he, Captain might communicate, and desired that the meeting might take place with as little delay as possible. In a postscript, the captain stated that he had in his possession a bank note for a large amount, which Colonel Crawley had reason to suppose was the property of the Marquis of Steyne, and he was anxious, on the colonel's behalf, to give up the note to its owner. By the time this note was composed, the captain's servant returned from his mission to Colonel Crawley's house in Curzon Street, but without the carpet-bag and portmanteau for which he had been sent, and with a very puzzled and odd face. "They won't give 'em up," said the man. "There's a regular shinty in the house, and everything at sixes and sevens. The landlord's come in and took possession. The servants was a-drinking up in the drawing-room. They said you had gone off with the plate, Colonel," the man added after a pause. "One of the servants is off already. And Simpson, the man as was very noisy and drunk indeed, says nothing shall go out of the house until his wages is paid up." The account of this little revolution in Mayfair astonished and gave a little gaiety to an otherwise very triste conversation. The two officers laughed at Rawdon's discomfiture. "I'm glad the little un isn't at home," Rawdon said, biting his nails. "You remember him, Mac, don't you, in the riding school? How he sat the kicker, to be sure, didn't he?" "That he did, old boy," said the good-natured captain. Little Rawdon was then sitting, one of 50 gown boys, in the chapel of Whitefriars School, thinking, not about the sermon, but about going home next Saturday, when his father would certainly tip him, and perhaps would take him to the play. "He's a regular trump, that boy," the father went on, still musing about his son. "I say, Mac, if anything goes wrong, if I drop, I should like you to go and see him, you know, and say that I was very fond of him, and dash it, old chap, give him these gold sleeve buttons, it's all I've got." He covered his face with his black hands, over which the tears rolled and made furrows of white. Mr. McMurdo had also occasion to take off his silk nightcap and rub it across his eyes. "Go down and order some breakfast," he said to his man in a loud, cheerful voice. "What'll you have, Crawley? Some deviled kidneys and a herring, let's say." And, Clay, lay out some dressing things for the colonel. We were always pretty much of a size, Rawdon, my boy, and neither of us ride so light as we did when we first entered the corps. With which, and leaving the colonel to dress himself, McMurdo turned round towards the wall and resumed the perusal of Bell's Life, until such time as his friend's toilette was complete, and he was at liberty to commence his own. This, as he was about to meet a lord, Captain McMurdo performed with particular care. He waxed his mustachios into a state of brilliant polish, and put on a tight cravat and a trim buff waistcoat, so that all the young officers in the mess room, whither Crawley had preceded his friend, complimented Mac on his appearance at breakfast and asked if he was going to be married that Sunday. Chapter 55, in which the same subject is pursued. Becky did not rally from the state of stupor and confusion in which the events of the previous night had plunged her intrepid spirit until the bells of the Curzon Street chapels were ringing for afternoon service, and rising from her bed, she began to ply her own bell in order to summon the French maid who had left her some hours before. Mrs. Rawdon Crawley rang many times in vain, and though on the last occasion she rang with such vehemence as to pull down the bell-rope, Mademoiselle Fifine did not make her appearance. No, not though her mistress, in a great pet, and with the bell-rope in her hand, came out to the landing-place with her hair over her shoulders and screamed out repeatedly for her attendant. The truth is, she had quitted the premises for many hours, and upon that permission which is called French leave among us. After picking up the trinkets in the drawing-room, Mademoiselle had ascended to her own apartments, packed. And corded her own boxes there, tripped out and called a cab for herself, brought down her trunks with her own hand, and without ever so much as asking the aid of any of the other servants, who would probably have refused it, as they hated her cordially, and without wishing any one of them good-bye, had made her exit from Curzon Street. The game, in her opinion, was over in that little domestic establishment. 15 no more exalted persons of her nation to do under similar circumstances, but more provident or lucky than these, she secured not only her own property, but some of her mistress's, if indeed that lady could be said to have any property at all, and not only carried off the trinkets before alluded to, and some favorite dresses, on which she had long kept her eye, but 4 richly gilt Louis XIV's, 6 gilt alboys, book, which Becky used when she composed her charming little pink notes, had vanished from the premises in Curzon Street, together with Mademoiselle Fifine, and all the silver laid on the table for the little festin which Rawdon interrupted. The plated ware Mademoiselle left behind her was too cumbrous, probably for which reason, no doubt, she also left the fire-irons, the chimney-glasses, and the Rosewood Cottage piano. A lady very like her subsequently kept a milliner's shop in the Rue du Helder at Paris, where she lived with great credit and enjoyed the patronage of my Lord Steyne. This person always spoke of England as of the most treacherous country in the world, and stated to her young pupils that she had been affranchissement vol by natives of that island. It was no doubt compassion for her misfortunes which induced the Marquis of Steyne to be so very kind to Madame de Saint Amaranthe. May she flourish as she deserves. She appears no more in our quarter of Vanity Fair. Hearing a buzz and a stir below, and indignant at the impudence of those servants who would not answer her summons, Mrs. Crawley flung her morning robe round her, and descended majestically to the drawing-room, whence the noise proceeded. The cook was there with blackened face, seated on the beautiful chintz sofa by the side of Mrs. Raggles, to whom she was administering maraschino. The page with the sugar-loaf buttons, who carried about Becky's pink notes and jumped about her little carriage with such alacrity, was now engaged putting his fingers into a cream dish. The footman was talking to Raggles, who had a face full of perplexity and woe, and yet, though the door was open, and Becky had been screaming a half-dozen of times a few feet off, not one of her attendants had obeyed her call. Have a little drop, do 'ee now, Mrs. Raggles," the cook was saying as Becky entered, the white cashmere dressing gown flouncing around her. "Simpson Trotter," the mistress of the house cried in great wrath, "how dare you stay here when you heard me call? How dare you sit down in my presence? Where's my maid?" The page withdrew his fingers from his mouth with a momentary terror, but the cook took off a glass of maraschino, of which Mrs. Raggles had had enough, staring at Becky over the little gilt glass as she drained its contents. The liquor appeared to give the odious rebel courage. "You're Sophie, indeed," Mrs. Cook said. "I'm a settin' on Mrs. Raggles's Sophie. Don't you stir, Mrs. Raggles. Mum, I'm a settin' on Mr. and Mrs. Raggles's Sophie, which they bought with honest money, and very dear it cost 'em too. And I'm thinking if I set here until I'm paid my wages, I shall set a precious long time, Mrs. Raggles, and set I will too. Ha, 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 ha." And with this she filled herself another glass of the liquor and drank it with a more hideously satirical air. "Trotter, Simpson, turn that drunken wretch out," screamed Mrs. Crawley. "I shawn et," said Trotter the footman. "Turn out yourself. Pay our salaries and turn me out too. Double ye well'n go fast enough. Are you all here to insult me?" cried Becky in a fury. "When Colonel Crawley comes home, I'll—" At this the servants burst into a horse haw, in which, however, Raggles, who still kept a most melancholy countenance, did not join. "He ain't a coming back," Mr. Trotter resumed. "He sent for his things, and I wouldn't let 'em go, although Mr. Raggles would, and I don't believe he's no more a colonel than I am. He's hoff, and I suppose you're a-going after him. You're no better than swindlers, both on you. Don't be a bullyin', Em. I won't stand it. Pay us our salaries, I say." Pay us our salaries. It was evident from Mr. Trotter's flushed countenance and defective intonation that he too had had recourse to vinous stimulus. "Mr. Raggles," said Becky in a passion of vexation, "you will not surely let me be insulted by that drunken man?" "Hold your noise, Trotter, do now," said Simpson the page. He was affected by his mistress's deplorable situation, and succeeded in preventing an outrageous denial of the epithet drunken on the footman's part. "Oh, Mom," said Raggles, "I never thought to live to see this year day. I've known the Crawley family ever since I was born. I lived butler with Miss Crawley for 30 years, and I little thought one of that family was a-going to ruing me. Yes, ruing me," said the poor fellow with tears in his eyes. "Her you a-going to pay me? You've lived in this 'ouse for a year. You've 'ad my substance, my plate and linning. You haul me a milk and butter bill of £200. You must have new laid eggs for your homlets, and cream for your spaniel dog." "She didn't care what her own flesh and blood had," interposed the cook. "Many's the time he'd have starved but for me. He's a charity boy now, cookie," said Mr. Trotter with a drunken "ha, ha," and honest Raggles continued, in a lamentable tone, an enumeration of his griefs. All he said was true. Becky and her husband had ruined him. He had bills coming due next week and no means to meet them. He would be sold up and turned out of his shop and his house because he had trusted to the Crawley family. His tears and lamentations made Becky more peevish than ever. "You all seem to be against me," she said bitterly. "What do you want? I can't pay you on Sunday. Come back tomorrow and I'll pay you everything. I thought Colonel Crawley had settled with you. He will tomorrow. I declare to you upon my honor that he left home this morning with £1,500 in his pocketbook. He has left me nothing. Apply to him. Give me a bonnet and shawl and let me go out and find him. There was a difference between us this morning. You all seem to know it. I promise you upon my word that you shall all be paid. He has got a good appointment. Let me go out and find him. This audacious statement caused Raggles and the other personages present to look at one another with a wild surprise, and with it Rebecca left them. She went upstairs and dressed herself this time without the aid of her French maid. She went into Rawdon's room, and there saw that a trunk and bag were packed ready for removal, with a pencil direction that they should be given when called for. Then she went into the Frenchwoman's garret. Everything was clean, and all the drawers emptied there. She bethought herself of the trinkets which had been left on the ground, and felt certain that the woman had fled. "Good heavens! Was ever such ill luck as mine?" she said. "To be so near and to lose all. Is it all too late?" No, there was one chance more. She dressed herself and went away unmolested this time, but alone. It was 4 o'clock. She went swiftly down the streets. She had no money to pay for a carriage, and never stopped until she came to Sir Pitt Crawley's door in Great Gaunt Street. Where was Lady Jane Crawley? She was at church. Becky was not sorry. Sir Pitt was in his study, and had given orders not to be disturbed. She must see him. She slipped by the sentinel in livery at once, and was in Sir Pitt's room before the astonished baronet had even laid down the paper. He turned red and started back from her with a look of great alarm and horror. "Do not look so," she said. "I am not guilty, Pitt, dear Pitt. You were my friend once. Before God, I am not guilty. I seem so. Everything is against me. And oh, at such a moment, just when all my hopes were about to be realized, just when happiness was in store for us. Is this true, what I see in the paper, then?" Sir Pitt said a paragraph in which had greatly surprised him. "It is true. Lord Steyne told me on Friday night, the night of that fatal ball. He's been promised an appointment any time these 6 months. Mr. Martyr, the colonial secretary, told him yesterday that it was made out, that unlucky arrest ensued, that horrible meeting. I was only guilty of too much devotedness to Rawdon's service. I have received Lord Steyne alone 100 times before. I confess I had money of which Rawdon knew nothing. Don't you know how careless he is of it, and could I dare to confide it to him?" And so she went on with a perfectly connected story, which she poured into the ears of her perplexed kinsman. It was to the following effect. Becky owned, and with perfect frankness, but deep contrition, that having remarked Lord Steyne's partiality for her, at the mention of which Pitt blushed, and being secure of her own virtue, she had determined to turn the great peer's attachment to the advantage of herself and her family. "I look for a peerage for you, Pitt," she said, the brother-in-law. Again turned red. "We have talked about it. Your genius and Lord Steyne's interest made it more than probable, had not this dreadful calamity come to put an end to all our hopes. But first I own that it was my object to rescue my dear husband, him whom I love, in spite of all his ill usage and suspicions of me, to remove him from the poverty and ruin which was impending over us. I saw Lord Steyne's partiality for me," she said, casting down her eyes. "I own that I did everything in my power to make myself pleasing to him, and as far as an honest woman may, to secure his esteem. It was only on Friday morning that the news arrived of the death of the governor of Coventry Island, and my lord instantly secured the appointment for my dear husband. It was intended as a surprise for him. He was to see it in the papers today. Even after that horrid arrest took place, the expenses of which Lord Steyne generously said he would settle, so that I was in a manner prevented from coming to my husband's assistance, My lord was laughing with me and saying that my dearest Rawdon would be consoled when he read of his appointment in the paper, in that shocking spun bailiff's house. And then he came home. His suspicions were excited. The dreadful scene took place between my lord and my cruel, cruel Rawdon. And oh my God, what will happen next? Pitt, dear Pitt, pity me and reconcile us. And as she spoke, she flung herself down on her knees, and bursting into tears, seized hold of Pitt's hand, which she kissed passionately. It was in this very attitude that Lady Jane, who, returning from church, ran to her husband's room directly she heard Mrs. Rawdon Crawley was closeted there, found the baronet and his sister-in-law. "I am surprised that woman has the audacity to enter this house," Lady Jane said, trembling in every limb and turning quite pale. Her ladyship had sent out her maid directly after breakfast, who had communicated with Raggles and Rawdon Crawley's household, who had told her all, and a great deal more than they knew of that story, and many others besides. How dare Mrs. Crawley to enter the house of an honest family? Sir Pitt started back, amazed at his wife's display of vigor. Becky still kept her kneeling posture and clung to Sir Pitt's hand. "Tell her that she does not know all. Tell her that I am innocent, dear Pitt," she whimpered out. "Upon my word, my love, I think you do Mrs. Crawley injustice," Sir Pitt said, at which speech Rebecca was vastly relieved. "Indeed, I believe her to be what?" cried out Lady Jane, her clear voice thrilling and her heart beating violently as she spoke. "To be a wicked woman, a heartless mother, a false wife. She never loved her dear little boy, who used to fly here and tell me of her cruelty to him. She never came into a family, but she strove to bring misery with her and to weaken the most sacred affections with her wicked flattery and falsehoods. She has deceived her husband as she has deceived everybody. Her soul is black with vanity, worldliness, and all sorts of crime. I tremble when I touch her. I keep my children out of her sight. Lady Jane," cried Sir Pitt, starting up, "this is really language. I have been a true and faithful wife to you, Sir Pitt," Lady Jane continued intrepidly. "I have kept my marriage vow as I made it to God and have been obedient and gentle as a wife should. But righteous obedience has its limits, and I declare that I will not bear that woman again under my roof. If she enters it, I and my children will leave it. She is not worthy to sit down with Christian people. You must choose, sir, between her and me." And with this my lady swept out of the room, fluttering with her own audacity, and leaving Rebecca and Sir Pitt not a little astonished at it. As for Becky, she was not hurt, nay, she was pleased. "It was the diamond clasp you gave me," she said to Sir Pitt, reaching him out her hand. And before she left him, for which event you may be sure, my Lady Jane was looking out from her dressing-room window in the upper story. The baronet had promised to go and seek out his brother and endeavour to bring about a reconciliation. Rawdon found some of the young fellows of the regiment seated in the mess-room at breakfast, and was induced without much difficulty to partake of that meal, and of the devilled legs of fowls and soda-water with which these young gentlemen fortified themselves. Then they had a conversation befitting the day and their time of life about the next pigeon match at Battersea, with relative bets upon Ross and Osbaldiston, about Mademoiselle Ariane of the French Opera, and who had left her, and how she was consoled by Panther Carr, and about the fight between the butcher and the pet, and the probabilities that it was a cross. Young Tandyman, a hero of 17, laboriously endeavouring to get up a pair of mustachios, had seen the fight, and spoke in the most scientific manner about the battle and the condition of the men. It was he who had driven the butcher onto the ground at his drag, and passed the whole of the previous night with him. Had there not been foul play, he must have won it. All the old files of the ring were in it, and Tandyman wouldn't pay. No, dammy, he wouldn't pay. It was but a year since the young cornet, now so knowing a hand in Cribb's parlor, had a still lingering liking for toffee, and used to be birched at Eton. So they went on talking about dancers, fights, drinking, demi-reps, until McMurdo came down and joined the boys and the conversation. He did not appear to think that any especial reverence was due to their boyhood. The old fellow cut in with stories, to the full as choice as any. The youngest rake present had to tell, nor did his own gray hairs nor their smooth faces detain him. Old Mac was famous for his good stories. He was not exactly a ladies' man. That is, men asked him to dine rather at the houses of their mistresses than of their mothers. There can scarcely be a life lower, perhaps, than his, but he was quite contented with it, such as it was, and led it in perfect good nature, simplicity, and modesty of demeanor. By the time Mac had finished a copious breakfast, most of the others had concluded their meal. Young Lord Varenus was smoking an immense Meerschaum pipe, while Captain Hughes was employed with a cigar. That violent little devil Tandyman, with his little bull terrier between his legs, was tossing for shillings with all his might. That fellow was always at some game or other against Captain Deuceace. And Mac and Rawdon walked off to the club, neither, of course, having given any hint of the business which was occupying their minds. Both, on the other hand, had joined pretty gaily in the conversation for your Eve. Feasting, drinking, ribaldry, laughter, go on alongside of all sorts of other occupations in Vanity Fair the crowds were pouring out of. Church as Rawdon and his friend passed down St. James's Street and entered into their club. The old bucks and habitues, who ordinarily stand gaping and grinning out of the great front window of the club, had not arrived at their posts as yet. The newspaper room was almost empty. One man was present whom Rawdon did not know, another to whom he owed a little score for whist, and whom, in consequence, he did not care to meet. A third was reading The Royalist, a periodical famous for its scandal and its attachment to Church and King's Sunday paper, at the table, and looking up at Crawley with some interest, said, "Crawley, I congratulate you." "What do you mean?" said the Colonel. "It's in the Observer and the Royalist too," said Mr. Smith. "What?" Rawdon cried, turning very red. He thought that the affair with Lord Steyne was already in the public prints. Smith looked up wondering and smiling at the agitation which the Colonel exhibited as he took up the paper and, trembling, began to read. Mr. Smith and Mr. Brown, the gentlemen with whom Rawdon had the outstanding whist account, had been talking about the Colonel just before he came in. "It has come just in the nick of time," said Smith. "I suppose Crawley had not a shilling in the world." "It's a wind that blows everybody good," Mr. Brown said. "He can't go away without paying me a pony. He owes me." "What's the salary?" asked Smith. "2 or 3,000, answered the other. "With the climate so infernal, they don't enjoy it long. Liverseege died after 18 months of it, and the man before went off in 6 weeks, I hear. Some people say his brother is a very clever man." "I always found him a d-bore," Smith ejaculated. "He must have good interest, though. He must have got the Colonel the place." "He," said Brown, with a sneer. "Pooh! It was Lord Steyne got it." "How do you mean?" "A virtuous woman is a crown to her husband," answered the other enigmatically, and went to read his papers. Rawdon, for his part, read in the Royalist the following astonishing paragraph. Governorship of Sea Ventry Island. HLX Jack, Commander Jaunders, has brought letters and papers from Coventry Island. H.E. Sir Thomas Liversedge had fallen a victim to the prevailing fever at Swampton. His loss is deeply felt in the flourishing colony. We hear that the governorship has been offered to Colonel Rawdon Crawley, C.B., a distinguished Waterloo officer. We need not only men of acknowledged bravery, but men of administrative talents to superintend the affairs of our colonies, and we have no doubt that the gentleman selected by the Colonial Office to fill the lamented vacancy which has occurred at Coventry Island is admirably calculated for the post which he is about to occupy. Coventry Island. Where was it? Who had appointed him to the government? "You must take me out as your secretary, old boy," Captain McMurdo said, laughing, and as Crawley and his friends sat wondering and perplexed over the announcement, the club waiter brought into the colonel a card on which the name of Mr. Wenham was engraved, who begged to see Colonel Crawley. The colonel and his aide-de-camp went out to meet the gentleman, rightly conjecturing that he was an emissary of Lord Steyne. "How d'ye do, Crawley?" "I am glad to see you," said Mr. Wenham with a bland smile, and grasping Crawley's hand with great cordiality. "You come, I suppose, from exactly," said Mr. Wenham. "Then this is my friend Captain McMurdo, of the Life Guards Green." "Delighted to know Captain McMurdo, I'm sure," Mr. Wenham said, and tendered another smile and shake of the hand to the second, as he had done to the principal. Mac put out one finger armed with a buckskin glove and made a very frigid bow to Mr. Wenham over his tight cravat. He was, perhaps, discontented at being put in communication with the Pekin, and thought that Lord Steyne should have sent him a colonel at the very least. "As McMurdo acts for me and knows what I mean," Crawley said, "I had better retire and leave you together." "Of course," said McMurdo. "By no means, my dear Colonel," Mr. Wenham said. "The interview which I had the honor of requesting was with you personally, though the company of Captain McMurdo cannot fail to be also most pleasing. In fact, Captain, I hope that our conversation will lead to none but the most agreeable results, very different from those which my friend Colonel Crawley appears to anticipate." "Humph," said Captain McMurdo. "Be hanged to these civilians," he thought to himself. "They are always for arranging and speechifying." Mr. Wenham took a chair which was not offered to him, took a paper from his pocket, and resumed. "You have seen this gratifying announcement in the papers this morning, Colonel? Government has secured a most valuable servant, and you, if you accept office, as I presume you will, an excellent appointment. 3,000 a year, delightful climate, excellent government house, all your own way in the colony, and a certain promotion. I congratulate you with all my heart. I presume you know, gentlemen, to whom my friend is indebted for this piece of patronage." "Hanged if I know," the captain said. His principal turned very red. "To one of the most generous and kindest men in the world, as he is one of the greatest to my excellent friend, the Marquis of Steyne." "I'll see him, before I take his place," growled out Rawdon. "You are irritated against my noble friend," Mr. Wenham calmly resumed, "and now, in the name of common sense and justice, tell me why." "Why?" cried Rawdon in surprise. "Why, dammy," said the captain, ringing his stick on the ground. "Dammy, indeed," said Mr. Wenham with the most agreeable smile. "Still, look at the matter as a man of the world, as an honest man, and see if you have not been in the wrong. You come home from a journey, and find what? My Lord Steyne supping at your house in Curzon Street with Mrs. Crawley. Is the circumstance strange or novel? Has he not been 100 times before in the same position? Upon my honor and word as a gentleman," Mr. Wenham here put his hand on his waistcoat with a parliamentary air, I declare I think that your suspicions are monstrous and utterly unfounded, and that they injure an honorable gentleman who has proved his goodwill towards you by 1,000 benefactions and a most spotless and innocent lady. You don't mean to say that Crawley's mistaken, said Mr. McMurdo. I believe that Mrs. Crawley is as innocent as my wife, Mrs. Wenham, Mr. Wenham said with great energy. I believe that, misled by an infernal jealousy, my friend here strikes a blow against not only an infirm and old man of high station, his constant friend and benefactor, but against his wife, his own dearest honor, his son's future reputation, and his own prospects in life. I will tell you what happened, Mr. Wenham continued with great solemnity. I was sent for this morning by my Lord Steyne, and found him in a pitiable state. As, I need hardly inform Colonel Crawley, any man of age and infirmity would be after a personal conflict with a man of your strength. I say to your face, it was a cruel advantage you took of that strength, Colonel Crawley. It was not only the body of my noble and excellent friend which was wounded, his heart, sir, was bleeding, a man whom he had loaded with benefits and regarded with affection had subjected him to the foulest indignity. What was this very appointment, which appears in the journals of today, but a proof of his kindness to you? When I saw his lordship this morning, I found him in a state pitiable indeed to see, and as anxious as you are to revenge the outrage committed upon him by blood. You know he has given his proofs, I presume, Colonel Crawley? He has plenty of pluck, said the colonel. Nobody ever said he hadn't. His first order to me was to write a letter of challenge and to carry it to Colonel Crawley. One or other of us, he said, must not survive the outrage of last night. Crawley nodded. You're coming to the point, Wenham, he said. I tried my utmost to calm Lord Steyne. Good God! Sir, I said, how I regret that Mrs. Wenham and myself had not accepted Mrs. Crawley's invitation to sup. With her? She asked you to sup with her? Captain McMurdo said. After the opera. Here's the note of invitation. Stop. No, this is another paper. I thought I had it, but it's of no consequence, and I pledge you my word to the fact. If we had come, and it was only one of Mrs. Wenham's headaches which prevented us, she suffers under them a good deal. Especially in the spring, if we had come, and you had returned home, there would have been no quarrel, no insult, no suspicion, and so it is positively because my poor wife has a headache that you are to bring death down upon 2 men of honor and plunge 2 of the most excellent and ancient families in the kingdom into disgrace and sorrow. Mr. McMurdo looked at his principal with the air of a man profoundly puzzled, and Rawdon felt with a kind of rage that his prey was escaping him. He did not believe a word of the story, and yet how discredit or disprove it? Mr. Wenham continued with the same fluent oratory which in his place in Parliament he had so often practiced. I sat for an hour or more by Lord Steyne's bedside, beseeching, imploring Lord Steyne to forego his intention of demanding a meeting. I pointed out to him that the circumstances were after all suspicious. They were suspicious. I acknowledge it. Any man in your position might have been taken in. I said that a man furious with jealousy is to all intents and purposes a madman, and should be as such regarded, that a duel between you must lead to the disgrace of all parties concerned, that a man of his lordship's exalted station had no right in these days, when the most atrocious revolutionary principles and the most dangerous leveling doctrines are preached among the vulgar, to create a public scandal, and that, however innocent, the ways credit may be. In fine, I implored him not to send the challenge. I don't believe one word of the whole story, said Rawdon, grinding his teeth. I believe it a lie, and that you're in it, Mr. Wyndham. If the challenge don't come from him, by Jove it shall come from me. Mr. Wyndham turned deadly pale at this savage interruption of the Colonel, and looked towards the door. But he found a champion in Captain McMurdo. That gentleman rose up with an oath, and rebuked Rawdon for his language. You put the affair into my hands, and you shall act as I think fit, by Jove, and not as you do. You have no right to insult Mr. Wyndham with this sort of language. And dammy, Mr. Wyndham, you deserve an apology. And as for a challenge to Lord Steyne, you may get somebody else to carry it. I won't. If my lord, after being thrashed, chooses to sit still, dammy let him. And as for the affair with Mrs. Crawley, my belief is, there's nothing proved at all, that your wife's innocent as Mr. Wyndham says she is, and at any rate that you would be a fool not to take the place and hold your tongue. Captain McMurdo, you speak like a man of sense, Mr. Wyndham cried out, immensely relieved. I forget any words that Colonel Crawley has used in the irritation of the moment. I thought you would, Rawdon said with a sneer. Shut your mouth, you old stupid, the captain said good-naturedly. Mr. Wyndham ain't a fighting man, and quite right too. This matter, in my belief, the Steyne emissary cried, ought to be buried in the most profound oblivion. A word concerning it should never pass these doors. I speak in the interest of my friend, as well as of Colonel Crawley, who persists in considering me his enemy. I suppose Lord Steyne won't talk about it very much, said Captain McMurdo, and I don't see why our side should. The affair ain't a very pretty one, any way you take it, and the less said about it, the better. It's you are thrashed, and not us, and if you are satisfied, why, I think we should be. Mr. Wyndham took his hat upon this, and Captain McMurdo, following him to the door, shut it upon himself and Lord Steyne's agent, leaving Rawdon chafing within. When the two were on the other side, McMurdo looked hard at the other ambassador, and with an expression of anything but respect on his round, jolly face. You don't stick at a trifle, Mr. Wenham, he said. You flatter me, Captain McMurdo, answered the other with a smile. Upon my honor and conscience now, Mrs. Crawley did ask us to sup after the opera. Of course, and Mrs. Wyndham had one of her headaches. I say, I've got a £1,000 note here, which I will give you if you will give me a receipt, please, and I will put the note up in an envelope for Lord Steyne. My man shan't fight him, but we had rather not take his money. It was all a mistake, my dear sir, the other said with the utmost innocence of manner, and was bowed down the club steps by Captain McMurdo just as Sir Pitt Crawley ascended them. There was a slight acquaintance between these two gentlemen, and the captain, going back with the baronet to the room where the latter's brother was, told Sir Pitt in confidence that he had made the affair all right between Lord Steyne and the colonel. Sir Pitt was well pleased, of course, at this intelligence, and congratulated his brother warmly upon the peaceful issue of the affair, making appropriate moral remarks upon the evils of dueling and the unsatisfactory nature of that sort of settlement of disputes, and after this preface, He tried with all his eloquence to effect a reconciliation between Rawdon and his wife. He recapitulated the statements which Becky had made, pointed out the probabilities of their truth, and asserted his own firm belief in her innocence. But Rawdon would not hear of it. "She has kept money concealed from me these 10 years," he said. "She swore, last night only, she had none from Stein. She knew it was all up, directly I found it. If she's not guilty, Pitt, she's as bad as guilty, and I'll never see her again, never." His head sank down on his chest as he spoke the words, and he looked quite broken and sad. "Poor old boy," McMurdo said, shaking his head. Rawdon Crawley resisted for some time the idea of taking the place which had been procured for him by so odious a patron, and was also for removing the boy from the school where Lord Steyne's interest had placed him. He was induced, however, to acquiesce in these benefits by the entreaties of his brother and McMurdo, but mainly by the latter, pointing out to him what a fury Steyne would be in to think that his enemy's fortune was made through his means. When the Marquis of Steyne came abroad after his accident, the colonial secretary bowed up to him and congratulated himself and the service upon having made so excellent an appointment. These congratulations were received with a degree of gratitude which may be imagined on the part of Lord Steyne. The secret of the rencontre between him and Colonel Crawley was buried in the profoundest oblivion, as Wenham said, that is, by the seconds and the principals. But before that evening was over, it was talked of at 50 dinner tables in Vanity Fair. Little Cackleby himself went to 7 evening parties and told the story with comments and emendations at each place, how Mrs. Washington White reveled in it. The Bishopess of Ealing was shocked beyond expression. The bishop went and wrote his name down in the visiting book at Gaunt House that very day. Little Southdown was sorry, so you may be sure was his sister Lady Jane, very sorry. Lady Southdown wrote it off to her other daughter at the Cape of Good Hope. It was town talk for at least 3 days, and was only kept out of the newspapers by the exertions of Mr. Wagg, acting upon a hint from Mr. Wenham. The bailiffs and brokers seized upon poor Raggles in Curzon Street, and the late fair tenant of that poor little mansion was in the meanwhile where? Who cared? Who asked after a day or two, was she guilty or not? We all know how charitable the world is, and how the verdict of Vanity Fair goes when there is a doubt. Some people said she had gone to Naples in pursuit of Lord Steyne, whilst others averred that his lordship quitted that city and fled to Palermo on hearing of Becky's arrival. Some said she was living in Bierstadt and had become a dame d'honneur to the Queen of Bulgaria, some that she was at Boulogne, and others at a boarding-house at Cheltenham. Rawdon made her a tolerable annuity, and we may be sure that she was a woman who could make a little money go a great way, as the saying is. He would have paid his debts on leaving England, could he have got any insurance office to take his life. But the climate of Coventry Island was so bad that he could borrow no money on the strength of his salary. He remitted, however, to his brother punctually and wrote to his little boy regularly every mail. He kept McMurdo in cigars and sent over quantities of shells, cayenne pepper, hot pickles, guava jelly, and colonial produce to Lady Jane. He sent his brother home the Swamptown Gazette, in which the new governor was praised with immense enthusiasm, whereas the Swamptown Sentinel, whose wife was not asked to Government House, declared that His Excellency was a tyrant compared to whom Nero was an enlightened philanthropist. Little Rawdon used to like to get the papers and read about His Excellency. His mother never made any movement to see the child. He went home to his aunt for Sundays and holidays. He soon knew every bird's nest about Queen's Crawley and rode out with Sir Huddlestone's hounds, which he admired so on his first well-remembered visit to Hampshire. The end. Thank you for listening to this story. I hope you enjoyed the journey, the characters, and the world they carried with them. If you enjoyed this audiobook, please subscribe to the channel and leave a comment below. Your support helps keep these stories alive and allows more timeless books to be shared with listeners around the world. Until next time, thank you for listening.